everyone. Thank you for joining the UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum. We are excited to introduce our next session with Mr. Matthias Haas of Super Social and Ms. Tahira Banks from Thoughtful Digital Agency and Grilla. We invite you to have your questions ready and please don't move because this is a session you don't want to miss.
Consider it a privilege. I do consider it a privilege to host this session for the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. And our conversation today really surrounds building your online avatar. In a few months, it will be 2 years since the COVID-19 pandemic transformed the world all around us. This has been an incredibly difficult time across the globe. And at this moment, I'd actually personally like to extend love and well wishes to anybody who at this moment is affected and maybe struggling through it. COVID-19 has accelerated the digital transformation of so many countries and so many industries. Everything and everyone is online. Look at us now, we're connected to the Youth Café and we're online, right? One of the byproducts of this shift to digital is the increasing importance of utilizing digital spaces to tell impactful stories about ourselves, stories that create opportunities and pathways to sustainable personal and professional development. Today, I am especially pleased to be joined by an internationally recognized award-winning storyteller, Mr. Matthias Haas. Matthias is the co-founder and CEO of Super Social. It's a social media and event experience design agency. His speech at the 2018 Youth Forum, it was such a huge success. His work includes curating and moderating TEDx events. He's smiling, you're humble, right? He teaches digital storytelling and e-commerce at several universities, such as the Austrian Marketing University for Applied Sciences, the EPFL, and the University of Vienna and Zurich. Matthias has done so much that I know we will have the pleasure of getting into today. He's going to share what I am certain will be useful advice on how presenting yourself online can contribute to your overall career development. There will be plenty of time for questions afterwards. You guys are gonna love this. Matthias, welcome. It is so great to connect with you here today in the Youth Café.
Thank you so much for that exciting introduction, and hello and servus from Vienna from my side to everyone. And I can just continue saying also for everybody affected by this pandemic, thank you for being here. And also, I'm so glad to speak to you online, although being in Barbados would be quite nice as well, obviously. The topic is, what's your online avatar? And this is quite what we dive into, the world of social media, the power of social media, the power of your own brand and of your digital reputation. And this is quite with huge impact. When we want to look at it, recently when we did the research, 44% of all recruiters, candidates, rejected candidates because of their digital reputation. And this is something we definitely have to carefully look at. When we talk about avatar, obviously, maybe we are in a different age group, but when I think of Avatar, the first thing comes to my mind is Avatar: The Last Airbender, my most favorite movie and childhood comic I ever watched. But there's obviously also the newer Hollywood movie. And I prepared actually a slide where you would see my avatar on Bitmoji on my Snapchat. But what does it actually mean? It only means a graphical representation of a user online. And this is reflecting your digital reputation. And with all these companies out there, these huge social media companies, they can, and their algorithms, they track massive amounts of data, more than you are most probably aware of, and more than we thought that this is ever possible. And this is also data which is in many cases used by employers or people to look for stories from you. If we think of the cancel culture we are in, sometimes somebody finds a tweet from 10 years ago and suddenly all over the world press is on that and hijacking you and telling all the stories of one tweet of an opinion you had 10 years ago. While I'm very happy that we be transparent and also open with all these communications, it's super important that you work on your digital reputation to avoid any harm here as well. Just when we look quickly into it, to the number of social media, we have approximately 7.8 billion people on the world. Thereof 5.2 billion are connected with a mobile device. And we have 4.6 billion users, which are active internet users who have access in the right age group and have access. Thereof, these are basically 4.2 billion social media users from all different platforms. And it's no small thing anymore. I always wanted to compare it. I know Facebook might be, especially in your generation, not be number one platform anymore, but looking to the statistic of the world, it definitely is. Never in the entire history of this world, one single company could have had reached so many people. Facebook has over 2.7 billion active users, and thereof 1.8 billion are using Facebook every single day. Never ever a government, an organization, or a religion or any outlet has had this amount of active daily participatory users. So Facebook is there in a quite unique position. And of course, when we look to the others, YouTube as the biggest rival of Facebook in that sense, also TikTok, but we'll come to that in a second, is only compared at approximately 2 billion active users so far behind Facebook in that sense. And what's very striking is that Facebook is not Facebook. Facebook includes 100% of Instagram, includes 100% of WhatsApp, includes 100% of the Facebook Messenger. And some things that many people don't know is that in the owner structure of Facebook is, for example, Microsoft. So Microsoft holds shares on Facebook, and Microsoft is the 100%, has a 100% daughter, which is LinkedIn. So basically LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, they're all somehow interconnected, exchanging data, sometimes illegally, but hopefully stopping that, obviously. But when we look at this, all this data collected are also used and interpreted to sometimes your advantage, but also very often to your misadvantage. When we quickly look also at TikTok, super important. I think it's this at the moment the strongest growing social media platform there is. It even overshoot Instagram downloads. And obviously we had a time on pandemic. We had a lot of time to watch very entertaining videos. But what we see also right now is that also TikTok is growing up, and from only funny dance and humor videos, we see more and more serious and sensible content from news outlets, but also from influencers and so on. And here's the thing, yes, a dancing video might not be very harmful for you, but it always depends on the context. And it's very important to check what is online from you, because your employer or your future employer or whatever office you might seek in the future, if you want to run for mayor or for presidency, whatever it will be, you can be sure that there will be a lot of people searching everything there is to be found from you online and offline. And online, it's just so easy. You know, with Googling your name, we might find a lot of things. And you have somehow the control over these things. Not in every case, but in many of the cases when it comes to social media. And a little bit to coming back to that, what is the social media behavior we have at the moment? Almost 98% of all social media users engage in messaging and reading messages. That's for sure number one tool, but also 90% do it to actively engage with media. So meaning putting our own content and commenting on contents. So even if you have put a comment on a newspaper article 10 years ago anywhere on Facebook, there is a chance that this still be found. And this could hijack a political career in the future if you had a different opinion. And while I believe we are people who learn and we also want to change our opinions, we grow and we also learn, we should not be only hijacked by one tweet we have done 10 years ago. Also, the average time on social media, 2 hours 25 on a global average, 2 hours 25 minutes every single day only on social media, no small thing. And something which I'm also always struck about, it's 40% of all internet users use social media for work purposes. And this is super growing. While this was 27% in the year of 2019, this jumped to 40% in the year 2020. And we see again an increase this year. So we expect that half of the world's population who use social media are using social media also for work-related work and purposes. And this is very strong because that means that your private social media channels will very mostly also be used in a work context. If your boss tells you, hey, you are not just an employee, but you are also a mini influencer representing our company to the world, or our city, or our government, or our country. So basically your private profiles as a mini influencer become also a very important part of communication outside, not just the communication from yourself, but the communication from a company or organization or a government and so on. And keeping this in mind, now to the other thing, which I also talked in 2018 at the Youth Forum, the power of the algorithms. It's incredible what they can do. Everything you do and everything you don't do is tracked. So let's pretend you are all super Justin Bieber fans, but you feel a little bit embarrassed, so you don't tell anyone. And whenever you see a Justin Bieber posting, you might listen to it on Spotify or wherever you watch YouTube videos of Justin Bieber. But whenever you see a posting on Instagram or Facebook, you don't engage with it because you don't want your friends to see it. That doesn't really matter because your behavior on how you use those contents and how you react with these contents is saved, evaluated, and then these big tech companies can say, hey, you are a fan of Justin Bieber. And while this sounds maybe fun with Justin Bieber, this goes with every single aspect in your life. What you like to eat, which partner you have, how often you have sex and which sexual preferences you have, how often you get sick, who you want to vote, in all kind of topics relevant. Just to give a quick example from the US election, of course, most of the users don't write in Facebook, hey, I have voted for Trump today, or hey, I have voted for Biden today. A few might do, and this gives a lot of valuable information. But just think there is a newspaper article where ex-President Trump said something which you really didn't like. So, and you made maybe an angry smiley, when you react on Facebook, for example, you can choose the reactions, a smiley, a heart, a ha ha ha, wow, or angry, and you choose angry. And next time Biden said something, you choose instead of the like, a heart or a like. Well, you can guess it doesn't need a super algorithm to figure out a pattern and then evaluate in which direction you might tend to vote. And this is a very simple evaluation. Actually, when you heard about the Cambridge Analytica scandal, which was back then, very interestingly, they figured out that with a certain combination of likes on social media profiles, they can predict quite a lot of who you are, your intelligence quotient, your happiness index, your social demographic profile after ocean, so how open you are, how conscientious you are, if you're introvert or extrovert, and so on. And this is super powerful in the wrong hands. Super dangerous. For example, one example they had is if you like pizza, Linkin Park, and The Simpsons on Facebook, there is over a 90% chance that you vote for Hillary Clinton. It was done in the last election campaign. And this was just by statistics of using the data and look for it. Or another statistic about sexual preference, it was if you are a male who like MAC Cosmetics on Facebook, there's an over 90% chance that you are homosexual. And while this is illegal in many countries and this is dangerous, by one like on Facebook, you have a very high chance of exposuring yourself. And this in many fields, with sexual orientation, with religion, with what you vote on. And this is not just interesting for election campaigns, but this is also very interesting for future employers, or if you want to run for a public office, sometimes for everybody who wants to find something to get on you. While this is a very dark scenario, obviously, there are a lot of solutions and things you can prevent from this. The first thing is you need to be super aware that it's not about what you write in terms of content on social media, but it's in terms of how you behave on social media. Every behavior, how often you read something, which newspaper you open, how long you stay online, which device you use to be online, determines who you are and will be evaluated. For example, a user who has the newest iPhone and the newest iMac will be automatically in a category, oh, he can afford this. So when next time you're looking for a product online, we might suggest it to you a little bit more expensive because you can anyway earn it. And the same goes in another direction. If you have a super old phone with a very old browser and very old operating system, you might get a different price or a different suggestion, or might be even excluded from certain offers. And the same happens again in recruiting. LinkedIn has become, and I said, LinkedIn is not just a social network to present your online CV. LinkedIn has become the most important B2B network for recruiters, but also for portraying yourself as available to be hired. And again, 100% owned by Microsoft. And Facebook also is owned partly by Microsoft. So you see, they're all related. What I always suggest here is very important to keep your online presence as good as possible. So the first thing you usually do is Google yourself. And this is very limited because you will find also on Google a curated results which are just for you. So you might also be good to ask some friends on different continents, maybe in different languages, to Google your name and send you the results. So this would be also the first thing that somebody who's looking for you gets from you. Also, Google your colleagues. So see what you find from them or from opponents and so on. So this is also research where you find out what is available online and how can you use it or can be used for you. Very important is check old content on social media and maybe even delete old and remove old content. For example, of Twitter, is it possible that from a certain year on, you can delete a lot of things? I know you're mostly younger than me, but you know, I have started Twitter 13 years ago. And when I read now what I have tweeted 13 years ago, I might not agree with myself from the knowledge and standpoint I have today. Also, removing old content is not just one option, but you can also change your privacy settings. And this is something I would recommend every one of you going to all your social media channels and check the privacy settings. Who do you post for? Do you post publicly? Do you post only for your friends? Do you post for your friends of friends? Do you post for only a little group of people? And make these adjustments that it's very sure that you can choose what content is going online to who. Also, this is even the more and harder thing to do before you post, fact check. I know in terms of fake news, and this goes in every direction. I always say we have a lot of fake news, and I always think like, yeah, that's so obvious fake. But then there are so many cases where it speaks to what I believe. And suddenly, maybe there is a beautiful quote from Nelson Mandela, and there's a beautiful picture, and in Helvetica font, a beautiful quote. And I thought, oh, that's so nice, and it's such a nice quote, and I like it and share it. Did I fact check it? Did he really say that? What was that quote even from him? And very often it's just somebody who just did something and it's not even real. Especially in the last Olympics, you might have seen that there were beautiful cases where runners fall and another runner stopped and helped him up, and they run again through the goal together, and everybody cheered. And yeah, that's the real Olympic spirit, just that this happened in the Olympics 20 years ago and not nowadays, but it was a viral video again today. Also, nice and beautiful things can be fake, and it's very much on us to fact check before we share and say something. Also, what is really good if you want to build your online and digital reputation is to post content that shows off your knowledge, your skills, and your personality as best as you can. Also, this comes with having appropriate, let's say like that, profile pictures. And this might sound funny, but I can just tell you, I had an intern last year in my company, and he had a let's say he had a beach picture of himself as a profile picture in his WhatsApp group. And we had a lot of team meetings also with UN bodies where we had WhatsApp groups, and it was always very funny. We had 5 people in suits and my one intern with only beachwear on the WhatsApp profile picture. So while you might use your WhatsApp mostly for your private contacts, it would be also very good to think of every possibility. And I think it's cooler to have your communication with your friends with a suit than being in a group with a lot of important people with your beachwear. The other thing is work on actively on your online reputation, and LinkedIn gives out here really, really cool tools. The first one is called SSI, the Social Selling Index. This is free. So you just Google LinkedIn SSI, and everybody of you who has a LinkedIn will be automatically, it's like a little LinkedIn audit, and you will get a number. Which percentage of your industry are you in? It will tell you you are the top 3% of your industry and the top 16% of your network. And it gives you tips how to improve your own LinkedIn. The second thing I would like to recommend, and this is one of my favorite tools, it's called also free, it's called photofeeler.com with PH, photofeeler.com. And you can upload profile pictures for LinkedIn, and then you get randomly assigned 30 to 50 users who rate you by competence, likability, and influence. And then you get a really honest feedback from people you don't know if the profile picture you choose works in your favor or not. Because very often we see ourselves portrayed differently, but when other people see like, hey, on this picture, you look very friendly, but not competent at all, then this will give us a very good hint that we should change the profile picture. And on a side note, this program is also supported for Tinder. So you can also upload your Tinder pictures and can get them rated by other people if you look nice, empathic, approachable, and so on. So obviously, I just recommend the one for LinkedIn. Also super important is the online reputation, and in the sense of people who you worked with in the past can give you recommendations. Like you give a recommendation on Airbnb or an Uber driver or a hotel, people can give you a recommendation on LinkedIn for your professional work and highlight what you can do really good. And this is something you can easily ask for. And to come one more time about this digital part, just think, everywhere ratings are done as where you as a user rate a service or a product. But very often we are not aware that we are also as user be rated. I think my favorite case here is Uber. Every Uber driver is also rating you as a passenger. So if you log into your app, if you use it, you can see what is your overall rating as an Uber passenger. And this is very important because when you go under a certain level, you will be blocked from the platform, obviously. And maybe some of you know it, there is this show Black Mirror, and there is a very cool episode about a futuristic world where every human interaction is rated. So everything, I have this conversation with somebody and then I feel like, oh, it was great, I give 5 stars, or I hated this conversation, I give a 1 star. And we build kind of social credit system for every interaction, not just for services and products, for everything. And while this might look like a dystopia from the future, in very many cases, this is happening already today. And while this is super important, not for you privately, but also for your professional life, it's upon you to work on your digital reputation as much as you can. This was from my part. Thank you so much. Building your online avatar. I'm really, really looking forward to your questions now. And let's see, let's start.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Matthias. That was a lot of information. I was taking notes as you were writing, the content-packed information. Love it. So we're going to open the floor now to questions. I actually have a few questions of my own, but we'll open the floor to any questions that persons may have, and we'll take it from there. And while we wait for those questions to come in, one of my questions that I really had prepared for you was, what do you believe? Because young persons, and we're both young, but younger persons typically tend to use online for entertainment and connecting with family and friends. And so this shift to say, I really should be focusing on my professional career and, my personal professional development online, it's sometimes difficult. So what would you say are some of the common personal sentiments that prevent young professionals from building an online brand that support their professional development? What do you think are some of the fears, or what makes them a bit apprehensive, and how can they push past that?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. This is exactly what we need to look into. You can, for example, decide, hey, I'm having my Facebook only for my friends. No matter who is coming on the profile, they cannot find any of the information there. So you can also be quite more open with what you say. On LinkedIn, obviously, it's quite the opposite. You have a profile which you want to be public, where everything you achieved and people who give you recommendations is online visible, which means there, if you engage on LinkedIn with content, it needs to also be in that professional sense. A little bit more tricky comes when it comes to Instagram and TikTok. While this old social media was built to create content for people you know, so we had a social graph, if you want to say so, but all the connections was the most important thing. You created content to people you know and then send it to them. The big problem with today's Instagram, not the one from 5 years ago, and with TikTok is that the main focus is creating content for people you don't know. And here's the big danger, that when you create a lot of content for a broad audience, that this will be findable by everyone. So here you need to very clearly decide, are you an openly active public person where everything of you, also the fun and holiday and family content, can be seen by everyone? Then you need to know, I need that filter to filter out which content I post. And is this gonna take in the future a turn where it can be harmful for me or not? Or you can decide, like Instagram introduced this a year ago, where you can, for stories, for example, choose your inner circle of friends. So there you can, of course, be again more flexible and more open of what you say without caring too much. But again, once in the internet, always in the internet. It might not be that it's always be retrievable, but once it's uploaded, it's usually there. Also, your friend can make a screenshot and keep it somewhere and use it 10 years later for something. So be generally careful, but make a good distinguish between what is private and what is professional.
Right. Okay. So what I'm taking away from that is that you need to set a clear goal for how you want to utilize each platform and be consistent about how you do that. Okay, awesome. So another question we have here would be, let's pretend that we can see into the future. Let's pretend we can see into the future. Long term, how significant, because we know it's significant right now, but how significant long term how significant is the role long term of our online brand in our professional development, and why should young persons start, and how early? It's like a bunch of questions mixed up.
No, it's a great question. Right. When we look to the future, I think we're just at the start of the relevance. Of course, it's relevance now, and most of the people will Google you before they hire you. But this is just a blink of what is actually possible. I think it's relevant today, but in 5 years, it will be 5 times as relevant as today. And this is the good thing, that we still are on the blink in the beginning, that we still have a lot of control of what we can do. But also there are a lot of areas where we can't control at all. When it comes to the big algorithms who fetch and catch everything we do and don't do, we need to be very careful. And as said, for the future, it will become even more important. And working today on your digital reputation will help you definitely in 5 years. Because if you are in the situation that in 5 years you want to run for office or you want to have a new job, and you start only then to work on your digital reputation, this might be 5 years too late then.
How young would you suggest someone in high school, if they have an online platform, how soon should they begin to think about that?
As soon as the first social media private starts, you need to think about on the professional scope. And I know that's very hard, because mostly when we go on Snapchat, on TikTok, especially I need to speak a little bit from different generation now, but when I look to youngsters around me, they don't think of the long-term effects. But this is exactly the right approach. As soon as you start to work with digital and social media, also just for fun, it's the first start where you leave traces. Also, if it's just passive and just viewing, the algorithms you are feeding and feeding and feeding, and they will be used later. So the sooner you start, the better.
Right. Awesome. Awesome. So this is a good question, because I remember when I first started out on LinkedIn, I was still in university in Houston, and my goal was to get to 500 plus connections, right? I really, really wanted that. But it's a process. And sometimes for many people, it can be very intimidating when you feel like, man, I'm just getting started. I have nothing online, right? I'm non-existent online in a professional sense. What would you suggest are foundational tips for persons who are saying, okay, I want to make that shift right now? What are some of the important things that they can do to get started to really amplify their development? It's going to be a process, but how can they maybe pick up the pace a bit more?
Super question here again. Mostly, even when you say it comes from a point nothing, mostly it's never nothing. Look at what the things you have done. Was it maybe a school competition you have been part of? Maybe you have been volunteering in an organization. Everything which shows that you had commitment or you did something or you achieved something can be in the beginning of your LinkedIn. Obviously, me now as an industry leader in that sense, I wouldn't put my school paper exam, the one I won, in anymore, but I'm on a completely different stage. If this is your build-up, then this is definitely something I would look for. If I also as a recruiter look to LinkedIn profiles and I see, oh, this person just finished university or school, but still has extracurricular, which is maybe a first aid course or additional language course, or have participated in Fridays for Future or in climate activist situations and so on, then this is definitely an add-on. So the first thing would be to think you mostly never come from nothing. You look at what you have achieved and what you can present and put it in there. And the more significant your work and your career gets, you can put these milestones in and keep the smaller ones out. And everybody knows you need to start at some point. I need to speak here for both sides, because you definitely know these ridiculous memes of, hey, we want somebody fresh from university, but with 10 years work experience. Obviously, this is not happening. We need people who are fresh with new ideas and so on. And this is something you want to portray. You don't want to portray that you know everything already, because it's most probably not the case.
Right. And so what you're speaking about is being authentic as you build your brand, because you said something that was I thought was, everything you said was useful. But what really stuck out to me was when you were speaking about, on Instagram and a lot of these platforms, you're kind of putting out messages to so many different people. One of my favorite sayings is, if you try to be everything to everybody, you'll really be nothing to anybody, right? And so my question then would be, when you're building your professional brand online, as a fellow storyteller, building your brand is telling a story. Should persons really focus on a specific story they're telling about themselves as they get started, or should they just kind of go out and see what hits and then later on choose to focus?
Brilliant. I usually tend to rather say, find your niche, but this is also limited. You can have several topics which you want to be an expert on. It must not be one, but again, if it's everything, it might be too broad. And the thing, what we always recommend is go in groups on Facebook and LinkedIn. There are a lot of industry groups on certain topics. So if your topic is circular economy, or it will be post-pandemic employment and so on, find these groups and be active there. And active doesn't always mean that you know all the answers. This can be asking the smart questions as well. And then you build your brand by just being active in these groups, of engaging in conversations of others, of curating content which you find interesting and reshare it on your own profile. This must not be all be created by you, but it can be also fine curated by others, and then you be a worthwhile user to follow as well.
Nice. So good question again. One of the comments you made was that everything you do and everything you don't do online is tracked, right? And so your online behavior, it really determines the content that you will see more of. As someone that's building a professional brand, mindset is everything. So when you're looking at a certain type of content and it continues to show up in your feed. I'm not sure if you have any insight for persons who may be tuned in on how it is they can maybe flush the feed outside, how long does that process take? For example, my nieces, when they visit, they come on my YouTube and then all of a sudden I'm seeing all of this content I do not want as a part of my YouTube feed. How would you say persons can start to curate the stories that they themselves consume online?
That's a brilliant question. One of the most important, I would say, in social media nowadays. All these algorithms are built to bring you content which belongs to your belief and knowledge system. So basically, we call this a filter bubble system where you get content which belongs to you, or it's also called echo chamber content. And this can be quite problematic because you will be getting a one-sided picture of the case. While on the one hand, of course, there's so much content out there. It's good that it's curated and filtered so you get the things which are the most interesting to you, but also this limits your worldview then. So the only way to actively break out is for you to actively break this cycle, which means I was part of the Global Shapers and we had a project here in Vienna which was called Burst Filter Bubbles, and we found a few ways what you can do. For example, we were sitting in a circle and we were giving our phones to the person next to us, and the person had to find 3 people or pages to follow on different social media channels where they think I don't belong at all. So I was getting new content inside of things I would have never imagined. Also, very actively, we tend to only follow the newspapers and the politicians and so on we like because they feed in our worldview. But it's so crucial to see what the other people are saying. And sometimes it's very hard because I don't want to give my like or the follow to a candidate. I fundamentally disagree with it. But then I need to maybe actively go on these profiles and read it. Same with newspapers. Of course, you might have your favorites, but maybe once a week, choose very actively to go to a newspaper you would never read and choose by yourself and see it from a different perspective. And this will broaden it up for sure. And one example I wanted to say here, again, I curate TEDx events, and every TEDx event has a different topic. And one year I worked for the International Atomic Energy Agency on science, not fiction. And I had 1 month only on science research and scientists' research. And suddenly all my social media changed completely. I got science sets as advertising. I got invited to different science congresses. It was a completely new world. And the month later, it was on climate change. So all my online behavior and search results and so on changed that. And you could really see and feel how this is changing while you look for different topics. So it's very much on you to stay in your industry, but also to break out here and then to look for a broader view.
Yes. It's very useful sometimes, particularly if it's something that you're interested in and you want to see more of. And sometimes it's very scary. My fiance and I were playing rock, paper, scissors one night, and I went into the bedroom, I turned on YouTube, and I saw an ad saying rock, paper, scissors. I was like, this is too much. This is too much. You gave an example earlier about the intern that was working with you that maybe had the beach outfit or the beach photo, profile photo, and you use that to share just the importance of really ensuring that your online spaces, you have a professional photo. Are there any other bits and pieces that you would suggest outside of having a professional photo that persons should look to, when they're getting started, just kind of clean up or curate?
Absolutely. The profile picture is the most prominent because that's the first we look into. And very often you're not so aware, but even if you have used Gmail, for example, you have a profile picture. And very often I get emails of people applying with me, which have crazy pictures, even with their 3 pets, for example, as profile picture in Gmail, and not realizing that while I'm getting this professional email, I see this avatar. At the same time, this starts very often at your email. If your email sounds like sexymouse12@gmail.com, then okay, most probably it will not even end up in my inbox because my filter thinks you're spam. Then it starts already with the simplest task to portray your real name, your location, maybe your background in terms of academics or your job, and have a clear profile picture. This is really the first step. And the next step is basically the list I said: Google yourself, Google your colleagues, remove old content, check your privacy settings, see when you post online, offline, be continuous with which channel you use for which content, and so on.
Sexy mouse 12. That's good. That one was good. Outside of, I'm sure we'll have one more question, but before we get to the final question, is there anything like any key takeaway if someone had to walk away from this session and just take away one or two things, what would it be that you want them to take away? What would you want persons to take away from this?
The most important for me is knowing that the internet is never passive. Anything you do, even if you just watch something, is an active contribution. So everything you do is tracked and evaluated. So you need to know that and be aware of that. The second thing is Google yourself and check what is online to be found from you, and use the opportunities to change this digital reputation you have by the tools you have. And the first things to do there is checking your email, your profile picture, and starting to engage with meaningful content in a meaningful way. So this is what we found of you, and not maybe the beachwear picture from the other example.
And for those persons right now, because it is an incredibly difficult time for many young persons that are transitioning and looking for employment opportunities. Is there any advice that you would give to them just overall when you think about bringing someone onto your team, or when you look at persons and you say that's a winner? What are the qualities or characteristics that when you look at their brand online that really stands out for you?
Super. Loving that question. This is very deep because, especially looking to the last year, it revealed a lot about people. Obviously, a lot of people have been struggling, but also it's what you deal and made out with it. If you had the comfort of just not having anything to do, but you also didn't do anything, but didn't use the internet and the free schools of learning anything what you can do, this speaks also a picture. And I recently hired somebody which showed me that in the lockdowns in Austria, he learned piano and a second language during the second lockdowns. So it was very good for me to see he made good time of his, he made a value out of his time where he couldn't actually go to work. Also, what I always look for, and this is a minor thing, is I always look for if the people who I work with, for example, play an instrument. Many people would not consider putting that in a CV or putting that in a online space. But for me, it's very important because I work with a lot of creative things. We curate events, we work with artists, and I know that people who played and learned the instrument, for example, have a certain ability to understand also a certain amount of creativity. Not exclusively, but this is one hint of things I look for online. Also, I always look if people were engaged in extracurricular which were unpaid, because I think it's fundamental that a lot of things which really create impact are unfortunately unpaid. But if I really thrive for something and I have a passion for a cause, that I'm willing to dedicate my own time for it, if this is financially possible for me, that this is a big win for somebody if they wouldn't have a volunteering over. And to the general topic of online digital reputation, if I find something online which is too perfect, I get suspicious as well. I want to see also maybe on Instagram that you have a happy life, that you meet your friends and that you go on holiday. That's totally fine. But maybe I don't want to see drunk party pics and things like that. So there must be a good balance. And of course, when you look to my Instagram, you will also find pictures of me with my family for Christmas and from holiday, but then with a professional. But this is building to a bigger picture of online presence and reputation.
Lovely, lovely. What instrument do you play, Pius?
I got 4 years of classical voice education and I play the piano.
Oh, nice. I play the piano as well. I'm not
beautiful.
Yeah, I definitely get that. So, I mean, this was such a phenomenal session. I want to thank you just for giving us this knowledge, you know, bringing this to the forefront for us. You said something that was so important there at the end about the importance of unpaid extracurricular, and really, I think, as using the online space to find opportunities, not just that are free for us to learn, but also opportunities to contribute, and to do so not necessarily with the expectation of receiving something in return, but with the understanding that, you know, the universe it's one big circle, friend, and so it's a give and take, right? We have to pour in. I want to thank you, Matthias, for sharing this knowledge. The jump, 40% of internet users today use social. That's up it's up 13% from 2019. That's huge. Everything you do online is tracked. Just recapping for you guys. And so your behavior online will determine the content that you will see more of. So really, if you want to feel good, and if you want to consume information that's exciting and dynamic, then you need to look at more of that, not necessarily the jury stuff. LinkedIn is the most important business-to-business network for recruiters. And so while we love TikTok and while we love Instagram, I love Instagram, and we love Facebook and Snapchat and Twitter, at the end of the day, we really should now be focusing as well on pivoting to LinkedIn. If you're not already on there, LinkedIn is where the magic happens. I can attest to that. Do an audit of your old content, very big. I did this myself. Go and if you don't want to delete those memories, just put it. There's a setting, particularly on Facebook, as only me. So only me can see some of the things that maybe I don't like, but I don't want persons to see. But it's a memory that I do want to maintain. Nice and beautiful things can be fake, and so be wary. It's so ironic you shared that example of the Olympics, because the internet, it shares this information with us that is sensational and that will get us excited and moving. And at the end of the day, we need to ensure that what we're consuming is actually real content. So do a bit of a fact check and work on your profile pictures, work actively on your online reputation, and take time as you build your personal brand. Thank you, Matthias, for being here. I'm not sure if you have any closing words. I am just loving this session and loving this opportunity.
Thank you so much for having me. And if you want to stay in touch, I think the only thing you need to do is to Google me, and I'm pretty sure you find out about my reputation online. So thank you so much for having me, and good luck to everyone. And thank you for being here.
Wonderful. Thank you guys for joining the Youth Cafe. It has been a pleasure, and I'm wishing you guys all the best on the remaining sessions today. Blessings.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah. For real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. UNCTAD, Barbados welcomes you.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to our International Youth Concerns program. I'm your host, Angelo Lascelles, and today we have been granted exclusive access to the opening ceremony of the UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum right here in Barbados. In just a few moments, we will be tuning in live to Barbados' Youth Ambassador and Forum Lead for the UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum, Roshana Trim, as she delivers her remarks.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Barbados. It is my pleasure to welcome each of you to Barbados for the UNCTAD Youth Forum, even if virtually. When we began to prepare to host for the Youth Forum, we were excited to give you a taste of Barbadian culture, our food, our music, our beaches, and of course, our people. But as with so many other things, COVID-19's impact has required us to adjust. However, our goal remains the same, to showcase who we are as a people while inspiring you to change the world wherever you are. In 2015, UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon highlighted the importance of the Sustainable Development Goals to transform the lives of billions of the world's citizens with the signing of a new people-centered agenda for universal transformation by 193 nation-states. It is a roadmap to ending global poverty, building a life of dignity for all, and leaving no one behind. It is also a clarion call to work in partnership and intensify efforts to share prosperity, empower people's livelihoods, ensure peace, and heal our planet for the benefit of this and future generations, he said. As 2030 looms on the horizon, there is much work to do to go from inequality and vulnerability to prosperity for all. Young people under the age of 30 account for more than half of the world's population, and over 80% of people under 30 live in emerging and developing countries, particularly in the Middle East and Africa. Yet in many regions, young people remain a largely untapped resource, underrepresented in national and global leadership, yet disproportionately impacted by poverty and unemployment. The UNCTAD Youth Forum provides yet another opportunity for us to dream big, to innovate for change, and do more. In 2021, as the world continues to battle the COVID-19 pandemic, as we mourn the loss of life and anticipate the possibilities of a successful vaccine rollout, we stand laden with clarity, potential, and purpose. That ending poverty and creating a world in which every boy and girl can thrive and succeed must be a priority for world leaders. It is our hope that over the course of the next 3 days, that our message is clear, that we cannot continue as if it is business as usual. The vulnerability caused by stark inequality across the board can no longer be ignored, nor can our current approaches achieve the results we need to. It is no longer acceptable to ratify and sign agreements simply to let the hopes and dreams of billions languish. In 2030, Barbadian megastar and philanthropist Rihanna issued a call to action on the importance of unifying communities and showing up as allies. She called for us to pull up, and that's what we intend for the Youth Forum to do. Our message as young people to global leaders, international organizations, multilateral corporations, our peers, indeed to the world, is to pull up, to show up for the most vulnerable, because a person's worth is not based on their wealth, but their humanity, by the mere virtue of being born. It is time to pull up to create a world where those who have fueled the impacts of climate change take the urgent action and commit the resources to assisting with mitigation and adaptation to ensure that a climate refugee crisis is averted. It is time to pull up to create a world that corrects wrongs which have resulted in political instability, underdevelopment, and social insecurity in developing countries around the world. It is time to pull up to create a world that recognizes the humanity of minorities, where women's rights and voices are heard, where the LGBTQ+ community is not marginalized, where my religion is not taken as an invitation for dehumanization. Pull Up, Change the Rhythm is a call to action because prosperity for all will not become a reality simply because we dare to dream, or it is an agenda item at each conference or forum. Rather, a prosperous world is born when we invest in the potential of each and every individual, no matter who they are or where they are born.
You heard it here first, straight from the mouth of our youth ambassador. Pull up, change the rhythm is the order of the day. And wait a minute. We're receiving word that there is a crowd of strange characters gathering at the Independence Monument at the historic garrison, Savannah, here in Barbados. It seems something is happening. Something huge is happening. Reports are coming in fast that legendary characters coming out of the folklore of Barbados, characters that we have not seen in eons. They're coming from every direction, the north, the south, the east, and the west. We're not sure what it is. We're not sure what it is at all or what it all means, but we have a reporter on site and we'll be taking you over live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Woman and man, mistresses and masters, pardon me if I disturb you with any words of gloom, but it is my duty to give you a call, to remind you of the handwriting on the wall that caused Belshazzar to tremble and fall. Our world is faced with crises by the score: climate change, COVID-19, and many, many more. As I was passing through Joe's River, my heart started to shiver. I see unemployment, water shortage, and so much litter that it give me palpitations and it jerk my liver. But mistresses and masters, I ain't neither come to boast nor brag, nor take down the flag. I come in search of soldiers to answer the call. to join the mighty landship and had crossed the country in search of the UNCTAD Youth Forum. A gathering of forces, youths, with a plan, determined to make a stand. Yes. Pull up and change the rhythm is the cry. Will you join their numbers? Yes. Will you to their side fly? Yes. But don't just stand there and skin one of the teeth. Strike out the top band and get on one of the feet. What you do, you must do quick, because the whole world is sick. Time short and the journey long. Wanna accept the mission? So let we go low.
What a moving speech by the chairman of this electric band of Bajan folkloric Avengers. Well, Mr. Chairman, we too here at Youth Concerns have accepted the mission, and we will be following this ambitious crowd as they journey across the terrains of Barbados to gather up their forces to pull up and change the rhythm. The satellite footage will keep us abreast of their trail. Let's see where they're headed to first.
Friends all, a warm welcome to all of our young people from across the globe and across time zones who have registered to participate in this UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum. I truly wish I could have been meeting with you in person. Your partners in youth development here in Barbados also wish they could have had the pleasure of showing you around our country and brainstorming together to advance shared visions and plans for the future. But I'm somewhat comforted by the fact that you represent a generation who are masters of the digital universe and experts in the art of networking virtually. And I have every confidence that you will make it work and work splendidly. Indeed, I'm sure that you will use the technology to great advantage to expand the forum's reach to many more of your contemporaries across the world. I want to begin by thanking Roshana and her Caribbean committee, as well as the representatives of Global Youth for all of the work that they have done to plan this forum. We know it has not been an easy road with the delays, but we are here. Special thanks also to the team at the Secretariat in Geneva who have supported their efforts. I want to tell you that one of the most enjoyable parts of my job is when I get a chance to interact directly with young people, whether I meet them in Barbados, in the diaspora, across our campuses and colleges abroad, wherever. I just love the contagious energy, the ideas, the can-do spirit. I'm encouraged by the depth of research and the preparation you bring to the issues that you feel passionately about and that you advocate for. I find it so refreshing to be among enthusiastic young activists of today and the potential leaders, my friends, of tomorrow. For you are not the jaded products of the status quo, but you are change agents who dare to do things differently. So please do not let the harsh realities of today ever make you doubt this. Keep that passion and that enthusiasm alive, even as you grow in experience and in years. And I know the temptation is there, particularly since the COVID-19 pandemic has enveloped our entire world and has literally made it impossible for you to normally do the things that you would love to do and go the places that you would love to go. Why do I remember this so much? Because at 22 years old when I joined this political party, at 25 when I first entered active politics, at 28 when I first held my cabinet portfolio as Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Culture, these things are still very much ever present in my mind and have had a lasting impression on me and the kind of career that I've had in public life. I was as eager then as you are now to make a real difference. I remain that way. But you have one important tool that was not available to my generation, the power of smart technology, which helps to spread ideas, to coordinate, to agitate, to educate, and to build movements for change. And I say so because I was 15 years old before I saw the first video machine, VCR. I was in 1991 in an election where we used walkie-talkies and where just a few people had cellular phones that looked like phone booths. So I have always been that bridge as the youngest then, and now one who is not necessarily old, I say, but whose memory remains passionate. I speak often about the need for us to empower our young people to become global citizens with Barbadian roots. I believe that that has to be the goal of all of today's leaders, to nurture a generation rooted in the culture and values of their nation, yet confidently global in their thinking and their outlook. That is my fervent aspiration, my friends, for all of our young people. Our world needs it now more than ever. That commitment to the global realities that must reflect the best of who we are, the humanizing influence that will cause us not to have the kind of schisms and separations that have literally caused too many people either to die or to be literally sealed into deprivation and poverty and lack of opportunity. We want a different world, and we want a world where that consciousness and where principles matter, not only when it is convenient, but more importantly, when it is inconvenient, for that is when you determine that you have made that defining difference to change the world into which you were born. Today, you come under the theme, pull up, change the rhythm, a concept that derives from the words of our very own Rihanna, Barbados' foremost youth ambassador, global youth ambassador. Times are difficult, as I said, for all of us, but they're especially so, I believe, for you young people. And at this precise moment when you should be looking forward with optimism to the most productive years of our life, these current global circumstances may leave some of you fearful and some of you wondering about your job prospects or your mental health or your physical health or simply your economic survival. I say to you, do not be dismayed, for it is your resilience and your hope and your passion that will help bring us out of these moments and help us to rise beyond this point in time, just as our grandparents and great-grandparents a century ago literally meandered their way through hardship from 1914 to 18 World War I, 1918 to 20 the Spanish flu, and then of course the Great Depression in the late 1920s, leading of course then to fascism and populism in the 1930s and riots in our own region, and then of course the Great Second World War from 1939 to 1945. A young person born in 1900 from a teenager would have known adversity and had simply to stay focused, knowing full well that at some point they would be able to make a defining contribution to themselves, their family, and their world if given that chance in a world that started to rest. Why do I compare it to a century ago? Because it is the same resilience, even if the geography is different, even if the times are different, even if the circumstances are different. It is the resilience and that capacity to think positive that will make the difference. This unique moment in time tells us all to pause and to reset, to pull up, to change the rhythm. It may be hard to appreciate, but I say to you, my friends, there has never been a better opportunity for you to step up and to be that change. We should not want to build back better. We should always want to build forward differently in a way that is more equitable and capable of providing greater opportunities and greater protection for those most vulnerable, and indeed the nurturing of our environment within which we live, which is now proven to be the very thing that is causing us the greatest concern for the survival of the human race. The great disruption that we have seen between the climate crisis and the pandemic has opened doors for transformative action. And you already have come to this moment in time with a conscience that I feel is stronger than the previous generations in recent times. It is you young people who must take up this baton. I believe always it is a relay race. For in the words of the Talmud, we are not expected to complete the race, but neither are we at liberty to resile from it. I ask you as you brainstorm and network over the next 3 days to think about a few key things. What will you contribute to creating the change that you want to see. Mahatma Gandhi told us, be the change that we want to see. What will you contribute? You seek youth empowerment for developmental transformation, but how do you see this being achieved? You want a seat at the negotiating table and for your voices to be heard and your voices to contend? I agree. And if necessary, sometimes when they don't invite you, bring your folding chair, as Shirley Chisholm would say. But what will you give to the world in return when you come to that table? Does your generation accept and understand the notion of personal responsibility, and that rights without responsibility is an empty promise and does not allow us to move forward in any meaningful or sustainable way, for the two must balance each other? And do you appreciate and cherish the investment that has been made by previous generations and the current generations in you? And now, as a result of that, what does this mean for you? And what does this require you to do? Are you too prepared to pay forward to the next generation that is coming? I want you to think deeply on where we are today and what are our greatest threats and how you will act together in common cause to prevent these threats from continuing to endanger our world, a world that you must live in, a world that you want to see differently. What will affect you in 2050 when you reach the age that I am now? And what will you have done to safeguard against future catastrophes like the pandemic we are facing now? Or more importantly, the one that I am working every day with others to try and avert. That is the slow motion pandemic, the one with antimicrobial resistance, literally causing us to reverse a century of medical progress if we do not get on top of it. Will you think and act like global citizens? Will you step up and use the power that technology provides to become activists in shaping the future of national and international governance? You know what? I have faith that you will do so. And I ask these questions today not to lecture to you, but to leave with you a moment in time, which I hope that you will forever remember. That we, on this day, have spoken to you in this decade of this century to say to you that it is up to you to help make this world a better place. It sounds trite, it sounds as though others have heard it before, but never before has it had so much meaning with the existential threats that face us today. I close, my friends, with a simple phrase that has become a mantra of mine, one that in fact defined my ability to make the distance when the challenges were greatest. One that I adhered to that led to some of my greatest falls, but ultimately the greatest resolution in me to rise above those challenges that befell me. And what is that phrase? Dare to dream, but always be determined to do. If you do that, and you remember always to care about others, living by the golden rule, doing unto others as you would have them do unto you, then that marriage of that principle that has been taught to us from little children, with that commitment and passion to dream, but recognizing that dreaming alone, like faith without works, means nothing. I say to you, I want to see you in Barbados. This is a virtual Barbados today, but next time, my friends, come for real and see us and hug us and touch, so that we can make sure that this is not just a one-sided virtual reality, but this is a place where we can truly become one family, one global family, seeking to make this world a better place for those children who are yet unborn. Thank you and good luck.
Whew. Wow, that was inspiring and breathtaking. How can one not be completely moved by those words? But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a quick breather. Some friends have joined us to keep you, the viewing audience, entertained as we continue following the movement of this courageous crowd. Let's welcome to the studio the sounds and vibes of the multi-talented, award-winning singer and performer, Lead Pipe.
Wow! Must be confusion in your mind. If you see, then you can find, and you can come in sometimes. Oh. but not all the time. Sometimes, you call 10 times yesterday and 10 more again today. Think you can program but I live my own damn life. Seems like you want more than company. She can't tell it further about a young handsome, but don't get things twisted. Don't ask back no more than what we already have. Keeping it simple. Don't ask back no more than what we already have. Yeah, keeping it simple. If you know the song, say, girl, you already have man, but I can be your sometime. Baby, call me sometime, but not all the time. Girl, you already have a man, but I can be yours. Baby, call me, but not all the time. Why? You take a wine with me, hold on. My, you can vibe with me, but not all the time. You take a wine with me, you take a grill with me sometime. You can't vibe with me sometime. Outside! I want to give you guys a new tune. Big it to my brother Salis. If he was here right now, walk out and zest. Zest for your bam bam, zest for your. Zest when you're walking on. Zest for yourself on. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh. Look trouble, look trouble, look trouble. Boy, look trouble, look trouble, look trouble. Look trouble, look trouble, look trouble. Man out of the sun, the girl out of. Hey, we look up, hey, 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 look up. Man out of the sun, the girl out of. She says she wanna walk, but she can't walk unless it is a blessing. She drink 2 drink and she gone up. She cock up she foot on somebody. She feeling herself in the corner. She touching up herself like she not there. You know what the ladies know? I want you push back, push back, push back. What? Walk out and zest. Zest for your bam bam. Zest when you're walking on. Zest for yourself on. Hey, walk out and walk out and walk out and walk out and walk out. Yeah. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh. Tell them, look trouble, look trouble, look trouble. Look trouble, look trouble, look trouble. Look trouble, look trouble, look trouble. Man out of the sun, the girl out of. Oh look up, look up, look up, look up, look up, look up, look up. We're gonna get a piece of culture. Hi, hi. We got sugar money pop, we got fish cakes, we got sugar cakes, people. We got squash. Huh? But if you see me disappear magically, I down inside. Hello. Look at the ladies. The dancers, please. The ladies set up like power pop. Girl bubble then gloss on that buttercup. I send a man stick on 2 butternuts. Give me room, let me turn them up. Get it and move. Lash it and move. Stick it and move. Walk it and move. Chuck it and move. Stop it and move. I can lash so much. But anyway, every girl bump puts a target G's on. In a dress, in a skirt, in a jeans on. Ease up and more rubber weave on. And when they chuck it and move, weave on. Who tells you to come out in heels on? And let me take the up and them seize one. And make you think that I done. Like you opening up like a soft bread that I just put cheese on. I'm in a minute, give me 30 seconds. Walking up, bumper without a weapon. Thunder, lightning, rain, or the hot sun. I'm walking up stinkers, ha ha. You look thirsty, drink your water. I use a pit, but not cheap. My life is full of adventure from the shark to the power. I hit it and move, lash it and move, stick it and move, I walk it and move, chuck it and move, stab it and move. I can laugh so much, bumpers confused. The ladies set up like power pop. Girl bubble then gloss on that buttercup. I say no man stick and 2 butternuts. Ladies, I love one about. We gon' move, we gon' move, we gon' move, we gon' move. Thank you. I can laugh. So much bumpers confused. When you see me, then you don't see me.
What an amazing performance. If you're just joining us, we are currently in the process of following a crowd of prominent Barbadian folkloric characters on a mission to pull up and change the rhythm. We just heard from Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Mottley. Now, let's get back to the map and see where they're headed to next.
Dear young men and women of the world, welcome to UNCTAD. It is our pleasure to host you for these 3 days of important deliberations at the doors of the 15th edition of our conference, to which you are tasked to contribute through the declaration that will result from this forum. This is my first week as UNCTAD Secretary General, and I am so happy to address the Youth Forum as one of my first priorities this week. We are, as you are acutely aware, still facing one of the most complex challenges of our generations, the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me say this. Since the very beginning of this crisis, I have been acutely aware of the suffering you, young people, have had to endure. To study remotely, to forgo offline social life, to face great uncertainty at the beginning of your careers has surely been a most difficult time. I therefore must take this opportunity to thank every one of you for the sacrifice you have made for the sake of vulnerable people all around the world. I know that each and every one of you is here because of your efforts to help in these testing times. Be it as a volunteer to catalyze inclusive development in your community in Brazil, Italy, Kenya, or Pakistan, be it in your capacity as a digital entrepreneur by advancing fintech solutions for SMEs in the Philippines, be it by offering fishermen a virtual platform to sell their produce in South Africa, or be it by dynamizing entrepreneurs in Africa to obtain medical equipment in the early months of the pandemic for public institutions. And these are just a few examples. Please be empowered by the recognition that all of you who share this forum are a motor of positive transformative change, and that together you can multiply this force for good. The task ahead is great. Poverty, inequality, unemployment, food security suffered immense setbacks last year, putting at great risk the achievements of the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. Again, and most unfortunately, most of these social metrics were even worse for the young. For example, while world unemployment increased by 3.7 percentage points, the increase for the young unemployment was 8.7%. This highlights one of the most salient lessons of this crisis. Where there is inequality, there is fragility, and when crises come, the gaps widen, and those who were already worse off suffer the most. We must therefore always fight inequality, because if we leave it alone, it mutates and replicates all on its own. It is important that we at least learn the right lessons from this pandemic. Crises are on the rise and we must prepare. Climate change deepens fragility in all regions and for all eventualities. Shocks must not shock us any longer. We must harness resilience, close gaps, and boldly build a better future. And for that, we must first and for all be hopeful. Seize the good wherever it comes from. For example, this pandemic has accelerated the digital transition, both in education and in the economy, as well as in the methods of production, trade, and finance. So we must build on these opportunities the crisis has left behind. We must let technology empower us, not outcompete us. We must open new doors to compensate for those that have closed behind. I am happy to see that many of these subjects, mental health, the digital transition, new production and value chains, entrepreneurships, will be covered during the 3 days of this forum. As you know, UNCTAD has convened the young since 2016 when for the first time 250 students and young professionals from more than 70 countries came to Nairobi and presented their declaration to the ministers attending the conference. The Youth Forum, therefore, represents a second opportunity for you to have your voices heard and for you to contribute to our work in this most critical time. I very much look forward to your declaration. I also expect your contribution to go beyond this forum. UNCTAD and the UN need you. I encourage you all to join UNCTAD's Youth Network and to follow closely Secretary General Guterres' report on our common agenda, which he will deliver before the end of the 75 UN General Assembly, which takes place this month. I am happy to see that the Secretary General's envoy for youth, Ms. Hayatma Wikramanayake, is part of the opening of this forum, as she will certainly refer to this report and argue for how the youth can contribute to building the new social contract the United Nations is calling for. Before I finish, I would like to wholeheartedly thank Prime Minister Montley of Barbados for encouraging and supporting the realization of this Youth Forum. As you know, it was our intention to have an in-person forum, but much to our regret, such events are not yet feasible. I know we are all disappointed to not be able to visit beautiful Barbados and meet each other in person. However, thanks to the efforts of Prime Minister Montley and greatly supported by a strong team of Barbadians and international youth under the lead of Ms. Roshana Trim, an impressive forum is preserved to you in a virtual, innovative format that have plenty of opportunities for interaction. Please do benefit from all what is made available, deliberating the sessions openly, and prepare a strong declaration that can pave the way for the future you want to build. Because the question is not whether the future is yours, but how you build that future now and what kind of future it will be. Thank you all.
Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon and good evening. It's a pleasure to be joining all of you today for the UNCTAD's 2021 Youth Forum. As you all know, young people are torchbearers and partners in the implementation of the SDGs, playing a key role in achieving sustainable, inclusive and peaceful societies around the world. And I am very proud to be with so many young minds, change makers, innovators and leaders here today. This Youth Forum is happening at a critical point in history. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a wake-up call for everyone, and with the climate crisis now looming, the world is experiencing its biggest shared test since the Second World War. Such extraordinarily challenging times are also times of exceptional courage and hope. We hear terrific, inspiring stories of young people volunteering, bringing in new solutions, learning and navigating these challenges successfully, and supporting others to survive and thrive. And we hear stories of how they are holding governments accountable. The theme of this year's conference is Pull Up, Change the Riddim, with a focus on innovation, inclusion and youth empowerment for developmental transformation. We want to listen to your stories on how you are transforming communities for a better future and shaping a world of equal opportunities. We want to hear your views and solutions on how the world can recover healthier and greener from the COVID-19 pandemic and how new technologies and entrepreneurship can drive change. We also want to know how governments and businesses can create economic opportunities for young people around the world for a sustainable future. As you all discuss and deliberate over the next days, I want to highlight 2 opportunities for engagement. The first is Youth 2030, the United Nations' first ever system-wide youth strategy. It was launched in 2018 and in the 3rd year of implementation. It brings together all the work of the United Nations with and for young people across areas of human rights, peace and security, development, and humanitarian action. The second is Our Common Agenda, launched last week. This new report by the UN Secretary General has some very exciting proposals and recommendations on how we can all work together and create a better future for everyone, everywhere. It emphasizes the importance of renewing the social contract between governments and people to rebuild trust and embrace human rights. And I'm particularly excited that one key recommendation is to focus on the future by working together with the world's young people and future generation. It highlights the importance of prioritizing meaningful, diverse, and effective youth engagement both within and outside of the United Nations, and I very much look forward to working together with all of you to support the implementation of these recommendations. As I close, allow me to leave you with 3 key messages. The first is to engage. Whether locally, nationally, regionally, or globally, you have an opportunity to ensure change is sustainable by tapping into opportunities like Youth 2030 and Our Common Agenda. Second, prioritize innovation and leading transformative change. Finally, bring forth your views and thoughts in the Youth Declaration, including by following up and holding governments, the UN, and other duty bearers accountable. I look forward to following the Youth Declaration and other outcomes from this forum, and I wish you all 3 days of excellent discussions and deliberations. This is your opportunity to network, share, and learn. Good luck.
Well, these folks certainly mean business. We can't wait to see who they find next. But in the meantime, let's take it back to the studio as we continue to be entertained by more young, outstanding, and talented Barbadians.
In this cathedral of wilderness, that fiery foliage was the unholiest thing I've ever witnessed. And I thought to myself, why would man rip this page of history from the book of evolution and crumple entire species into extinction, then toss the paper in to the recycling bin? Soon, Google will be a museum of all the things we have devoured, a Smithsonian for nature, and we will browse through the aisles, marveling at the genocide on exhibition, for God's creatures of bushfire, his Armageddon. And there won't be no heaven for Bambi, my dear, just an ashy grave and a hard-learned lesson that climate change does not discriminate with its progression. It welcomes all into the recession it will cause. This war on plastic can't be won with any of our bombs at best. Our near palm, it only be useful in burning the bridge we're too afraid to cross. We have lost the childhood of children who are yet to be born. Your granddaughter may be one of those unlucky few. At 27, I am still very much a youth, and I am scared for my future. Because the face of the planet is starting to look real and familiar, and I can't remember its smile. The hairline has receded, exposing the beaches to the waves. I see bald spots of vegetation becoming more frequent every day. The vision for sustainable development has become clouded by the haze of our own pollution. Have we become so blinded that we can't see the solution lies in the innovation and renovations of our traditions? Because climate change cannot be changed unless we change along with it. How can a rigid economy stay afloat in a fluid situation without liquid assets? I ask this question from a place of financial ignorance, but I've observed the worst form of cognitive dissonance when I look at the world's policy on emissions and their irregular regulations placed on superpower nations who do everything in their power to place themselves out of the equation. It just doesn't add up. It's a formula for failure where the inputs don't matter. Because if small island states like Barbados are the ones doing all the work, when our population accounts for less than 1% of the world, then our impact will be that of a catapult shooting at the moon, where you're reaching for the stars but can only go as far as a little balloon will take you. I'm not here to make you feel afraid. I can only trade this wisdom and wish one day we'll break away from just tourism and give some new minds a chance to shine. A chance to find strategies that can actually be applied to our lives. We can't continue to exclude the youth out of a future that includes them. So let's move forward with a movement that moves in conjunction with conversations of empowerment. Let's take the takeaways from the youth forums from both local and foreign nations and use them to build the foundation of thought. Because we can't let people who can run to safety make decisions for those who can only walk. So all the essays and debate that relate to what we need, I believe we should implement them as initiatives led by those who will succeed our leaders. So when the elders leave us, their life's journey will mark the way forward for a better tomorrow. And this cathedral of wilderness, with all its depressing pillars and weeping willows, will remain holy land, untouched by the sinful hand of man.
Yeah, yeah. My eyes are closed, press rewind, need to redefine. It's been a long time with you, I'm not alone with you. I need to know you're by my side. Feel like all my life I've been on this ride with you. I'm not alone with you. Like I love you in a long time, baby. Say you've never had a long time, baby. Feel like the one that I could wait on you. Cause you make me feel like you my long time love. Never felt this in a long time, love. I could love you for a long time. You make me feel I love you, love you, love you long time. Yeah. You my long time love. Never felt this in a long time, love. I could love you for a long time. You make me feel I love you, love you, love you. Might as well confirm this. Uptime, make a full term. This it ain't hard to tell. It is what it is. It is what it is. Like I love you in a long time, baby. Say you never had a long time, baby. Feel like the one that I could wait on you. Cause you make me feel like you're my long time love. Never felt this in a long time, love. I could love you for a long time. You make me feel I love you, love you, love you long time. You're my long time love. Never felt this in a long time, love. See, I could love you for a long time. Ooh, love, you say you in love. One time, yeah, you my love, yeah. You say you never wanna. You give me the feeling that I long for. Ooh, love, time to couple up. Have some downtime, baby, let we double up, yeah. You know my heart got room for you. You give me the feeling that I long for. You my long time love. Never felt this in a long time, love. I could love you for a long time. You make me feel I love you, love you, love you long time, yeah. You my long time love. Never felt this in a long time, love. I could love you for a long time. You make me feel I love you, love you, love you long time. Say you my long time love. I never felt this in a long time, love. See, I can love you for a long time. I love you, love you, love you long time. You my long time love. I never felt this in a long time, love. See, I can love love you for a long time. I love you, love you, love you long time. You're my long time love. I never felt this in a long time love. See, I can love you for a long time. I love you, love you, love you long time. Yeah. Thank you.
Bravo. Bravo. That's all I can say. Bravo. It is no secret that we have an abundance of talent across these 166 square miles. And as the excitement continues to build, what must be revealed is where our brave crowd is off to next. Let's take a look at the map.
The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Her Excellency Rebecca Grinspan, Secretary General of UNCTAD. Jayatma Wickramanayaka, United Nations Secretary General's Envoy on Youth. Ms. Teresa Marshall, National Coordinator of UNCTAD 15. Ms. Roshana Trim, Lead Organizer of the UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum. Excellencies all, ladies and gentlemen, and young people, a warm Barbadian good morning and welcome to my home Barbados and the UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum under this year's theme, Pull Up, Change the Rhythm. My name is Java Seeley, CARICOM Youth Ambassador to Barbados, proud Barbadian, global citizen and young person, and I'm beyond honored to welcome you to not only the most exciting UNCTAD conference to date, but to this forum, the largest collective safe space for young people to look upon their present while imagining a future that goes beyond theory and allows us to create a world that is more inclusive, equal, equitable, prosperous, representative, imaginative, innovative, sustainable, exciting, and hopeful. Who better than a fellow young person to cut the proverbial ribbon on a space intended to privilege our issues and our own innovative solutions to address them? I would say that to be young is to desire to develop, and the pursuit of development is why we are all here today. Others would say that to be young is to be short-sighted, but throughout and after this conference, I know that all of you will agree with me to disagree because it is we who view the future that was once impossible, but now limitless. It goes without saying that we can't escape one of the greatest existential crises mankind has ever faced in COVID-19, which has ravaged the global community. And beyond the obvious global health crisis as a result, we face an intensifying mental health crisis, greater inequality, increasing unemployment, and an intensifying climate crisis which threatens livelihoods, especially in the Caribbean to the point of displacement, all which demand urgent action. So as young people, against such a background, we might make light by saying, but we move. But the question is now begged, how do we move now? And part of the meaningful collective action means asking all the right questions on how we can future-proof our lives and protect the most vulnerable in all societies. Asking questions on how we can improve our collective mental wellness, how we can overturn tokenistic practices of invitation, how we can bring a seat to the decision-making table, and better yet, extend the table for good. It was perhaps best said by our envoy on youth that the involvement of young people in the achieving of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals is usually limited to consultations or responsibility for implementing them. But we've shown that we aren't going to wait for representation or change to come around. There's a need for urgency, and the pandemic shows that there is no time to waste. Therefore, the pandemic allows us to fully pull up and change the rhythm into a pattern that instead serves to meaningfully include us at every step of the way as decisions are made to determine how we work equally, how we live equitably, how we represent meaningfully, and how we engineer change and opportunities for those in nations like Haiti, Venezuela, and the big ocean states of the Caribbean, and how we can foster easier exchange between developing countries across the Atlantic. But beyond the intention, beyond virtual Barbados, beyond what the virtual brochure can tell you, what am I welcoming and inviting you to? I'm welcoming you to the event which has brought together some of the world's youngest, best and brightest, most diverse young innovators, change makers, and even influencers who have already started to build towards the better world that we've begun to look forward to. I'm welcoming you to the place which inspires thought and action among us to address the most urgent issues of climate change, remembering 1.5 to stay alive, youth unemployment, mental health and wellness, economic growth and opportunities for empowerment and enabling of our own communities. This forum allows us the space to reimagine a world where we as young people feel safer and are inspired to create and innovate, to include, diversify and empower people, regardless of race, age, nationality or status. And that's exactly what you can expect over the next 2 days, moving from inequality to prosperity for all. It facilitates the exchange of young thought, culture, goods, people, services, and I know Madam Lead Organizer very well, and her team have worked tirelessly with UNCTAD both in Geneva and in Barbados to make sure that you feel that you belong to this space. Whether that be through the dialogues intended to help you engage amongst yourselves, through the youth o'clocks, or through networking at the Youth Café, all with the aim of preparing a youth declaration to be submitted to governments at the UNCTAD 15 Ministerial Conference. So, young people, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're a millennial of Generation Z or if you identify as part of the upcoming Generation Alpha, welcome to the future. I encourage you to fully engage, express yourself, voice your concerns, continue to critically question everything, and best of all, make friends, follow each other, and keep the conversation going. Very soon from now, it will be 2030, and it will be us at the helm of global leadership. Therefore, it's our job to pull up for our young people of tomorrow, today. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the youth. We're very happy to greet you again at the third edition of the UNCTAD Youth Forum that is taking place both Geneva, Barbados, but in a virtual manner. We're very happy to greet you again at this important moment in time where a pandemic has had significant challenges for you, the youth, but at the same time where you've displayed so much passion and courage. UNCTAD Youth Forum right now is taking place at the same time as the 15th Ministerial Conference. This is a great opportunity for you again to share your voice, to express what is the kind of future you want. We're going to ask you this week to work on a youth declaration that you will be able to present to the 195 member states of UNCTAD early October, where indeed you can share your views of the future. So since 2016, we've been working with you. The first time was at UNCTAD 14, where equally you prepared a political declaration, which was based on more and better jobs, education, and state accountability. Lots more needs to be done, that I hear from you. But if we look back since 2016, what are some of the big achievements that you've done and where we try to help you with? First of all, there's now a community of over 5,000 people where you follow us, you help us, you support, you join in meetings, in campaigns, and so on. But also, there's this large group of game changers, of young digital entrepreneurs in Africa and Asia who have followed a course that was launched under the auspices of UNCTAD's former special advisor for young entrepreneurs and small business, Jack Mave Alibaba. You all say that this program was a mind-blowing program for you. You've come back home, you've tried to start working on reducing the digital divide, on creating digital ecosystems with great impact from the stories I hear. And I'm happy to say some of you will be speaking in some of the events during these 3 days. But also, you've launched an initiative in 2018, Youth Action Hubs, where you work now at community level and help people better understand what the SDGs are about and how each and one of us with little things in our daily life can help each other and create a better world. So this is big. Just in 5 years' time, 3 of these wonderful initiatives. And we at UNCTAD so much look forward, continue working with you, and through this forum, see what we can do together. Now, this forum has been organized under a motto that UNCTAD holds very high: for youth, with youth. There's this international community of youth who've been working together to shape the program, like what are the kind of things you want on the agenda. And also, of course, the host country of UNCTAD 15, there's this vibrant youth community under the lead of Roshana Trim, who've prepared everything, worked day and night to make this an unforgettable experience for you. So I would say, enjoy these 3 days, speak up, participate in the sessions. Everywhere you can provide comments. There's an exchange with member states and many, many more things, career building, what have you. So wishing you a wonderful 3 days. Thank you.
Without further ado, let's welcome some shining stars across the dance landscape of Barbados. Dancing Africa.
Hi, my name is Farhana Bulbulia. I'm the founder of the Barbados Association of Muslim Ladies. Around the world, women and girls face so many challenges that we seldom speak about. These things impact us in many different ways. Growing up in Barbados, one of the things that I saw from very early is that women and girls that look like me are seldom in positions of leadership, seldom have the opportunity to influence decisions that impact us. And the result is that we're left out, that our needs are not met, and our voices are not heard on things that are important for our development, important for us reaching prosperity for all. The reality is that we're left behind. Many marginalized women and girls and people who don't fit the norm or look like everyone else are often forgotten. Wearing a hijab or a scarf puts me at particular risk of discrimination. People look at what I wear and use that as a tool, as a reason to discriminate against me. It affects mine and so many other women and girls' ability to access healthcare, decent jobs, education, because we're just not given safe spaces to grow and learn. For me, prosperity is the ability to be free, to be who I am, to lead, to have my voice heard on things that are important to me. Reaching prosperity for all means leaving no one behind, ensuring that our most marginalized are included, and that we're not only included for our voice just to be heard, but that we have the opportunity to lead in change and lead in having a world that is free from inequalities. That is my hope.
Less than a decade stands between where we are and a global deadline of 2030. COVID-19 has in many ways highlighted glaring inequalities among the world's populations and the vulnerabilities of the global south and small island developing states. What does a just, equal, and prosperous world look like? How has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted or altered the progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals? How can we reset, refocus, and re-engineer our approach to a world where no one is left behind? I'm Crystal Hoyt. Thank you for joining us for UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum. Good morning if you're joining us from across the region, and good evening to those in Geneva. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us today. I'm Crystal Hoyt, a journalist here in Barbados, and it's my pleasure to moderate this session of UNCTAD Youth Forum. Today, we have an amazing panel on Where Are We Now?, Equality, Prosperity, COVID-19, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This session, like many others to come, is really to facilitate the exchange of experiences among youth and strengthen a network of future leaders. So, here's the format to give you an idea of what to expect. I'll take a few minutes to introduce the panel. We will have opening remarks by Barbados' Minister of Tourism and International Transport, Senator Lisa Cummins, followed by remarks from Barbados' Ambassador to CARICOM, David Comachon, and then I will kick off the conversation asking questions that draw out some of the issues and areas of interest we should be thinking about. During the latter part of the session, we'll open up the floor to give you, our audience, an opportunity to answer the panel questions. Sounds good? Great. Let's get started. I'm joined by Ms. Roshana Trim, who is the UNCTAD Youth Forum lead and the co-founder of Pink Parliament, which focuses on increasing the number of women in politics. She's also the Barbados Youth Development Council president and has spent her years in youth development. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Our next panelist is Mr. Frederic Ashikada. He's the founder of the digital marketing firm Net Event Port Hub, and he's also the co-founder of Solar Tech Startup. He believes in the power of equality, education, diversity, and innovation to create a better society. Currently, he's doing a master's in innovation and entrepreneurship and society at NTNU. It is a pleasure to have you with us. Next is Ms. Kanik Sajiwani, Assistant Manager, Global Transmission Report. Ms. Sajiwani is a marketing and business development strategist and social impact consultant from India, a young leader with over a decade of experience working with different nonprofit organizations in various capacities. She's no stranger to UNCTAD Youth Forum, and we are honored to have her back. Also no stranger to UNCTAD is Ms. Malou Legret, who works for UNCTAD in Geneva with the Trade Facilitation Team on the Empowerment Program for National Trade Facilitation Committees. She mainly works with Africa and Central Asia on trade facilitation and gender, but has gained extensive experience at the UNCTAD New York office, where she previously worked on the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 and Agenda 2030. We are honored to have her here as well. And last, but by no means least, is Rodney Tishnoma Munamo, a professional social science researcher and educator. He is a trustee coordinator for Youth Action Hub in Zimbabwe. Rodney is committed to working towards identifying transformative and sustainable pathways in the provision of educational service, especially for differently abled learners, and we are glad to have him. Thank you all for joining us. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Minister of Tourism and International Transport, Senator Lisa Cummins, to give her opening remarks.
Thank you so much to the organizers of UNCTAD for having me and welcoming me this morning. Thank you to you, Crystal, and of course to Roshana for organizing this amazing event. It reminds me of my own youth, which I hope is not too far away, of being a young activist. 22, I believe I was 18 years old at the time when we had the Sustainable Development Forum at the time in Rio de Janeiro, and we had the SID Summit here in Barbados. And I remember being in the position that you are in now as a young, engaged activist, and I'm incredibly proud that I'm here on the other side of the table, living and being a representation of that which you just spoke about, Crystal. Youth as future leaders. I was you once at 18, 19, and 20, and now I'm proud to be here delivering remarks on behalf of Prime Minister Motley, who regrettably is unable to join us this morning, but I'm here quite happily because this is so important. This is who I am, this is who you are, and this is who we need so many of our young people to be. This is an incredible and an important forum this morning, and specifically as we're talking about the importance of the youth development goals and the critical agenda that has been set for 2020. There's nothing more important than what we are dealing with today. And I want to send my congratulations to the teams that have worked all across the globe to put this all together and ensure that we could be here today. I want to take a few moments just to go through what we're meant to be discussing. So we talk about pull up, change the rhythm, and I love that. It's who we are as a people, certainly us hosting this in Barbados and in the Caribbean by extension. But I want us to just tease a few things out before we go into the panel discussion. Youth have a seat at the table in helping to craft policies. We have a range of policy initiatives that have helped us to craft the way towards the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. We have been developing youth inclusive policy frameworks. We have, of course, the Global and Youth Development Policy Making Fora, and many of you have been a part of that process all along. We are and have been making progress, and this has been the rhythm. The rhythm has been steady. It has been future forward. It has been inclusive. It has focused on a range of issues, including health and wellness, looking at the important issues of gender equity, eliminating poverty and hunger, of course, ensuring that we're including everyone and everyone has a voice and a seat at the table. We have created important linkages between education and employment, and we are ensuring that we can face the challenges of tomorrow by putting measures in place specifically as it relates to environmental issues and mitigation of climate change so that the future generations are in a position to benefit from that which we have and we enjoy today. But the COVID-19 pandemic caused the world to pull up. If we were in a dance hall or in a Caribbean entertainment space, we would probably have the horns and we would say, pull up, something along those lines. And we would have to just say, hang on, stop, let us take fresh guard. So what are we doing now? What is required to change, accelerate, or to keep the rhythm going towards the steady march to the 2030 agenda? And I want, in the few minutes that I have with you, to just share a few key policy interventions that I believe are going to be necessary for us to ensure that we can adapt the rhythm, to keep the rhythm going, and to develop a new rhythm that keeps us steadily walking towards 2030, but then mapping a way that allows us to adapt to where we have been since 2018. The first thing that I want to share is that there has to be a look at what the future distributional policies will be. There are so many vulnerable populations that existed pre-COVID, but COVID has resulted in high levels of unemployment. We've seen inequity presenting itself in education and the absence of face-to-face classes and what that has meant for the digital divide and access to digitalization. New policies in a post-COVID environment must continue to take into account innovation and technology, but it must be focused on vulnerable populations that allow for intersectionality to take place across education, gender, poverty, and inclusion lines. All sustainable development goals, but now linked very closely to mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on the attainment of goals that specifically allow for our young people to benefit from the best education that there is available, to benefit from employment opportunities, and to create new entrepreneurship opportunities for our young people by ensuring that there are those distributive effects. There must also be a correlation between short-term policy interventions and that future we want. This is the foundation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the foundation of the Millennium Development Goals that predated them. This is the foundation of the sustainable agenda, development agenda that was created right here in Barbados and in Rio for small island developing states. What is the future we want? And how are the short-term policy interventions that we must take now, specific to COVID-19, going to help us to craft that future? And so we must bring our young people to the table, which is the third point that I want to make. We have to redesign our policies with our youth, which look at the distributive effect of our new short-term policy rulemaking, and roll these policies out using age cohorts. The way in which policies, short-term, medium-term in particular, which is the way in which we have typically been making policy now, these have to be assessed across all age cohorts. The way in which they will impact persons who are seniors and elders in our community, those who are millennials, those who are from my generation, are all going to be different. And we have to look at both policy making and policy impact assessment using age and age diversity as a basis for that assessment. There has also to be a leveraging of engagement of young people in their mobilization efforts. I am amazed and impressed that social media, every single platform, I have to confess that I'm not on most of the platforms because I'm probably not that generation, but the mobilization efforts that young people have been able to pioneer and lead, independent of anyone else, must be leveraged as part of our mitigation efforts, but also a part of our return to normalcy. Finally, the fourth point that I want to make here is that, well, I think the third, I have one more point that I want to make actually before I get to the final point. I wanted to speak just for a moment about the role of statistical analysis. So many of our agencies are currently collecting data, and they're looking at census results, population surveys, social impact assessment, environmental impact assessments, levels of unemployment, in mitigation of all of the impacts of COVID-19 on the society as a whole. A lot of this data has been collated in silos. We need to pull this data together, and it has to be able to go into our assessment of what will be my final point. How do we update our new youth action policies to ensure that the outcomes of these impact assessments benefit our youth and allow us to meet the 2030 targets? And that's the key thing that I want to leave with you here. We have to meet the 2030 targets, and we have to be able to plan beyond that. We have to plan for the future that you want, the future that you deserve. And that has to enable the generation that comes now. We're now beginning to talk about the generation that comes after you. And so there has to be that level of inclusion, transformation, transition, that allows for that inclusion and ultimately that new policy framework development. I am looking forward to the outcomes of this forum. All of the panelists who are here speaking, who are going to be speaking about the various sectoral areas, I'm looking forward to hearing all of those things. And I'm happy that we are going to be, with the leadership of all of you, in a position with the best minds, the brightest minds, the most enthusiastic minds, to change the rhythm, adapt the rhythm, and to move well past the pull-up phase of where we have been. Thank you all so much for being here, and congratulations on an amazing session which is yet to come.
And that has truly set the tone. Thank you, Senator Cummins. At this time, I'd like to invite Ambassador David Commichon to give his remarks.
Thank you, Crystal. Well, first of all, let me add my voice of welcome to this UNCTAD Youth Forum. Let me welcome the entire world to Barbados and this forum. Perhaps the most important component of the 15th UNCTAD, because our young people are primarily, not totally, the owners of the future. This session, where are we now? Equality, prosperity, COVID-19, and the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Crystal, to put it bluntly, we are not in a very good place. As we all know, I mean, the pandemic has really hit the world hard. So if we look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's poverty, hunger on the increase, whether it is good health and well-being on the decrease, whether it is education, our education has been severely damaged, our education systems, jobs, economic growth on a downward trend, and so it's not a very encouraging picture. We are far away from achieving the 2030 agenda. COVID has made it even that much more difficult. But to be honest, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda was always an ambitious, revolutionary agenda, but I would say also a very necessary and critical agenda, critical for the very survival of our planet. I mean, climate change, climate action was one of the key sustainable development goals. But it was always revolutionary and ambitious, and we always knew that achieving it was going to hinge on goal number 17, partnership for the goals. If we were ever to achieve that sustainable development that the world needs, it was always going to call for a very serious global partnership. In fact, I would say it was going to call for a revitalized global partnership, coming together in a spirit of global solidarity and in support of a truly universal and transformative global development agenda. Nothing short of that was ever going to do it. And one would have thought that the COVID-19 pandemic, that if there was one thing that would catalyze and bring to the fore that global partnership, that global solidarity, it would have been the COVID-19 pandemic, because it threatens precious human lives all across the world. But Crystal, I'm afraid that I have to report, speaking from my vantage point in CARICOM, that we have been very, very disappointed in the global response to the pandemic. We have been very disappointed that powerful and important entities in this world have not been taking the plight of developing countries and their vulnerable populations seriously enough. We would have thought that in a spirit of global solidarity, that there would have been an understanding that we all had to come together to make sure that everybody has access to COVID-19 vaccines, for example. Instead, we find a situation of kind of vaccine apartheid, where a lot of the developing world is shut out. We would have thought that in the Caribbean, for example, our economies are so tourism dependent. Some of us have lost 20% of our gross domestic product because of the shutting down of tourism and travel. And we've had to spend all of this new expenditure on health measures. And one would have thought that the international financial institutions would understand that we need, if we are to keep on track to meet the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, we need new resources. We need our debt to be postponed way into the future. This has not happened. So where is the global solidarity? It has not been there. But, Crystal, failure is not an option. We simply cannot fail. So the question is, in light of that reality, where do we go? I believe that what we really need is a very serious international mass movement dedicated to bringing about a new world economic and political order in which those sustainable development goals are at the core, at the center of it. That is not going to come easy. That is going to call, especially for young people, to mobilize right across the globe. So I'm saying nothing less than a kind of international mass movement of activism for those goals is going to do it. And I use as an example the anti-apartheid movement of the 1970s and 1980s, when South Africa was mired in that racist system. The youth of South Africa, the youth of Soweto and the other townships led it, but young people and governments and institutions from all over the world got on board, and there was an international mass movement that brought about the termination of apartheid in South Africa and a new South Africa. Something like that really needs to happen. UNCTAD can be a leading actor in that process, but UNCTAD must be a place of partnership between the South and the North, the developed world and the developing world. But we must also understand that power concedes nothing without a struggle, and therefore, first and foremost, UNCTAD must self-consciously see itself as that institution that is going to fight for the South, that is going to fight for developing countries, that is going to fight for that sustainable development agenda on behalf of the developing world. And I just want to end by saying that Barbados is a very good example for what needs to happen. If you look at our history, we were the world's first out-and-out slave society. We began our history a terrible, brutish, oppressive place. But our people resisted, and we humanized that location of barbarism. We humanized it. Free education, free health care. So we brought Barbados up to a position where we were number 19 on the UN Human Development Index. So let us be inspired by Barbados. The same way we could, with a superhuman struggle, humanize that slave society, we now need to humanize the international economic and political order. And the young people have to take the lead on this. And I end with the words of Barbados' national hero, the Right Excellent Clement Payne: organize, educate, agitate, but don't violate. That's a good motto for our youth.
It is. Thank you, Ambassador Commissioner. I couldn't agree more. Well, let's jump right into today's discussion. Where are we now? And no favorites, but Roshana Trim, the UNCTAD Forum leader, is the best person to really put into perspective where are we now.
Thank you so much, Crystal. And I echo many of the sentiments of Ambassador Commissioner as it relates to where we are right now. The world is at a critical stage. The COVID-19 pandemic has been felt by every citizen, every person across the world, no matter where you are. And without argument, the effects are going to be long-lasting, and they have been far-reaching. So it is really there that UNCTAD starts as a critical point for us to reset, refocus, and re-engineer our approach to achieving an equal and prosperous world. What is lucidly clear with this pandemic is that we cannot continue to do as we have done before. COVID-19 has brought into sharp focus the inequalities of our world, not only at a grassroots level, but at the international level. So once again, it reinforces the idea that those who have will do what they want, and in often cases, those who do not have will find themselves defenseless. So let's talk about where we are now using some lived experiences. In Haiti, the death toll following the 7.2 magnitude earthquake of the 14th of August has surpassed 2,000 and hundreds remain missing. In Afghanistan, the global community has opted to support the governance of a country ravaged and destroyed by an externally motivated war to fend for themselves as they legitimize the Taliban through diplomacy and aid. Cuba and Venezuela, our partners, remain embargoed and restricted even as they aid neighboring islands while blacklisted and marginalized. Across the world, some hoard vaccines and administer third shots, while many are still struggling to deliver first doses to their populations. Equality is a myth and an aspiration for many marginalized groups. We can talk about Black Lives Matter, the LGBTQ+ community. And then we can look at the Taliban's restrictions on women in Afghanistan. We are a long way away from where we need to be. And while COVID-19 may have thrown us off course, I am not certain that even before the pandemic that we were on track to achieve the 2030 agenda. An equal and prosperous future for all is about ensuring the well-being of each and every person, regardless of where they are from. And so it calls on the global community to re-examine their policies and how we treat the nations whose democracy and governance looks different to ours, and whose citizens feel the brunt of the global mistreatment. And so, to close, on the eve of the UN General Assembly and COP26, it is time that the global community and those whose carbon emissions continue to threaten the lives and livelihoods of those who call small island developing states home, we have to stop the negotiations. We do not have the benefit of time. It is time to have a real discussion about reparatory justice and righting the wrongs of colonial inheritances for countries like Haiti. Where we are now demands that we pull up, pause, as the Prime Minister of Barbados often says, press brakes. Global governments need to show that prosperity and equality is not a right, but a privilege, and invest in the action that ensures that it happens.
That's an excellent point. You were speaking about the 2030 Sustainable Goals deadline fast approaching. Perhaps Malu can tell us about how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted that trajectory.
Thank you. Yes, can you hear me well? Good to know. Yes, I can say that, well, from what we can see that there are more poverty. They expect to be over more than 1 billion by 2030. I think COVID-19 also really increased the gender gap, but also everything about climate change. But it is, I think the most important is not to shift the focus. We should really assemble together the recovery with the SDGs, because the SDGs remains the best framework, especially to also cover the gap made by COVID-19.
And a follow-up, I know your background is in trade facilitation. So if you can just tell me a bit about, or expand more on MSMEs and the importance of that for me.
Yes, thank you. Well, as the report of the World Bank was stating that 90% of businesses are actually MSMEs. So it accounts for 50% of employment in the world. So that's why MSMEs are the perfect agent of change for the SDGs. And we all saw the impact of the evergreen ship on the Suez Canal. So it really shows the importance of trade facilitation. And MSMEs need to have they need to avoid the obstacles to trade. And that's why trade facilitation is key. And trade facilitation can be, for example, access to information, but also transparency. But also, especially now that we, the youth, have a different way of engaging with newcomers and entrepreneurship. This is something that the youth is now really focusing on. So that's why I could say that the SDGs and trade facilitation are key and also linked together.
You spoke about youth and entrepreneurship. I really want to zero in on youth and employment opportunities. Kanika, you can tell me more about the youth employment opportunities that may have arisen as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and what opportunities are we looking forward to?
The pandemic has glaringly highlighted many challenges we knew existed, but have made us realize the urgency to which we need to address them. I strongly believe that in order to reset, refocus, and re-engineer our approach to a world where no one is left behind, we need to revamp our education sector and prepare our youth to tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow. One of the major challenges the youth focuses today is unemployment. Now, according to ILO Monitor, there were unprecedented global employment losses in 2020 of 114 million jobs relative to 2019, and losses were significantly higher for women than for men, and for younger workers than for older workers. Now, there are a few facets behind unemployment that can be mitigated by revamping education. First, lack of requisite skills relevant to today's job. Now, how many of the youth currently employed learn something in school or colleges that they practice today in their jobs? There's a huge gap between theory and practice, which requires the education sector to catch up onto new, more relevant subjects that are needed for jobs today. With the advent of technology and digitizing economy, it becomes integral to educate the youth on subjects such as entrepreneurship, digital media, personal finance, to name a few. Second, now imagine the youth has these skills they need for the job sector. They still lag behind because they don't have the requisite years of experience in the field. Once again, the gap between theoretical knowledge and actual practice is rendered too wide, and through volunteerism and internships, we can help bridge it. At last, proper dissemination of information through appropriate channels. Online platforms have to be leveraged at best to provide access to scholarship, grants, internships, volunteering, and employment opportunities. At times, the challenge is not that there's a scarcity of resources or opportunities, but that there is not enough visibility or knowledge around to proliferate the message. Policy measures should be taken at both national and regional levels to ensure young people around the world have access to the information they require to hone their skills. As a young person, my knowledge about jobs is only limited to sectors that I see and read about daily. In my case, consumer goods primarily. But if I dig deeper into the internet, I realized that jobs are available, in the energy sector, auto sector, technology sector, luxury goods industry, so on and so forth. It becomes imperative for organizations and the government to market these industries and up-and-coming careers and educating the youth to hone their research skills and look beyond what is readily available. To summarize, it's a collective responsibility to prepare the next generation for the world of work in a post-COVID era, and it begins by revamping education to future-proof our leaders of today and tomorrow.
Now, I know that this is a global discussion, so we are pulling expertise from around the world. I know in your home country, Frederick, I know in your home country in Norway, you guys are one of the leading nations as it relates to autonomy vessels. And I want to know about the importance of operating those global value chains and those regional value chains and how it underpins the Sustainable Development Goals for us.
Sure. Thank you so much. We got, first of all, it is important to have a clear definition of the blue economy. As World Bank says, the blue economy is it points to a sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods and jobs while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystem. What's important about the autonomous vessel? For example, we got Jarald Birkeland, with the close collaboration with the lead firm Kongsberg Maritime Group here in Norway. That is achieved through a close collaboration between small actors, SMEs, and the TNCs of Kongsberg Maritime as a leader in the maritime field. In order to work around the question about atomic vessels and its influence linked to the global value chain, that is, you will have improved efficiency with these incremental and disruptive technologies which is built into these ships. It reduces the human risk and it also enables further growth, moving toward the industry of 4.0 and more interconnectedness, where the small firms with their speed, their technical know-how can work in close collaboration with the lead firms, and then that's how we could link and maximize the value that both the small and medium-sized businesses and the leading firm can operate. For example, the Nordic countries, the emphasize the importance of citizen participation in the planning and policies throughout the value chain. An example would be that the Ocean Atomic Cluster conducted an outstanding event focusing on synergies and innovation in the maritime industry, where both the small players and the bigger companies got heard, and the youth could raise their voice in the room and discuss with great engagement.
Speaking of engagement, we of course can't have a youth forum and not talk about inclusivity. Rodney, one of the SDGs focuses on inclusivity, and your primary area is how we can ensure inclusive and equitable quality education that will promote lifelong learning for those with disabilities. So I'll give you an opportunity to share a bit about that.
Thank you so much for having me on this forum. With regards to inclusivity or attaining inclusive education, we have to move away from blanket approaches that have been used in the past. And I'm grateful that we are gathered here to elaborate on changing the Riddim. So you'd realize that the changes that have been introduced by the COVID-19 pandemic worldwide have resulted in the abrupt adoption of ICT technologies in facilitating education. And one of the biggest mistakes that our governments and educational institutions are making is to place premium on adoption of ICT technologies without focusing on issues of affordability and accessibility of certain populations. By digitalizing the education or academic spaces, there has been a tendency to discriminate those learners or students from low-income settlements, the rural populations, and people with disability, simply because by introducing ICT technologies and learning management systems, we do not consider issues of proficiency with the platforms. There is need to do follow-up and make sure that there are strategies or models to ensure that everyone is connected. I was looking at the statistics. UNESCO 2021 was saying that close to 3.6 billion people in the world do not have access to the internet. So instead of placing premium on issues of a sudden shift and change, there is need for visiting case-by-case issues and engaging local communities as well as education service providers and making sure that our learners are proficient with the systems. They also have access to ICT gadgets. They have access to the internet and access to electrical supply. I hope I've answered you well on that.
You most definitely have. Well, now it's time for the audience to give their questions to the panel. You've heard the areas that they're focused on, so your turn. We're just checking Slido for a couple questions. All right, so we have some coming in from the audience. And I guess any person on the panel can take up this one now. It directly relates to given all that's already happened, and where do we see young people and how young people can be included in a post-COVID recovery as it relates to policy? Perhaps Senator Cummings may be best suited to answer that.
Sure, I can try, very much so. I think that the fora which have been already created, certainly at the multilateral level, under the umbrella of UNCTAD and other agencies, needs to now be globalized, so that we're having conversations at the level of the ILO, for example. We're seeing that about 1.6 million young people are presently unemployed. How do we bring the conversation at the level of the ILO into the conversation with UNCTAD, into the conversation with the World Tourism Organization, where a lot of those unemployed persons are coming from directly and indirectly? How do we then bring the conversation into, as Roshana started out to say, into the UN General Assembly to ensure that there is inter-policy coherence that allows for young people to speak their truth, to speak their reality, to face the issues that they're managing. And I think one of the other issues that I think when Rodney was speaking about inclusion and education, we have created a narrative around the linkages between education and employment. And there is a strong correlation between the two, but more and more young people are purely innovative by default or by socialization and orientation. And we have to create pathways for those persons, even outside of formal education and reformed education, to be included in the conversation on the future that we have to create in a post-COVID environment. So inclusion has to take place at multiple levels. At a policy level, it has to be systemic throughout all of our institutions, and it has to be global, so that we're able to respond globally, nationally, and locally to what really has been a global shift in our conversation and our development trajectory.
Krista, could I just support Senator Cummings?
Yes, you may.
Yes, I think young people have to demand inclusion at all levels, at the national level, at the regional level. At the regional level, for example, we have our Caribbean community, CARICOM. We have the private sector as an associate institution of CARICOM. We have the labor movement as an associate institution of CARICOM. But as of now, we don't have our youth as an associate institution. They need to demand it. And at the governmental level, the level of our national governments, they need to demand that inclusion. In Barbados, we are talking about a system of people's assemblies, and we've carved out a very important space for our young people within that system. But it's not just going to fall into the laps of our youth. Our youth have to make that demand that they be included at all levels within the nation, regional and international.
I want to interject here because I do remember you mentioning partnerships, and we have a question here coming in regarding that. How we can create a balance between the suggested policy priorities and investments to deal with the unfinished agendas while addressing the dynamic shifts in the global partnerships?
Well, basically, we are concerned that the currently existing international economic and political order, the big institutions that dominate that order, do not sufficiently recognize the developing countries, many vulnerable populations. It seems as if sometimes we feel that we are invisible. So that partnership, because we're talking about a global agenda, The Sustainable Development Goals is about creating a new world order. So that partnership has to be a global partnership involving the developed countries of the world, the developing countries, the international financial institutions, the multilateral institutions, and it has to be a genuine partnership that acknowledges our humanity, recognizes us, and understands that it can't be business as usual, that some very fundamental changes have to be made. And I come back to the point I was making. If COVID didn't do it, if COVID was incapable of sparking that human global solidarity, then what will? But as I said, we cannot give up. And I trust that young people can spark an international movement that where young people of the developing world can link arms with the young people of the developed world, and we can push the notion that there must be that new global partnership in which we recognize our common humanity. It comes down to that.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Trying to get in as many questions as possible. We have a question in about the blue economy. I think Frederic would be best to answer that as it relates to the developing the blue economy and what frameworks can be put in place and supported for a developmental transformation of the ocean, and what possible job opportunities for youth in that sector we can look forward to.
First of all, thank you for the question. The EU has their own blue growth strategy that links back to 2007. That is a framework to cover the entire maritime economy and to develop coordinated, coherent, and transparent decision-making. I would also raise the importance of working within clusters, because when we have this transparent synergist partnership, that is also when change happens between the public and the private sector for the blue economy. Of course, the measurements have to be made, and also to avoid business as usual. You have the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance. You cannot just look at the economics. You have to look at the people level, at the local, regional, and national, to all the way to the global level. That's also why you have to measure every point of the value chain when it comes to the blue economy, because you have to gather those numbers and present those to the lead firms in order to spark a change and then work from there.
Couldn't agree more. I have more questions coming in. I think this is best suited for Rodney regarding advocating for the SDGs as it relates to those who may not be able to advocate for themselves. So the disabled community in particular, that's what the question is related to.
All right. Thank you so much. With regards to advocating for the SDGs, for the individuals that cannot advocate for themselves, we would realize that there have been international provisions and declarations dating from the 1970s, 1980s to the 1990s. We've had the Jomtien frameworks, and we've had the Salamanca framework, and several other instruments that have been enacted and released by the United Nations and UNESCO. With regards to that, there is need for governments to align their constitutional provisions so that they follow those frameworks. Apart from ratifying the international frameworks, there is need for legislation at local level. There is also need for policy formulation, and there is need for community engagement. For instance, learning from the pandemic, allow me to digress here. Learning from the pandemic, we would see that the release of accurate data or nearly accurate data by health institutions helped to come up with mitigating strategies or strategies to curb, circumvent the further spread of the virus, and also coming up with COVID-19 vaccines. So if we have databases in our formal institutions or governments where we have individuals who are disabled, registered according to the types of their disabilities, there can be follow-up strategies and mechanisms. We realize that there have been international provisions given and governments ratified, but they do not have policy instruments. And most of them do not have legal alignment at national level or locally, which has affected the realization or the advocating for these vulnerable populations, that is the differently abled learners or people living with disabilities. I hope I've answered you on that one.
You definitely have. As we look to wrap up, as we are under time constraints, my question to everyone on the panel as we are approaching the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals agenda is, what is your hope for young people at 2030? What is your hope? I'll start here in studio with me, Forum Leader Roshana Trim.
So I definitely have very high hopes, Crystal. It's an amazing question. I'm both chairperson of the Caribbean Regional Youth Council and president of Barbados Youth Development Council here. And my hope is that young people are included a lot more. Currently across the world, young people are underrepresented in political representation, and oftentimes we feel as though we're brought to tables as tokens. And so my hope is that young people are engaged as active partners in development and not simply problems to be solved or brought in at the end. I think it's important that we are engaged at every step of the way, and that is my hope, that we are included and recognized for the ideas and aspirations that we have, and to be able to bring them to fruition.
Ambassador Commercial?
Well, I'm with Roshana, but I want to say that young people can't wait to be included. Young people have to mobilize, they have to organize themselves, they have to mobilize, and they have to insist that they be included. And I think that this UNCTAD Youth Forum should have a legacy. It should go on. And I mean, the kinds of philosophy I heard coming from Roshana says to me that, you know, this can be a really transformative youth movement founded right here at UNCTAD. So more power to the youth, but you have to claim it.
And Kanika, what is your hope for young people in 2030?
I have similar hopes as Roshana. I would want to see youth to be able to pull up a seat at the table themselves and not wait for any institution or anybody else to give them that space. Just pull up a seat yourself if you don't find any, and start by holding the government accountable at every possible opportunity such as this. Participate in local and international meetings, forums, events, and just initiate a dialogue. It starts by initiating. It starts through you and by you.
Couldn't agree more. What about you, Malu?
I think it's essential to let the world see that the SDGs are something that can be really concrete, that we can all have an impact wherever you live, wherever you work, wherever you study, especially in a region like the SIDS and the least developing countries, for example. And one good thing about that is that we, the youth, can let the world see that SDGs can also be related to business opportunities, because SDGs and Agenda 2030 is not always something abstract, but can be concrete opportunities, like, for example, as we discussed, and I will be discussing during the Youth Forum, about sustainable energy, digital education, water, poverty, education, and gender equality. So my hope is that all the youth can have a good understanding and that we are more on target with the SDG and Agenda 2030.
Thank you so much. Senator Cummins, what is your hope for young people in 2030?
Thanks for asking. I agree with the comments that have been made by everyone so far, but I also want to perhaps make the point that there is a history across the UN system and in development policy where we set targets and then we become comfortable with not financing them and not meeting them. I want to see our young people, having been included, having been engaged, having been insisting on the seat at the table, to put themselves and our countries in a position where the 2030 targets that have been set are reset, clear, defined targets are given and finances committed to that. We've had a financing for development conference in the 1990s. Those levels of finances were never met. We've had the SIDS targets, those were never met. This has to be the moment where young people starting here in UNCTAD not just demand a seat at the table, but demand outcomes and deliverables within set timelines across all of the global platforms, the hemispheric, regional, and the national accountability that Malou just spoke about.
That is the perfect place to end. What an excellent discussion. I can't thank each of you enough for sharing your knowledge and your experience with us. Thank you, Senator Lisa Cummins, Ambassador David Kumusha, and my panelists. So glad to have you join us for UNCTAD Youth Forum. I'm Crystal Hoyt, and this has been my pleasure. Thank you all.
Youth Action Hubs is an initiative for young people who want to make a difference in their communities by launching projects related to the Sustainable Development Goals. These youth are a part of a network of phenomenal change makers who are driving change from the ground up and promote the youth agenda with stakeholders at all levels. You can check out more at https://unctad.org/topic/youth/youth action-hubs or send an email to unctadyouth@unctad.org.
and welcome to all attending this session. My name is Catherine Onasalase. I am the coordinator for the UK Youth Action Hub, and I'll be facilitating this session today, discussing different youth action hubs globally. So I'm going to introduce our 3 speakers for today, and hopefully we'll hear some interesting action that is going on around our youth hubs globally. So firstly, I'd like to introduce Miss Aurelia Bruce, who is the coordinator for the Youth Action Hub in Trinidad and Tobago. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Mateus Falacio, who is the coordinator for our Youth Action Hub in Brazil, as well as Mr. Vanch Madan, who is the coordinator for our Youth Action Hub in New Delhi, India. So welcome all. I would like to start off with just jumping into some short introductions and questions for each of our speakers, and then that will be followed by a Q&A with the questions that are put in through our Slido. So if I start with Aurelia, ladies first, I would like to just you to just give us a little intro about yourself and the Youth Action Hub in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you so much, Catherine. I am Aurelia Bruce. I am from Trinidad and Tobago, of course, coordinator of the Youth Action Hub. And let me early on say a quick shout out to my deputy coordinator, Rayanne Murray, without whom I don't think our Action Hub would exist. And so we've been working together for the last about 2 years, since 2019, working with the Youth Action Hub in Trinidad and Tobago to sort of do some of the foundational bits of it, to get it on a sustainable footing so that we can promote and continue to coordinate action amongst young people in pursuance of the SDGs. About myself, again, as I would have mentioned, I have been the coordinator of the hub since its inception in 2019. My background is in international trade. I've been in international trade for about 9 or so years. And so joining the UNCTAD Youth Action Hubs and participating and engaging young people in the discussion about trade, development, the economy, and of course the SDGs was particularly important for me.
That's great. That's amazing. And touching on the SDGs, you know, there's also always been an importance about partnership, and we're not running in silos, and we need to, you know, engage on a wider scale. So what has been the importance in partnership for the Action Hub in Trinidad and Tobago?
I think partnership has been critical for us in a number of ways. I think most of our interventions have been through partnerships. And I can talk about internal partnerships. Those are critically important, as well as external partnerships. So if I touch on a couple of our projects, even our initial meeting was the result of a partnership through our personal networks and our collaboration with the US Embassy in Port of Spain. We were able to have a space to meet. Of course, this was pre-pandemic, and you sometimes overlook the little things. And so the US Embassy facilitating that engagement was important. So that's one. Internally, in terms of partnerships among some of our members, and again, shout out to Rianne, individually or prior to the Action Hubs, she would have been doing clothing drives in her community. And so when we partner as a hub, we are able to, and as members of the hub, we are able now to amplify those efforts. We are able to make that clothing drive, broader, expand it, collect more and deliver more. And then again, when we partner to get a seat at the table, so to speak. So in terms of reaching out, to foster those partnerships, one of the things we did at the time of Trinidad and Tobago's National Voluntary Review is that we reached out to the consultants, again, a cold message saying, welcoming or introducing ourselves, saying, listen, we are part of the Youth Action Hubs and we want to get young people involved in the National Voluntary Review. Can we participate in consultations? Can you, send us the surveys and the like? And we were able to, disseminate that to our membership. So partnerships internally, externally, have been critical to, I would say, every endeavor that we've had as a Youth Action Hub.
Amazing. That sounds really great. I think you've got some really good relationships there. And I think for all the action hubs, it's really great to, always hear about the amazing partnerships that are actually able to come out of this, because, some of them you wouldn't just think that it would be possible, but, us youth, we make things happen. So Exactly. It will be possible. And then just touching on that in terms of having like the right skill set, or, finding like your team, how did you go about that? And what have you found has been critical?
And I think the two do work in tandem, because at times you partner too, whether it is fill gaps, you partner with other organizations in order to, again, expand your reach or influence in a particular area or on a particular topic, or you partner in terms of building your network. And so, first of all, I want to say, don't be afraid to reach out, even if it is, like I said, a cold call or a cold message or a letter, because you need to find those skills. Again, if it doesn't exist within your team, then look at partnerships or collaborators who can match or complement what you have. And I want to sort of pivot from that in terms of complementing what you have, because it's important to understand what skills are available, both personally and as well as in terms of within your team. And an assessment of that is important, a real reflection, because you have to understand your strengths and weaknesses as a person, but also as a hub. And so in terms of building our executive and the sorts of positions that we are looking at, of course, part of the challenge is communication. How do we reach out? How do we make sure that our messages are amplified and get to where they need to go? So again, getting those communication skills on board. How do we make sure, again, that the organization is on a strong footing? And we looked at, in the early stages, developing a constitution or bylaws. So again, persons who have those skills, whether it is legal or otherwise, to help us with fine-tuning those bits. And so we looked at, like I said, what we needed, again, what we didn't have, what we needed, and how we needed to complement that.
Amazing. That sounds really great. Just to give you a few more insight into your Youth Action Hub, is there anything that you've learned along the journey since 2019 of inception? What have you learned, and what key messages would you want to put out to other young people?
Oh, we've learned a lot. And I think one of the key things that we've learned is that, again, we have to do the unsexy work. At times, people come in for the visible projects. They come in for the, for the pomp and the show and the circumstance. But at the same time, especially when we started, it was at the inception of this Youth Action Hub idea, very much in its early stages. And we set the sort of vision of, listen, we want a strong foundation. That entails a lot of behind the scenes work. That entails a lot of background work that you don't necessarily get a pat on the back for. And you find that at times, members or people aren't willing to or aren't ready to do that kind of work. It's twofold, whether or not they have the skills to assist with that kind of building the systems and structures, or whether or not, it's not fancy enough to participate. So my key message to young people is we have to be willing and ready to roll up our sleeves and do the behind the scenes work. Glory ought to be the consequence and not the motive of our actions. And most importantly, I think it is, again, apart from knowing your strengths and effectively utilizing those amongst your teams, I think it is that only action will move the needle. If we're looking at achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, we can't wish it, we can't talk about it, we have to act, we have to participate, and we have to come together. I think the coming together is part of it. Coming together does not mean that you are relinquishing power in any way. It means that you are aggregating influence. So act, and act in concert, act together.
Great. I think that's a great key message to leave off with. I'm just going to pass it on to Matthias. It would be great to just hear a bit more about the Youth Action Hub in Brazil. So I just want to start off with, what is the purpose of the Youth Action Hub in Brazil and the work or projects that you guys are up to?
Great. Thank you very much, Catherine. It's a pleasure to be here today. And Youth Action Hub's Curitiba's purpose and Youth Action Hub Brazil in general is to promote a more sustainable mindset through youth. And that's because we believe that if today's youth, who will become tomorrow's leaders and decision makers, acquire this mindset, we will be more likely to transition to a more sustainable society. So to do so, Youth Action Hub's Curitiba's work is twofold. We basically promote awareness on sustainable development and foster the creation of sustainable solutions by youth. And now regarding our projects, we have basically three main projects. We have Youth Share, SDG Challenge, and Decade of Action. Youth Share is basically a project in which we basically share information about sustainable development and correlated topics through workshops, seminars, and online courses. Now, speaking about the SDG Challenge, it is a hackathon-style project in which we capacitate youth to create sustainable solutions to local challenges related to the 2030 agenda. So this is really what Aurelia was telling before in her speech, that we need to act. So in this project, this specific project, we help youth understand how they can create solid solutions. And lastly, we have Decade of Action, and this is currently our most ambitious project, and it aims to promote awareness about sustainable development in Paraná state universities that have more than 100,000 students and are located in the state where Youth Action Hub Curitiba is located in Brazil, and also develop youth to become SDG ambassadors in their universities. And after that, creates sustainable solutions to the biggest challenges the government of Paraná state has today to implement the 2030 agenda. So in this project, we really want youth to suggest and help the government to design new solutions to the current sustainable and 2030 agenda challenges.
Fantastic. I think it's providing that kind of empowerment for the youth to know that they can, suggest these things, make these demands that we deserve, in our relative countries or nations that we live in. So that sounds like great work. Fantastic. And just on a personal note, why did you decide to become a coordinator?
That's a good question. Well, as Aurelio Passetti, the first president of the Club of the Rome, used to say, I think it is the duty of every generation to leave a better world to its successor. And sustainable development is probably the biggest challenge of our generation. So I saw in Youth Action Hub initiative an opportunity to help implement sustainable development, and therefore do my part in this regard. This is why I've decided to become a coordinator and found Youth Action Hubs here in Brazil.
Amazing. We need more people like you. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to quickly move on to Vanch. Are you back? Yes.
Yes, I'm back. I'm really sorry for that.
Right. No worries at all. We all know how, the life of moving to virtual has really shaken us all up. No?
Definitely.
Yep. So just moving on to the Youth Action Hub in India, New Delhi specifically, right? What is kind of your mission currently out there?
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Our vision at YH India is to create more and more awareness about the SDGs, because when we in fact joined the Youth Forum in 2018, it was only 3 years that SDGs have came into existence. Until then, when we realized that not a lot of people in our country or in our schools or in our colleges know about what SDGs are, and realizing this importance of the knowledge of SDGs, which is a crucial thing for a country like India, which is experiencing a multidisciplinary problem, multidisciplinary issues at a similar time. So it became very essential to talk about SDGs, and not just talk about SDGs, in fact, engage people and children from different backgrounds. So we have done different programs with students, with college students, with school students, so that we can build the knowledge of SDG at the very, very base level, and not just wait for them to grow up and understand what SDGs are. So they say that the earlier you start is the better it is. So that's what we are trying to aim, because in India, the Niti Aayog, it's a government organization which works specifically for the knowledge and development of SDGs in India. And we have an SDG index report, which ranks the states of India on the basis of different parameters that have been given in the different SDGs. So that has been pretty much our goal, to expand the knowledge of SDGs amongst the students specifically.
That's great. I think that index will be a really good tool to use across India, and really, just like you said, just to engage more young people. So it sounds amazing, really great. Do you have any kind of future vision for the hub? What do you kind of see or envision the hub to kind of grow to?
So my vision for the hub stands for creating an ecosystem which engages all the SDGs, which gives you the knowledge of SDG, and at the same time it gives you a platform where you can lead an initiative, and by that initiative you are fulfilling one or the other targets of an SDG. So my vision for Youth Action Hub is to create an SDG ecosystem, which I don't think so has been existed till now, which is a multidisciplinary ecosystem which will focus on the knowledge part as well as the practical part as well. So that is broadly the vision of Youth Action Hub India right now.
That's great. That's great. And like I mentioned about, the pandemic and all that's going on, how has your hub kind of played a role or, got involved with issues regarding COVID-19?
So back in 2021 April, when the second wave of COVID hit India, so it was a very devastating time for India, where we were experiencing shortage of various resources, including hospital beds, medicines, oxygen, etc. And there was a lot of fake news that was coming up all this while, because this COVID, this disease, deadly disease, is new for everyone, and we didn't know anything about it. So there were a lot of people who were trying to take advantage of it, trying to loop in a lot of money and not caring about the lives of innocent people. So that's when we, Youth Action Hub, started to step in, and we worked and created a COVID verification network portal, where the entire team and the volunteers joined in to verify each and every resource and then upload it on a database which was publicly accessible. So we were calling all the hospitals at least 3 to 4 times a day in order to get the number of beds that are available, different types of beds that have been available. We were also calling different vendors who were selling the oxygen. We were trying to confirm the price, because a lot of people were charging enormously high price and not bringing out the humane part in it. Because at the end of the day, we have to fight this for the humanity. We have to fight the COVID virus for the humanity. And not a lot of people were working to it. So we decided to tackle this with our verification team. There were a lot of people who were engaged in creating databases and reaching out to different people through different platforms also. So I will just take a moment to share an anecdote where we found a pregnant woman who was infected with the COVID virus, and she was seeking a hospital admission for a delivery, and she wasn't able to find. So this was the case in India when we were witnessing such a time where there was a lot of shortage, both for the COVID patient and if in case they're pregnant, for the child as well. So this was the time that we stepped in and we tried to create a verification point where we were pulling in a lot of students. We were also pulling in on radio. We were also pulling on social media. So we did a lot of postings on social media, because that's the widely used platform these days. We used to put up verification. Let's say every hour there's a verification going that these many beds are available in this city, in this area, in this district. You can call up these numbers. So that really helped a lot of people. And the one part at which I would like to tell everyone, and I'm really proud that not only YH India, the entire city, specifically New Delhi, the entire city of New Delhi, and the people and the young people of New Delhi joined hands together to just work for this verification purpose. And they were day and night calling each and every hospital, each and every medicine shop, each and every chemist, each and every druggist, each and every doctor. And we were also kept a lot of mental health professionals also, because we knew how traumatizing this entire time was. So this was the entire framework and the network that we at Youth Action Hub, and many people in Delhi, many young leaders in Delhi, in the city of Delhi, began and came forward to work for this. And ultimately we fought the second wave, and now that's where we are all fine here.
That sounds great. And just quickly touching on exactly what you just said about, there wasn't many people out there. And I'm always going to bring up this topic of partnerships, because I think it's so important.
Yes.
How do you plan on using partnerships to expand your hub for things like, the way that you try to correct misinformation for COVID-19 and other projects or work that the hub is going on at the moment?
So with respect to COVID specifically, we partnered with a lot of student-led organizations because these, when you find the enthusiasm in these students, it's unmatchable with anything. You find a different level of energy and you find a different level of enthusiasm to work for the society. So this was one part where we partnered with a lot of student-led organizations and a lot of volunteers came up to help. We also partnered with stakeholders like newspapers and radio, which are the means of communication. And these were the means of communication which were accessible during the pandemic because no one was stepping out, so no one could meet anyone. So the means of communication was radio. Radio helped us a lot. Radio helped us in reaching out to different people, for plasma, blood donation, and this was one of the most effective partnerships that we have ever had. And apart from this, coming down to what Youth Action Hub actually works, for the awareness of the SDGs and creating an ecosystem for the youth of India. We have partnered with the fellow Youth Action Hubs to create programs, to create podcasts. So the first podcast came with the Ecuador and a few programs came with Brazil and Oman. So this has been a coordination of all the Youth Action Hubs that have been working in great collaboration with each other also because we believe that if you are a part of this entire UNCTAD Youth family, we need to work at least once a year together to integrate to promote national integrity and to promote international cooperation and harmony as well. So that's how we work in the sphere of SDGs when we partner with different Youth Action Hubs to lead the initiatives which are managed by both the hubs.
Fantastic. Thank you for all three on your very insightful kind of takeaways and information about what's going on in your hubs at the moment. I'm sure you've inspired a lot of youth right now out there, and anyone that's in Trinidad and Tobago, who's in Brazil or who's in India, if you do want to get involved, I mean, reach out and contact us. Or even the UK, hello. We'll be very interested, of course, to have you on board and get involved in the work that we are doing. So I'm going to quickly move on to some Q&A questions. So if there are any questions, I believe there's a Slido going. Just going to look through the questions myself, just to get a few going. I'm not sure I can see any questions at the moment. So what I'll do is I'll throw it back to one of you. Who should I pick on right now? Actually, let me finish off. Oh, thank you. I think I've just seen a question. Great. So from the experiences of the Youth Action Hub, what do you feel are some of the critical challenges that people face at the local and community level, and those that countries face at a higher level when trying to promote lifelong sustainable learning skills? I'm going to throw that open to any one of you. I think any one of you could answer that. So who would like to jump in there?
I think I'll go with
yeah,
this.
Sure.
Yeah, so one of those critical challenges that we face is interacting with people and sharing the idea that we have gone with that and making them comfortable with that idea, making them agreeable to that idea that we are working it, because when we work in a local community which has which at times might have an orthodox mindset, it becomes often very difficult to convince them what our mission is, what our vision is. And this is what I think the countries at an international level also believe when we talk about diplomatic relations with different countries or any crisis situation. They all feel that an interaction with the community which is affected is an important part, and they need to be convinced of the fact that what is being done is for the betterment of their societies, for the betterment of the community. So according to me, one of the critical challenges is to communicate and to interact with the people of that community and further convince them that the work that is being done is for their well-being and development.
Great. That's amazing. Does anyone else want to jump in and add to that question, or?
So I don't mind adding to the question. And if we're looking at what are the challenges in terms of promoting lifelong sustainable learning skills, I think, again, from the personal level or community level to the national level, it varies, right? I think at the national level, part of the challenge is ensuring that your curricula is up to date or keeping pace with changes. Again, what we see now in terms of the digital environment, digital engagement, digital commerce, etc. A number of countries, the curricula is out of date. And so more than that, in another 2 years, in another 5 years, if so much, it will be out of date again, even if we update it. So again, the systems of ensuring that the skills that are being imparted in national school systems, that they are constantly under review, update to take into account current circumstance or current issues. Because again, even when we consider the pandemic, I don't believe that the curricula would have foreseen or would have been prepared in a number of states, prepared to address virtual learning. So I think at the national level, promoting those learning skills, I think, is important. At the individual level, I think it is, again, convincing people that learning is lifelong. When we consider, again, transitioning or transitioning through careers, or even young people and their approach to learning, where you assume that after you've left university, that's the be all and end all and you know everything. That is not the case. Continuous learning and development is important. And I always say as well that the point of university, yes, it's that degree that you get at the end of your time there, but the point of university, in my estimation, is to teach you how to learn, because learning is a skill, and learning allows you, again, to create knowledge or how to access, create, and then also how to sometimes unlearn things. So it's a process of learning and unlearning, if I should say so. And so in the community, it is again, to understand that what obtains now, what we know now, what we hold to be truths and what we know to be now could be very different tomorrow. And how do we learn and unlearn things? And so I think promoting sustainable learning skills, it varies a challenge, but I think it is important for us to look at, especially when we consider our context today, as well as the future of work.
Fantastic. I think that is a great note to leave off on. I just want to thank you all for your participation. This has been a really great, thought-provoking conversation. And I think the key things that we can take away from this is that partnership is key, and lifelong learning. You can never stop learning, especially in this digital world of transformation. So thank you all very much. And thank you all for the joining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues, and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. UNCTAD, Barbados welcomes you.
Up next, we invite you to choose from our 2 exciting breakout sessions: Driving Youth Inclusive Economic Growth, or Accelerating an Inclusive Digital Transformation. Join our dynamic panelists as they explore building next generation economies that benefit everyone, including the youth with job-creating incentives, entrepreneurship, and life skill training programs. Or let's chat about the importance of digital technology and innovation to the advancement of youth development and the creation of inclusive knowledge societies. These are 2 sessions you don't want to miss.
Hey guys, really apologies. Something very last minute came up just a while ago. But I am present. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And I think that we can wait a couple of minutes more. So we have a couple of more participants joining before we start.
Okay.
Okay, I hope this is okay for everyone. I see Creative Junction, Zoom 1 and Creative Junction, Zoom 2. The name is too technical. Perhaps this is not an actual attendee, but technical person behind it. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Yeah, so let's give it a couple of minutes.
Okay, no problem. Should we give it a few minutes and come back at like 5:40, or should we just stay on and wait to see what happens?
The thing is, I wouldn't mind waiting for like 5 minutes, but in case people start pouring in, how do I call you guys?
Oh, okay, no problem. I'll just stay.
Or actually, you can, let's say that we start at 40 past, and either way, I will be acting as a moderator, apparently, for at least those 5 minutes. So I will keep people engaged if they come. Okay?
All right. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your flexibility.
No problem.
Okay. See you guys.
Right. No, I'll just turn off the video for now and then turn it back on in 5 minutes.
Yes, me too.
Good morning, and welcome to the session on accelerating digital transformation. As we know, the pandemic has, for the most part, forced us to go into this digital revolution. And what does that mean? It means that the set of skills that we have been able to procure as a people before may not particularly be relevant or as relevant as it did prior to the pandemic. It means, therefore, a lot of things must change. We've made the point over and over as a people that the education system must move beyond some of the traditional skills and assets that we sought to look after, and essentially start to imbue a new set of skills that young people are able to do so. And therefore, one of these areas is the digital transformation. And I'm happy to moderate a panel this morning with a few young professionals who will speak to us about how exactly we accelerate and transform this world digitally. I am Ryan Augustine Joseph, and I will be your moderator for you this morning. So today, the panel will run as smooth as it can. It's going to be very, very interactive for the most part, and each panelist will have an opportunity to be able to answer a few questions that speak directly to their professional attributes and in direct relation to accelerating the digital transformation. I'm joined this morning by Mr. Trevor Chung, Ms. Janique Kajon, and Ms. Jaja, who will speak to us about the accelerating digital transformation. So let's go to you, Trevor. Very small introduction. Tell us about yourself, what you do, and how exactly it is that you work within the digital transformation industry. Welcome.
Yeah, good to be here. So a bit about myself. I've been in, I guess, the computer science field for a while. did my master's up here in London. I've been living in London for the last 12 years, and I'll be returning to Jamaica in my current capacity with Jamaica National Commercial Bank as the head of digital and UX. My background is a software developer and a product manager. And I've really enjoyed that field, that intersection of figuring out how do you use technology for impact? How do you actually make a difference in people's lives? So I see the move from being in product management to digital transformation as just maybe a macro step of that, where it's now about not necessarily transforming technology, but enabling an entire organization to start transforming their businesses to better serve their users. And I really hope to have a broader impact across Jamaica and maybe even Caribbean if given the opportunity. So that's really me.
To that, Trevor. And while we're at you, I might as well ask you the question right away. In this digital era, consumers normally look for products and stuff that sort of align directly to their values. And what I want to hear from you today is really what exactly is the user experience, or rather, how exactly is the user experience so critical in a technological area?
I think you start from an interesting place. I think, when I look ahead, maybe 2, 4, 5 years into the future, that statement will definitely be true, where people actively look for brands that align with their values. I think we're only at the start of that now. I think right now, consumers are becoming more conscious of their brand values, and they're looking for brands that don't wildly misalign with their values. And that's only going to continue to grow. But in terms of, why is it so important? Why is the user experience so important? In large part, it's because it's the new reality. It's the new expectation. No matter where you are in the world, you have interacted with at least one world-class. Well, if you have a mobile phone and you have access to the internet, you have more than likely interacted with at least one world-class experience. And it's kind of like, when high-definition TV came about, you suddenly couldn't help but notice the difference, right? So once you've picked up an app made by Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, or if you're in Southeast Asia, you're using Grab, Gojek. You're in Singapore, you're using the banking app by VPS. All of a sudden, the stark differences between everything else becomes obvious, and you have that new bar of expectations. And so, any company that doesn't deliberately set out to meet or exceed that bar is only going to fall further behind, and that's really embedded in the user experience. You can still solve the same underlying problems, but any friction in the process is now suddenly, intolerable.
Thanks for that, Trevor. And I just want to go over to Janique very quickly, because you touched on a few things that sort of directly relates to the question that I want to ask her. And that is that, considering all the societal problems that we've spoken about at length at panels and forums like this, how can information and communication help solve some of these issues? Because I hear Trevor, and what he speaks about is being able to ensure that your product is perfectly aligned with the philosophies and the views and the perspectives of the consumers. And so as to ensure that if it is that they are misaligned in any way, or if there is any mismatch, then they may turn away from being part of basically buying this product. So therefore, it's important for companies and others to be able to share that message of that alignment of these values. So I want to hear from you, Janique, to tell us how exactly can communication address some of these societal challenges in the context of consumers?
Yeah, so thanks for the question, and thanks. Great to be here. I'm a software engineer. I'm based in Brussels. I'm a bit jealous of Trevor because I would like to eventually return to the Caribbean as well. I'm from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and kind of, contribute directly to this society. But given my background and given that, software engineering is something very near and dear to my heart, when I think about that question, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that as a software engineer, or being armed with, let's say, an army of software engineers from the Caribbean, we could actually engineer and architect these apps ourselves, these websites ourselves, which could solve a lot of the societal problems that we face. One of the biggest examples that comes to mind right now is something that is probably at the forefront of everybody's mind right now, which would be the pandemic. And one thing that I recently had the pleasure of working on was, for example, a COVID map. And why did I build this COVID map? It was because journalists in the Caribbean had issues finding information, particularly tailored to the Caribbean when it comes to COVID cases, vaccination information, and so forth. And as a software engineer, I was able to develop something that directly addressed this need. So if I think about, how we could address societal challenges, really software engineering is one of the key things I would say that we have. And through education and through institutions like the University of the West Indies, where I did my bachelor's and realized that I love programming, we could have quite a lot more software engineers from the Caribbean who really focus on our issues, because in general, a lot of the international companies, they don't really do the research, or they're not, let's say, in tune with us as Caribbean people and what our problems are. And, who better to address these problems than us ourselves, and architecting these apps and these websites ourselves.
You touch a very important point, which really speaks to the real epistemology of the Caribbean and being able to create the unique perspective so as to be able to solve some of our own issues. And I want to go very quickly to Zaja, which will really, on what I want to be able to ask her is, what is that culture needed for that digital transformation? We've spoken a whole lot about what essentially the consumer needs, the values, the philosophies. But there's an overarching culture, there's an overarching way of life that must be imbued so as to move people towards understanding and appreciating that digital transformation. Map out to me, Zaja, what really this culture looks like.
Thank you for your question. And I have to say, first of all, hi to everyone. I'm Zaria, and I am a program manager for the UNCTAD Youth Network. And I work a lot in the area of technology, and, coming from an anthropological background, I have to say it's quite interesting listening to Trevor and Janika, because I can say that we are all, it looks like we're all firm believers into the power of technology for good. It's just the way how we use it as a tool, and that, we are aware that we're the ones, wielding a lot of power and being responsible for, how it manifests itself. But, as an anthropologist, I always look at everything, through the cultural lens and through the human lens. And this is also my approach to understanding how technology can be used and how it is shaping our lives. And if we look at culture as a concept, it is a powerful social force that, that shapes and promotes ideas. But how should a culture that accelerates digital transformation look like? I think it has to be, given the day and age where we live, it has to be collaborative, but one that also encourages risk, but also risk in the interest of innovation, so being bold. If we take a couple of examples and we look at, let's say, Facebook, there are communities on Facebook that share information like watch groups, and this way people get together, even though it's online, they stay on top of what is happening. A couple of months ago, when we had those very visible riots in South Africa, for example, the communities on Facebook organized themselves, and after the protest, the people would go out on the streets and they would clean up after the riots. And they were a mixed group, a mixture of different races, classes, beliefs, religions, and so on. They were able to get information, quickly. They were able to mobilize themselves, and this is just one of the examples when data is used for good. So coming back to the new notion of having this very collaborative culture, if we look at at the elderly people, who especially during the period of COVID felt more than usual disconnected. Here we can have young people come in, as the change makers who are very, very tech savvy, and, equip them or make them aware that they have the education and the leadership incentives where they can use technology to perhaps make someone else's life a little bit more bearable and a little bit better than it was yesterday. If we look at social media, a campaign or a call to action can always amplify people's voices and causes as well, when you have the social media influencers spreading the message. But also, if you're someone like an ostracized LGBTQI person and you don't feel connected with the members of your community, for example, and you want to reach out, technology enables you to instantly connect with like-minded individual, from another part of the world and break through that sense of isolation. So in this sense, technology can act like as a community builder, but more than that, during COVID-19, when everybody, those who were privileged enough to still hold a job, we started all working from home, and that led actually to a creation of new work cultures. This is teams who work, in distributed fashion, which, as a consequence, forced a new culture to emerge. And it also allowed us to rethink a little bit about the work-life balance, and perhaps gave some people more space to balance professional and work life, but also gave us a bit more breathing space for doing things that we like. So my final message is that digital tools are supposed to make life easier and not more difficult. And there will always be unintended, consequences, but we must not forget that it comes down to us to make the choice how we're going to use it. So digital technologies can be a great equalizer, but it's also on us to understand the amount of responsibility we hold when we're using them.
Thank you very much for that, Zasha. And I just want to ask you very quickly, I know that you had a very long response, but are you fearful that we're losing elements of our past as we move towards this digital transformation age?
This is a very good question, and I want to say no. I want to say no because I still see, technology is fundamentally a tool. So like all tools, technology is neutral until it, comes into the hands of the people. So then it boils down to us, to wield it responsibly, but also in a sense that we don't lose ourselves in it, because these days everybody's connected to, to your phone. So a phone has become almost as an extension of yourself. So where do you draw that line when you say this is enough? I have to come back, to real life and, engage with the person next to me. I see this as a personal responsibility. We cannot just blame it on the tool that we're using if we are the ones wielding that tool. So going forward, there will be more and more, technological progress around us. And we've seen the negative impacts of, when the use of technology turns bad. I'm looking at, fake news, social media. But we should not be blind to the fact that each action has a reaction. So if we have, a positive attitude towards technology and we understand the risks that come with it, then it's much easier to make the right choices. So I hope my answer it answers your question.
It does. And Janique, let me come to you, because I hear Zasha speaking extensively about being able to ensure that people still hold history as part of their consideration when moving towards this digital transformation. But what I'm interested in relation to you, as you spoke about your job as a digital analytics, is sometimes we feel as young people that really these platforms stalk us, that the algorithms are designed in a particular way so as to ensure that every single thing that I watch is measured and in certain respects looking really at what I do. So I want to get a sense from you, considering all what we know about algorithms, considering all what we know about data analytics, are you cognizant or are you fearful, for use of a better term, that it's augmenting or changing the way that we work and the way that we live in a positive and or negative way?
Definitely, 100%. As you said, and I would like to reiterate that data is a big seller right now. When we're using our smartphones, when we're scrolling Instagram, there are a lot of things, movements that are tracked, and this is an industry that is moving faster than regulation. So there could be, let's say, algorithms that are in place right now that we accept as normal, that in 10 years when we look back, we might say, this is crazy that we allow these big companies to have this much data on us or this much information on us. So for right now, we're in a situation where, yes, we're heavily tracked, and we're not paying for a lot of the software that we use, and this is how a lot of the companies make money. There is a bit of a shift right now to, more privacy focus, especially depending on where in the world you live. But I will go back to my original point. This is something I feel strongly about the importance of us as Caribbean people architecting our own software, architecting our own websites and apps. This definitely would have, make a difference on the effects, let's say, of data mining, gathering information on us as Caribbean people, because as I said earlier, a lot of these international companies, their focus or their main aim is, well, one, to make money, but also, let's say, a way of constructing things that does not include us as Caribbean people. And we have millions of people living in the Caribbean. And as I said before, who better to kind of think about what we want and what we need and our own interests than us as Caribbean people. Another point I would raise is that some countries or some groups of countries internationally are starting to think about how they protect the data privacy of their own individuals. So far in the Caribbean, I have not really seen a very big push for data privacy or even data ownership. And when I say data ownership, I mean in terms of the jurisdiction or where physically the data lies. Because we think about using our phones or Instagram or TikTok, whatever the case may be, as something that just goes to the cloud. And there's a saying, there's no cloud, it's just someone else's computer. And it's true, because all of this data, everything that is stored, the internet, let's say, is actually physically located somewhere. And depending on where that is, different laws and different things like that could come into play. So we really need to start thinking from a Caribbean mindset. Zaya raised some excellent points, but again, I will go back to my original point, that we need to start thinking from a Caribbean context, start thinking about ourselves, making our own websites and apps, owning our own data, bringing the data back home and having more control over it. And this could kind of mitigate some of the effects that Zaya mentioned.
Thanks for that, and I don't want to lose you as yet. So stay tuned. I'm going to give you another question because you piqued my brain in certain instances with your response. I hear you, and a lot of what you're saying is truly important within the context of the digital transformation. But what I want to hear from you in relation to the same digital transformation is, considering all of the issues that we spoke about in relation to the education system within the region and within the world, and it not being able to reflect the future of work, we see prospects for robotics, we see prospects for artificial intelligence as core elements of the jobs of the future. What do you think is necessary? What do you think are the strides that need to be made as part of a Caribbean developmental trajectory to ensure that we get to a stage where young people are thinking and they have access to avenues through robotics, they have access through avenues for artificial intelligence, among some of the other future of the work jobs?
Yes, the first thing that comes to mind is exposure. I think exposure is really important. And I think about my own experience. I mentioned that I'm a software engineer. I've been a software engineer for about 3 years professionally. And I fell in love with it at the University of the West Indies, and I had no idea that this could be a field for me. And, you know, it has been such a great journey and such a great experience, something that I'm so passionate about, but it's a bit of a pity that, you know, for a very long time, I could never see myself for some reason as being a software engineer. And I hadn't been exposed to it enough to realize that I loved it until I happened upon it in this bachelor's degree. So the first thing I would say is exposure. It's nice to think about the fact that, okay, we want a lot of Caribbean people in AI, robotics, you know, you mentioned some of these fields, but we first have to expose the young people to it in order for them to discover for themselves what their interests are and what their passions are. For a lot of people, I mean, we could have the next, let's say, AI genius or the next, let's say, great algorithm in the mind of somebody in the Caribbean, but just because they were not exposed to that as a possibility for a field that they could work in, then they never discover that they have this passion. In the Caribbean, you know, growing up in the Caribbean, you hear a lot about being a doctor, being a lawyer, and you're exposed to that for a very long time. And I even know some other software engineers from the Caribbean that originally said, you know, yeah, I was going into medicine or I was going into law, and I just happened to be exposed to, let's say, software engineering at a conference. And I realized, oh, hey, actually, what I love is, yes, I love medicine, but what I want to do could be in the field of bioinformatics, for instance. So I think a concrete thing that we could do in a very short period of time is expose the youth in the Caribbean right now to these fields, let's say, or these way forward, or these, let's say, technologies. Maybe have an event, you know, a conference, a Caribbean conference, gather all the Caribbean minds, expose them to VR headsets, let them see, you know, what they're like, what they can do, and that way you could get the kind of creative juices flowing. I feel like this is the very first step before we even get to education, just exposing the youth to all that's possible right now.
And even double down on that, Janica, exposure is one thing, but I think expose them to world class, not just this is software engineering, this is AR, this is VR. Expose them to truly world class. And like, as you're talking about concrete steps, you know, you mentioned that you were jealous of me moving back to Jamaica. And this like proves my thesis that there are many people from the Caribbean that are part of the diaspora who are in world-class institutions elsewhere. They're working at Amazon, they're working at Facebook, they're working at big tech companies. And they've gained this digital literacy, this digital exposure to world-class. And that is what we want to transport back to Jamaica. Like, how do you set up that exposure? And as you're talking about concrete steps, it's starting that network, whether it's a mailing list, a Facebook group, a LinkedIn group, starting that network of digital diaspora, and then tying it back, because everyone wants to give back to home. You know, lived in London for 12 years. I never once said my home is London. I've always thought about what is the opportunity to give back to where I'm from and leverage it. And what became much more important through my exposure up here is that it doesn't matter if I work as a software engineer. I might work as a software engineer in a world-class environment, because in the labor economy, you know, your output between the best and the worst is not that different. But in the knowledge economy, the difference between the best developer and someone that's just okay is, you know, like 10x difference. So fully agree, but like just tacking on that, like, but world class.
I love that you mentioned network, because one thing that I did not mention is that I'm actually founder of Women in Tech Caribbean community. And I see exactly that. We have over 200 members, and some of them, they work at Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and they are very hungry to give back. And as you said, I completely agree with you. World class is so important. And we already have such a great network as people in the Caribbean, and people who are willing to give back. And through this community, I've seen people, you know, contacting me saying, I would love to give a talk, or, you know, I am starting, for example, a funding organization. I would love to give scholarships and so forth. So as you mentioned, I really see the importance. I mean, for me personally, I'm focusing on women in tech, and that doesn't just mean software engineering in general, but I really see the value in us as Caribbean people all connecting together. And I see it also, you mentioned Jamaica, I see also that some islands are leaps ahead of others. And I would really stress that it's even good for us to connect into other islands and see where they are going in tech, and kind of pull, learn from each other and see what we can get going there. So definitely
the Caribbean ecosystem.
100%.
Thank you very much for that. I think really what I hear from you is something that the Prime Minister of Barbados speaks about extensively, and that is being able to ensure that citizens, young people, are imbued with Bajan roots and world-class citizens, because we recognize the importance of globalization within this context. And when I speak of globalization in relation to this, what I mean is being able to share the knowledge and share the experience, because we understand that some of these best opportunities are available elsewhere. But just to wrap up very quickly, Trevor, I wanted to go to you, and then I will come to Zaja in the end. We know that nothing is new under the sun. We've heard the talk over and over and over again that already when you're creating an idea, you're probably just creating a little add-on or a little specks of something else. Is it possible to create a truly digital experience, a unique one, when you're able to interact with other brands? And I say so within the context of knowing that sometimes when we see people sort of selling items, we're really seeing the same thing being sold a million places. And what really separates them in some instances is the marketing of it. But I want to know from you, how do you create, or is it possible rather, to create a very unique digital experience while interacting with other brands?
It's a good question. And I think it's, how far do you need to go right now over the next 5 years for it to feel personal? And the truth is not very far. Small things such as just including your name on the login screen, once you've logged in into some digital service, you already start feeling like, oh, this app knows me. There's like some human connection and emotion. And I think, is it possible to create, this perfect, right product to the right user at the right time? Maybe not, but that's not a bad thing because it's a mission. And mission statements aren't necessarily things that you can achieve, but they're things that you always strive towards. So should we strive towards it? Absolutely. Do we ever need to actually 100% fully get there where, let's take like Amazon, for example. Does anyone open up Amazon and see all the recommendations from the data that they've gathered and say, well, I need it much more personal? Probably, but you're not getting to much deeper gains. But how do you embed that in every single interaction that you have, whether it's your banking, your light bill, whether it's you're paying your taxes, driver's license, embedded into government services? It's the mindset of always thinking about, this is not a product for all of Barbados. This is a product for this specific individual, and what steps can we do to make that closer to becoming the truth? So to be very honest, I don't think that you can ever fully create that 100% personalized at scale. And that's what we really care about. If I'm building a product just for you, probably not, but we look for scale and impact. But as a mission statement, yes, absolutely. We need to have that in our front of mind when making product decisions and trade-offs. How do we make this product more suited for the particular person that's using it? And all of the data and analytics that Jenneke mentioned earlier, like that is the fuel that should allow those interactions to occur, that should allow those changes as we learn more and more just through your own usage.
And I want to go very quickly to Zaja, and I know that you've spoken extensively about your background in anthropology and history. And I want to get from you, in a very real sense, what advice do you have to young people within the digital industry so as to ensure that they keep elements of their past and perfectly mesh it within the era of digital transformation? Because at times even amidst you saying that, yes, there are, or rather there are not necessarily times when the two are separate and apart, I'm cognizant that it may be so. But I want to get from you, what advice do you have to young people within the digital industry so as to ensure that they keep elements of their past as part of this new wave of digital transformation?
I have to say this is a very interesting question that is making me think. And how I see young people, and actually I'm a young person myself, if I can still count myself as one, they are fearless in embracing change. When changes are happening, young people adapt and they go, so to speak, along with the times. What technology is creating right now is this sense of, there's no stability. Each day there's something new. There is a new device, then you need to learn new skills. So how do you keep up with that pace without losing yourself again? But I think as long as you can see, digital tools just as tools, because that's what they are, and learn how you can best use them to your own advantage, be it for, either for work, for life, and, help it get you ahead in life, but not get completely taken over by the power of each of these tools. It may sound very philosophical, but at the end of the day, if you embrace the change and you're willing to learn new things and you observe with curiosity, how the technologies are shaping the world, and you see things that, for example, don't bode well with you, when you see that, when you say to yourself something is becoming too technological, like where is the human element in it? Be sure to apply this in your own personal everyday use, If you look at, if you spend a lot of time on social media, spend 10 minutes less. And, just by applying these little steps in your everyday life, I think you can control much more, how your understanding of the world is shaped by the digital. So, yeah. In my message, I would say there's a lot of personal responsibility. Yeah, in how you wield, use, and look at the technological transformation.
There's one piece that I could add to that, Zaja, and from my experience working at Facebook, it's that there is a huge amount of personal responsibility, and that should be acknowledged. And I think the younger generation is better at it than those that grew up with social media versus those that came up and social media was already there, because they have a better sense of like what privacy means. But there is also, and we should continue to hold companies accountable, whether through regulatory means or otherwise, to also have integrity in their products, to also think about societal impact, because you can change a person's behavior through the tools and exposure. And if you couldn't, advertising wouldn't exist, but it does. And marketing wouldn't exist, but it does. And newsfeed and other implements that grab and attract attention, give dopamine hits, like these things do exist. And they're not necessarily bad things. There's a huge power to create communities. And you mentioned the example of South Africa, where people come together and use technology for good. And it is just a tool. But there's a bias to the tool, and we should continue to hold companies accountable through integrity measures, to just really have a think about like, what is the true impact? What is the true effect?
Thank you for that very, very much. And we're wrapping up very, very quickly. And I'm happy Zaja mentioned the philosophy of it, because I happened to just finish taking it, or rather just starting a philosophy course. And believe you me, it really speaks to ensuring that we always keep the normative as part of our psyche. And that's good. I'm happy that you mentioned being able to, for the most part, ensure that there are still elements of the past when we are going towards this digital transformation, because really nothing is new under the sun. Unfortunately, this really signals the end of this session. We could go on and on and on. As a matter of fact, we could find a way to transition into this conference that one of my colleagues spoke about. But of course, the time for that will come. So I just want to thank all of you for your participation in this session today. You gave us a lot of food for thought. And I know that, of course, Zaja, as part of the UNCTAD program, offers taking a lot of notes to ensure that we implement some of the recommendations that were made as part of this panel. Very quickly, thank you for your participation. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for your perspectives. Thank you for bringing the philosophical backing and normative concepts to it as well, Zaja, without any prejudice to the others, obviously, and continue to enjoy the conference. If anybody has at least 30 seconds of last words, you could do so, but remember that it's only 30 seconds of last words. No?
Okay, so who goes first?
Okay. You could go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to say, we are in a very, very, fast forward, like the pace of change right now, I think it's unparalleled. Also, if we look at, the first revolution with the steam engine and later on with the data, it's we are talking about two completely different concepts. And sometimes it's very easy to get, discouraged when looking at the future, because you think to yourself, where is there a place for me? But especially when we talk about youth, one thing is that it's not just on them to, take on the future themselves, but it has to be, us around them. And I'm speaking now from an organizational perspective, that we equip them with the right skills so they are able to confront that future head on.
Thank you. And with that, I think we could end on no better note than to say that already this conference is about ensuring that we transform or move beyond vulnerabilities and inequalities for prosperity, or rather to prosperity for all. Thank you all for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Exactly.
Keep washing your hands. We don't need the czar coming after us. I love our paradise the way it is.
Close
Join us as we explore the emerging economies and opportunities for young people and focus on the institutional mechanisms necessary to improve security of tenure in the gig economy. This session is set to be riveting as we welcome our panelists, Drew Gardiner from the International Labour Organization, Mr. Brian Wong, Managing Director of Seacliff Partners, Ms. Francesca Chia, CEO of GoGet Malaysia, Mr. Daniel Fidel, co-founder of CheckWe, and Ms. Chantel Martin, soprano and beauty influencer. This session will be moderated by Mr. Tutu Kani Ndelovo, founder and creative director of the Radioactive blog. Emerging opportunities within the gig economy, up next.
Hi, my name is Chantal Martin. I am an opera singer, specifically a soprano, and a social media content creator, focusing mostly in beauty. I'm from Barbados, but I trained for 6 years in New York, where I have my bachelor's and master's in opera performance. And I work in the gig economy.
Greetings. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the session on emerging opportunities within the gig economy. I am Tukani Vlogo, as stated. Welcome to our amazing panel members. I'm briefly gonna just go over the program for the session, and then after that, we will have Mr. Drew Gardiner, who will open with the opening remarks. So basically what's gonna happen is I'm gonna ask the panelists one question each. I'm going to give them about 3 minutes to answer each question, and then we'll open the floor to the audience to also, have an open Q&A, and you can share your questions with us as well for 15 minutes. And then after that, we will close the session, hopefully within an hour's time, with the final question that I'll have to the panelists. So before I continue, Mr. Drew Gardiner, the floor is yours. You can proceed with the opening remarks, sir.
Thank you very much, and super excited to be here in virtually in Barbados on the beach and in the Youth Forum. I myself am based in Geneva at the International Labour Organization. I'm an employment policy specialist, but working a lot on and the ILO in general was working a lot on the topic of digital labor platforms, and which is known colloquially as the gig economy. I just wanted to open up by giving a brief overview of what we see as kind of the perspectives and the challenges in this emerging sector, and how we can work towards providing more decent work opportunities for young people in the platform economy. The platforms economy are growing exponentially these days. Since 2010. We've seen there's 5 times more platforms that exist today than there was in 2010, and young people play a big role on those. In fact, the average worker on a digital labor platform is 31 years old. So they're for the most part young. It's also growing just exponentially. We're seeing today there's $119 billion invested in the gig economy, and that's mostly in ride-hailing, so in taxis, and then in delivery services. But it's mostly men that are working on these. 6 in 10 are in web-based platforms are men, and 9 in 10 in the app, everything from delivery to things like that. It's 9 in 10 are male. Also, they're highly educated. 60% of workers on digital labor platforms have university degrees. The problem is that we're seeing the emergence of what we call disguised employment relationships, which are usually informal and which are absent of social protection, things like pensions and vacation pay. And we're seeing some emergence of this kind of misconstructing of the employer-employee relationship, which is causing a lot of concerns for the ILO. So these jobs are increasingly precarious, short-term, and are also often fake, actually, self-employment because there is a relationship with the employer. There's also a big weakening of Social Security contributions and de-skilling of workers and mismatches. So actually, normally, young people are much more higher educated than is required for those jobs. So that's what we know as the mismatch. And actually, the net employment creation is pretty unclear. It's lots of displacement effects and also unfair competition. So what can we do about this to kind of summarize and give some points before we hear our speakers on the way forward? Well, we need to make big investments in digital infrastructure. So there's huge digital divides, especially in the global south, in Africa and in Southeast Asia. Young people aren't connected yet. We need to empower workers to understand what are their rights. Gig economy workers have rights, and they should benefit from an employee relationship, social protection, and decent work principles. And finally, we need to address some of those regulatory and policy gaps. We've seen in the US and Scandinavia, governments are trying to create some regulation and policy around the gig economy and kind of the Uberization of the economy. So we really need some principles in policy and regulation which support decent work. And then we need to make sure that when you're in the gig economy and you're working with one worker or as a contractor, that you have that relationship with your employer. So a super important topic for the ILO and all of our member states and our constituents and workers and employers organizations, and super motivated and interested and keen to hear the rest of the speakers and learn what everybody's doing and what are challenges in this area. Pass it back to you, and thanks for the time for the ILO and the space in this forum.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Drew Gardiner, for the opening remarks. So yes, just to remind everyone what our amazing, eclectic guest speakers are for the session. We have Mr. Brian Wong, who is the Managing Director of Seacliff Partners. We also have Francesca Chia, she is the CEO of GoGet. We have Mr. Daniel Fidel, he's the co-founder of Check WI. And I don't see Ms. Chantal Martin. I'm hoping she will be able to join us within the session. So I'm gonna dive straight into it. As I said, I'm going to, ask each of our amazing panelists who have, a lot of wisdom. I see Chantal. Oh, Chantal is there. So we have Chantal. She is the soprano and beauty influencer. All right, so I will dive straight into the first question. And the first question is going to go to Mr. Brian Wong. I hope you're ready for the first one. So like I said, I'll just ask each of you guys just one question. Feel free to give feedback just within 2 to 3 minutes. We'll have 2 rounds of questions. I'm sure the audience cannot wait to hear the amount of wisdom and knowledge you have to share. And my first question, Mr. Brian Wong, is, from your perspective, what kind of mechanisms should institutions put in place to have the gig economy be an added value for career building for young people? And just as a follow-up to this is like, should these mechanisms then be, regulated or stimulated by governments, basically?
Great. Well, thank you so much for the question, and thank you to UNCTAD for having us all in this very interesting conversation. To answer your question, I guess I'll just give a bit of context with regard to myself and kind of the market that I presently sit in, which is in China. As you mentioned previously, I'm in the introduction, I'm managing director at Seacliff Partners, which is really just an angel investment fund that focuses on, helping to empower entrepreneurs that are using digital technology to solve society's problems. But prior to that, I was also at Alibaba group for almost 2 decades, and I also have a small media company that employs many sort of gig workers in the creative industries. So I've sort of seen China evolve over the last 20 years in terms of its digital economy, but particularly with regard to platforms and the advent of this sort of gig economy, specifically to platforms that companies like Alibaba run. As Drew mentioned, a lot of this relates to delivery services, courier services, but also e-commerce related services that involve people that are operating stores and providing support for those, but also even the creative space in terms of designers and KOLs and whatnot. So in China specifically, there are about 200 million people that are involved in this, what they call the gig economy. And that number is expected to grow even more in the future, with estimates about $156 billion in size by next year. I would say that there's probably 2 ways to separate the workforce. One is the skilled workforce, which tends to be highly trained in terms of specialized skills, and then the unskilled. And really, what I would focus on is really this segment of the unskilled that are really moving into the workforce. So that gig economy provides these workers an avenue into the mainstream sort of employment sector. And what it's doing is taking an informal job sector and making it more sort of standardized through this gig economy and the digital platforms. But to answer your question specifically, I'd say that these platforms, and Alibaba being one of them, really have a responsibility not only to provide jobs in the way that are flexible and provide these opportunities, but also some form of training. And so what I've noticed in companies like Ali or Meituan or Didi that provide driving services, they are starting to provide training not only that are specific to the industry, but also outside of the industry. So skills development in things like e-commerce, like web development in other areas. But also they're providing a safety net in terms of accident insurance and even support in other ways to the families. This has been partly motivated by government policies as this industry has developed. There is also government efforts to provide encouragement to unionize aspects of the gig economy for these workers, and that was just announced 2 months ago in China at the state council level, but cities are already experimenting with this. And so I think it's kind of a joint effort, both from the private sector but also the public sector, to work to really ensure that these workers are protected, but at the same time, companies have the flexibility in terms of utilizing these resources without creating the sort of burden in terms of cost that might come with a more full-time type of employment situation. So that's my general thought on your question.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. It's a very interesting answer, the way you talked about the challenge between skilled and versus unskilled workforce, and the skill development, and in terms of safety for people within the gig economy. My next question is going to be for Ms. Francesca, and this question is just basically, how do you see smart technologies change the workplace in the future?
Thanks so much for having us, and it's really great to be part of this. Thanks for the question. So in terms of smart technologies and the workplace in the future, I'd love to kind of give some examples about what we see on the ground. But to do that, I think I just need to give a quick introduction on what we do. So essentially what GoGet is we are an on-demand workforce platform, but we focus mainly on the low to middle skilled workforce. So actually quite similar to what Brian was just mentioning, the actual low to middle skilled section of the workforce. And this means that essentially the type of work that we cover doesn't actually just range for the ride hailing, which is what most common gig platforms seem to cover. We actually cover a wide range of skill sets that could be supporting operations, for example, a picker packer in a warehouse, to being a waiter and a server in a restaurant, to even being a promoter on the ground for a retail store. So these kind of clients that we have would then be retailers, would be an e-commerce company or an F&B company. And we're seeing such a huge growth in these type of jobs recently compared to the ride-hailing sectors only, which come from consumers. And now, in terms of specifically the smart technologies, one of the greatest things that we've seen is very much related to smart cities. So, for example, we have integrations with telcos in Malaysia when they would like to have a SIM card delivered. So they're redefining their digital telcos to be completely non-branch, so branchless. They call it branchless telco. You do not buy a SIM card through a branch. And telcos, as you know, probably in most countries always have stores everywhere. It's almost like a petrol station infrastructure. But really in Malaysia, we have telcos that are going branchless, which means that every time they create a SIM card delivery or order, it would be fully integrated with a gig economy platform, which is us, for example. And we would then send the signal to the nearest person who is free and available and who is able to go to the warehouse, pick it up, and then actually send it within the next hour. And so the customer gets it. So I can see, we're talking to hotel integrators right now where they are planning, for example, for what is coming up in terms of occupancy, and then estimating, okay, therefore we need 20% more staff on the floor because there's going to be a higher occupancy. And that integration will allow you to generate the manpower requests to that weekend. We are talking to e-commerce companies, actually, where we today are providing the dispatch solution, but at the same time, now we're attaching the manpower picking and packing integration button. So they can say, right, I have 300 deliveries, but in order to hand over 300 deliveries to all my riders, I need to be able to have 5 people on the counter to actually hand the 300 goods over. So in terms of technology, I think we're definitely seeing the smart city technologies come through integrations. We're seeing automations through resource allocation algorithms. Of course, within our platform itself, we have the algorithms that does matching. We do recommendations. All this also kind of coupled with, I would say, definitely we would need the infrastructure of fintech because in GoGet, at least, one of the biggest things that we do is provide sustainable financial inclusion protection for the workers. So we work with the pension fund in Malaysia. We have also integration with Social Security organization in the National Social Security Organization in Malaysia that provides insurance. And so to do these, we have to do on-demand integrations, which allows a worker to be able to activate their pension contribution or to activate their insurance on demand. So these is very similar to also the previous discussion, which is what does it take to make it all work? We do have to work with the government, and we had to really lobby with our government to say, can we redefine the way the pension fund works with us? And they've been really great, step by step. We now have even integration with players like the government to be able to achieve that. So fintech is also another technology I would say is absolutely required for this.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That's quite, I'm learning a lot. It's quite interesting, the different facets that they exist within the gig economy. But I'm now going to move on to Mr. Daniel Fidel. The next question is for you. And this question is basically, what type of work in the gig economy are young workers well suited for?
Hi, and thank you for that question. Thank you to all the organizers and thank you to all the other participants on this panel right now. Really love everything that I'm hearing so far. My name is Daniel Fidel. I am the co-founder of CheckWe. It's an online freelance marketplace for Caribbean businesses and Caribbean freelancers. Before I get into the question, what we do at CheckWe is we serve as a matchmaker for digital professionals in the Caribbean for businesses in the Caribbean. The idea is While there are other platforms out there that can be accessed, context is maybe the most important thing to the Caribbean, as you need to understand the unique situations and challenges that Caribbean businesses face. One of them, which is tighter markets. We are trying to strive towards a single market economy, and that means free labor. Work should be able to move across the islands. Individuals should be able to connect with individuals with their peers, island to island, whether you're in Barbados, Trinidad, Dominica, and you can find work and get work done. The idea is we want to enable digital transformation, and as much as it sounds like we're trying to boil the ocean here, it's the businesses in the Caribbean need to adjust to the digital age, getting involved in e-commerce, having their services listed online, being able to book tours. Tourism is a big industry in the Caribbean. Guest houses, Airbnbs, restaurants, merchants, they all need to be able to get online to be accessed by visitors or diaspora locals, and this can increase economic development. We also want to have this happen across the entire region. The islands, there's no reason they need to operate siloed. All of the Caribbean can operate as one. And so we share our resources, which are people, our number one export. And with Checkwe, we hope to fight brain drain, where a lot of our talent leaves the region and they're unable to contribute back to the locals, to the regions. So all that said, the main industries and jobs that young workers can find can be in something as copywriting, content production, web development. These are some of the easiest, lower barrier to entries, but would have the biggest value to businesses who want to get started moving into the digital age. From there, they can expand into more advanced digital technologies, but we need to, in context of the Caribbean, we want to make sure that we have our basics covered, have a solid digital infrastructure, have solid communication, a trustworthy payment system within the region between buyer and seller, and basically get everyone set up for the fourth industrial revolution. E-commerce is growing to become a $6 trillion market by 2024. And that's something that the Caribbean can participate in, and young people can help businesses get online and get a piece of that pie.
Thank you very much for that answer. For those listening, you've heard, by 2024, there will be a market that is worth $6 trillion. So I hope you were listening and taking down notes of what you could potentially start doing. I'm going to move my next question to Ms. Chantal Martin. It's a bit of a long question, but this one is kind of targeted within you as a social media influencer. So Chantal Martin, as a social media influencer, you were able to observe how the online marketing industry grows, and digital platforms have given rise to a new class of creators and creatives. There's a lot of people also becoming social media influencers as well. But based on this information and your experience, which advice would you give to youth who wish to pursue high impact careers within social media? I think also considering how competitive I think it has become over the past few years.
Hi, I'm Chantal Martin. Thank you for having me on this panel today, and thank you for having all of us panelists here. As a social media content creator, I think the first thing that's very important for young creators to understand is how to find their niche. So it's very important to know what you are creating and why you are creating it. That kind of is the answer when it comes down to the amount of creators that are around. There are a lot of creators, but every person has something that is unique to them and that they can create. So niching is the number one thing that you can figure out first. Secondly, obviously, would be your choice of platform. Now we have Instagram, we have Facebook, we have the blogs, which would have been the original form of this type of content creation. And now we have this mass, giant in TikTok that the Gen Zs or the younger generation have been flooding to. So it's all about figuring out also what you're comfortable creating and in what sphere. So if you have knowledges about certain things and you want to share, your platforms might take the approach to maybe YouTube first. And then from YouTube, you go to Pinterest, because Pinterest is where most people go to get ideas and information. It's just very important for you to figure out what's the best space for your content to be digested first, and then you can spread your content across the other platforms. And that's basically it. Super simple, I think.
Okay, now thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution. As you can see, now I'm taking down notes. I'm very young, so I like to always learn, and it's always a great experience and a great opportunity to learn from people who are well versed within the field. So yeah, I hope everyone that's watching, I hope you are enjoying the session so far. And I hope you are at least learning something new, something interesting. For those who might, if this is your first session that you're watching, so just know the Youth Forum started today, and it's from the 16th until the 18th. And this session is, looking at emerging opportunities within the gig economy. We have about, just almost 10, 11 minutes or so for the second round of questions. So I'll just ask the speakers for the next round, just to try and keep it a bit more brief. We're going to go back to Mr. Brian Wong. And this question is a bit simple in terms of, the youth within the gig economy. Like, what advice, maybe what top 3 things would you say are key for youth who want to get into the gig economy from your perspective?
Great. Yeah. Well, I think, at least from where I sit, I've noticed that many of the Gen Z and the young generation, gig economy is as much about lifestyle as it is about career development. And so I think there's definitely this desire to kind of be free in the choices that they make in terms of their work. But I do think that it's important to think also at the same time long term about how you're going to make a sustainable sort of career, or at least have skills that are going to be marketable and valuable to the market as you move forward. And so I think that what the previous speaker had mentioned was quite key. Is about finding your niche and really figuring out how to differentiate yourself, whether you're a creator or providing other services in different areas. It really is important about developing a specific skill set that then you can sort of utilize moving forward. But also, I think that one of the things that is critical is just having the ability to self-learn and adapt to the market changes. Because part of the reason why the gig economy is really expanding so quickly is in this fourth industrial revolution, there are a lot of jobs that are coming into existence that we could have never envisioned because of technology. And so in a way, this young generation is creating their own jobs. And so it's about having an area of domain expertise, but then figuring out what can I do next to actually provide more value in that sector, whether it's the creative area, whether it's in e-commerce. I mean, live streaming in China really exploded in the last 3-4 years, but that was driven by young people and their creativity in using what was originally intended to be an educational sort of video streaming service and creating e-commerce opportunities out of that. So I would say that having the ability to learn and evolve and being self-taught is really critical in terms of paving your career in a market that is pretty much wide open thanks to technology.
Okay. Thank you for that contribution. I get a sense of a common theme, in terms of being niche and having something unique, almost like knowing your unique value proposition, as a creative or creator or someone who wants to, invest or get into the gig economy. Very interesting. We're going to move on to Ms. Francesca, and this question also is based on, in terms of what advice you would give to someone based on your experience. And you are a firm believer that the digital platforms are the new frontier of work. And, the question to you is maybe how can creatives take advantage of these opportunities from your experience within your organization and what you've seen? How would you advise people to take advantage of the opportunities?
Yep. I think it's really important to just distinguish between the type of work that you can join as a gig worker. It does have a huge range. So of course I can see being niche for creative industries, especially also mid and moving up to the high skilled type of gig workers. I guess for me, my focus has really been very much on the low to middle skilled, which means that anyone with any experience should be able to do these jobs with just a 10-minute briefing. And so how do we differentiate there, right? And how do you stand out? I think here there are three things that we always do champion to our community, and we community build actually within our platform to ensure that people learn these empowering factors. The first one is actually to constantly adopt a lifelong learning mentality. So we have actually a training portal even in our platform that allows our go-getters, we call them go-getters, to learn 5-7 minute video, watch it, you get a really quick quiz to see if you've absorbed the information, and then it gives you a badge to then take on new jobs with more equipment and skills to be able to perform better. So that's so key, I think, in any part of the gig economy. If you are going to join that, you definitely need to constantly be learning actually throughout that life. The second one then would be networking. We do also champion this a lot in our community building. We say, you're really there when you do meet them on the ground. It's your personality, it's your execution that really will stand out. So we have features also in our platform, and I would say people should then take advantage of platforms that have features that encourage this, but where you can have that digital handshake that says, hey, in the future, I would like to send you a job again. Can I favorite you? And yes, you can, right? And so these are the way that you can build your network without having to fight for your breakfast the next morning. The third one then would be definitely to ensure that you're always thinking about your holistic financial package and your financial inclusion, right? So you cannot just be thinking about money in, but how are we saving? How are we managing cash flow? Is there insurance coverage? Will this help you take a loan out if you need? And all these things are absolutely important for people to really consider. So we work with microfinance partnerships. We work with financial literacy programs. So we push financial literacy education to the go-getters completely for free. We cut them into bite size. We also give private insurance, private saving options, but also government insurance and government options. So I think these are the three main things you should definitely look at.
All right, thank you for sharing such key and vital information. So yeah, like I said before, I think this is a very interesting discussion, and there is so much to learn. And I hope people that are watching are actually taking in what is being shared from our very eclectic guests today. I know some people who might be watching, you might be where I am in South Africa. It's in the evening. So if it's in the morning, afternoon, or evening, I hope you are still able to enjoy this session. Well, we're going to move on to Mr. Daniel again. Now, this question is more centered towards, looking at the risks that maybe the youth should look into. So what are some of the risks youth should keep in mind when looking for extra jobs, in online market spaces, considering how, dangerous it can be? So how would you maybe advise a young person to maybe take calculated risks and not just say, I want, there's 6 trillion, within this industry by 2024, I want to take as many risks, but how can they take calculated risks per se?
It's a really great question. When we're thinking about e-commerce and taking on jobs online, one of the first things you need to look at is, are you being prompted to deposit any money? Are you being prompted to any sketchy links? Basically, I would advise young people to learn how to, or learn how to look both ways when crossing the street on the internet, so to speak, is how I put it. Online is filled with lots of bad actors, and young people can fall prey to that. What I would recommend is take your time and read very carefully through every task that you're going through, and stick closer to trusted platforms. Do your research and look into the backgrounds of each of the companies or actors that you're going to be encountering. That's one of like the main things when you're approaching anything on the internet, in my opinion. Secondly, like when you're doing things online, like with risk, when you want to participate online, you will end up putting a bit of your own money into things when you're taking on jobs, whether it's subscriptions, whether to softwares that you need to complete your tasks. Like Francesca mentioned, you need to have a strong sense of personal finance, know how you're budgeting your money, because that's the most important thing. You don't want to find yourself falling into the negative, trying to make money online. Brian also mentioned one of the most important things to me is the skill sets. When going online, it's easy for young people to undervalue the skills that they're bringing to the table. Properly price what you're offering, be a constant learner, and keep on learning and adding more to your skill set. If you have a static skill set, you're not really setting yourself up for success. You need to be a constant learner, keep up with the trends, and keep up with what people are using. What are the new technologies they're adapting? What are businesses looking for? Being a constant learner is at the helm of this. It might be TikTok today, but it will be something else tomorrow. Can you pivot quickly to join that? Do you know how to provide a company online with more value? One of the biggest things is that lower skilled youth in online will not find as much success as those who have a number of different skill sets. Whether you're good at copywriting and developing and photography, having a great combination of those things, but also being able to do some administration, or, if you can have many touch points with a business that can make you more valuable, a more suitable candidate online, it will increase your chances of success and lower the risk. With all of that, you learn better how to navigate the atmosphere and the environment of the internet. And that's pretty much what I would give to any young person when they're approaching jobs online.
Thank you very much for that answer, Daniel. Once again, as I keep on taking down notes, I'm running out of space on the pieces of paper that I have here. It's very interesting. It's like I said, it's always a learning experience. Once again, for those who are watching, I hope this is worthwhile. I hope that you're also, taking down notes on your phones, or at least, learning something from this discussion, because I am definitely learning something. Last question before we open the floor for the public Q&A is going to Ms. Chantal again. Now, this question is just basically, how is social media redefining careers? You can maybe use yourself as an example or someone else as an example, but yeah, how is it redefining careers?
So for myself, as an opera singer, as a classically trained opera singer, I have been in many spaces where my auditions would always take place, right in front of people. Now we see, with the advent of social media, if we take TikTok, for example, many musicians, many dancers, many artists are over on that platform, and they are almost bypassing this antiquated audition system that we have been working through for years, and finding ways to become working actors, become working musicians, charting all these top chart hits with their music. It's elevating their careers by basically putting their talents directly into the arms and eyes and minds of the consumer, whereas the old way for being an artist, we kind of had to go through the gatekeepers first and then hopefully become loved by our consumer or audiences. Now we, as the artists, are able to create our tailored audiences, or what I like to call our tribes, and they are almost dedicated to us. So then we kind of have this strange power for when we go and approach, in my case again, like theaters for shows, for auditions, we can say, well, this is the following I have. These are people that are dedicated to my craft. These are people that want to see me in your show, and these are people that are going to put dollars in your pocket. You have this strange power of being, okay, I know I'm talented, but I can actually back that talent up with physical dollars now. So it's a very strange but very powerful place to be in, I think. And young people are just picking that up and being like, okay, if I want a career in photography, I'm going to show everyone my skills and someone's going to love it. And when those people love it, I can then monetize that skill. And it's amazing. It gives you independence. It gives you freedom. And it gives you a lot of confidence. Sometimes, you know, there's a bit of a trepidation because you never know how something can be perceived. But that openness and freedom to just be like, I'm going to create whatever career I want is amazing. And I think that is the best part of having like social media at our fingertips.
Thank you for that contribution. Thank you for that answer. So, good people, that brings us to the end of the questions that I had for our very special and esteemed speakers. Now I'm going to open the floor to the public for any questions if they have. I was informed that they will pop in and I'll be able to read them. So, yeah, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to share them. And I will hopefully read them out. And if someone has a question, maybe targeted to one of the speakers, please also mention it. And then we will direct the question to the designated speaker. I don't see any questions at the moment. I'm wondering maybe if the speakers have maybe any questions while we wait to receive any questions from someone. If any of the speakers may want to just have a question or an extra comment.
I have a question here. How can we improve the social safety net for young gig workers?
How can we improve the social safety net work for young workers? I don't know if any of the speakers want to answer that question.
I guess I'll take a stab at that. Yeah, I think that safety net is so important because as individuals coming onto a platform, the protection becomes a little bit decentralized in that sense, right? Because everybody eventually has to be their own actors. And that's why obviously we've had previous speakers speak about unions or how people could come together and how are people really protected. I genuinely feel it's for enterprises that start gig platforms, there has to be governance and responsibilities, set at the top level to ensure that they are thinking through for their social responsibilities, like any organization. But the second is with that, therefore, yes, how do we then protect? I actually almost use the framework of how do we protect people traditionally in the traditional workforce, the 9 to 5, and then what does that look like really just on an on-demand level, right? Or on a bite-sized level, right? And how can you slice it? So we didn't do anything extra or different in GoGet. We just took the pension fund and we just allow people to contribute to it. And we sent out incentives as our employer contribution over into the pension fund. We don't create anything new with insurance. We take the Social Security insurance in the nation and we say, well, can we create a new form of it, but just through the same organization, and we're able to do that. So I feel like, we're so close. We have the tools. All you have to do is almost just rethink how could you package it slightly different, work with the right stakeholders, and make it more relevant for what you actually need to do.
Thank you for that answer. I don't know if anyone else also wants to contribute. Ms. Chantal, were you satisfied with that answer?
Yeah, I was. As an influencer, we are obviously freelance artists, so we don't have a regulated pricing. It kind of goes by your audience and the value that you think you can bring. sometimes it gets hard when you have to negotiate with brands because they firmly see numbers and they want your numbers to convert to sales, but that's not what influencing is about, and that's kind of not what we want the space to be about. The space is always about creating a community and a community that trusts you. So it's more partnering with brands that are going to be in line with your branding and what your audience want to see. But when it comes down to actually being paid, that is oftentimes an issue if you don't have a manager or you're not quite sure how to negotiate on your own. But there are tools available for freelance influencers or influencers that aren't under management to learn how to negotiate and how to, you know, create their own safety net for themselves, because we don't have a unionized front.
Brian, did you want to say? Yes, you can go ahead.
I wanted to add that I think the technology that has enabled the creation of platforms for the gig economy is also going to provide the opportunities for safety nets that, as Francesca mentioned, are accessible and affordable for the gig workers because of the very fact that you can break these services apart and allow people to purchase them on a micro level. So things like accident insurance, things like different sort of services that maybe would be not even things like investment products. Because of financial inclusion, gig workers can actually purchase these products and have some sense of more security because they can access these products that previously were only reserved for maybe the more wealthy or those that had more established sort of standing in society, whether it's credit scores and whatnot. So I think that on that level, the workers themselves can empower themselves and protect themselves because of the accessibility to these services. On the flip side, however, I think the industry needs to evolve, and this is where the public sector needs to play a role in asking and demanding that the platforms, because this is no longer an employer-to-employee relationship, it's a employee-to-platform relationship. So platforms need to take the responsibility, and so companies that I see here in China, the platform companies, are now starting to set up funds to actually provide some of these assistance to their gig workers. And they even provide, like Ulama, which is part of the Alibaba group, provides even scholarships to the children of these gig workers as part of this charitable sort of fund that they set up. But at the same time, then the government starts to implement policies that allow these workers to unionize. So it's going to be a multi-layered approach to providing that safety net. But I think the technology will be an enabler, not just for the companies to find gig workers and the gig workers to find the opportunities, but also to provide the services that create that safety net.
Thank you for that contribution, Mr. Brian. Mr. Drew, I know you've been quiet all along. I don't know if you have any comments or questions you'd also like to share or contribute to the discussion. You're more than welcome to share. It would be great, to have some input also from you, if you don't mind.
Sure, of course. I've also been on mute, and because I have my little 2-year-old running around my legs here too. It's late here in Geneva, so that was why. But indeed, this discussion just now is super relevant and topic we're working on. I mean, the main issue is that, and I think a company like GoGet is really setting a great example here. But the reality is that most companies and the big ones, I won't mention any names, but we all know them. They don't consider themselves employers. They consider themselves technology companies. And the people that are getting work through their platforms are users of those technologies. So they're not based on that relationship, they're not in a legal position to provide social security to those users, since officially they're not employees. So we have some type of a gap in policy and legislation there, which is not really being addressed for the time being. The other thing to know is that, a lot of the platform companies, it's a race to the bottom in terms of wages. So it's really like a lottery online where whoever can propose the lowest prices is going to get the contracts. I mean, obviously there's algorithms that regulate all of that. But that also goes towards social protection, because it means that, whoever can provide that overall wage package to a company is going to be the one getting the work. And a lot of that now is being provided by workers in the global south, because, income levels are lower there. They can do the jobs somehow for cheaper. And all of those workers are normally operating in the informal economy. They don't have social protection. They don't have contracts. So it's really a huge challenge. There's great stuff going on out there, including from GoGet. And I'm going to have to drop it there, Chitu, because I have my kid crying in the background.
No problem. Sorry about that.
There's another question from Slido, actually. It's from Rumiza, and she wants to know, what are the main challenges for gig workers, especially in the post-pandemic scenario?
Does anyone want to answer that question?
I can start, actually. So for influencing during 2020 specifically, we actually sort of had a burst of companies being able to activate, we call it, but it was very specific companies and it was very specific brands. So my niche is beauty, which mostly had consisted previously of, hair tutorials, makeup tutorials, and I'd throw some fashion in there as well. And then with the pandemic, we realized, well, no one's leaving the house. So the space that I held on my profile for, the beauty side of things you would do when you leave the house had to transition and pivot into something that was for inside the house. So it meant like skincare, more self-care situations. And so we've seen that kind of transition straight through to 2021, where the companies that gave you reasons to make your work from home life better were the companies that kind of had most of the budget. And it still seems to be that way. So I think when it comes down for gig workers looking for post-pandemic work, you kind of want to see who's still transitioning out of their work from home, catalog of things that they're using, at least in the influencer space. Now, obviously, we're pushing to be back outside, so those brands, those companies that have more products that are useful on the outside are picking up as well. So they're looking for content creators and influencers to push their products to be the first products you use when it's time for you to step out on a night out on the town or whatever you're going to be doing in your post-pandemic life. So I think it's very smart for you to just suss out the brands and companies that are working one foot into like home life and what you did in the pandemic, plus adding on it's time to go out, what's next kind of situation. But that's mostly for, influencing.
Thank you for that question. Yes, Daniel?
Yeah, I'd like to add a bit more color to that as well. In a post-pandemic world, gig workers are way more isolated. They don't have the community around them, work colleagues around them, and they tend to take on lots of jobs, especially if you live on that digital nomad life. You're just moving around and you're often by yourself and you have to figure it out by yourself, from the logistics, from aligning with the objectives of the businesses, trying to figure out new technologies. So for gig workers to overcome that particular challenge, this is where community really plays a massive role. So joining Facebook groups, joining different social clubs. There are many of them out there, but without them, it becomes really difficult to be able to maintain proper psychological wellness, to be able to stay healthy and to stay on top of what's going on in the industry. So if gig workers, biggest problem is being isolated. Solution, find a community, stay close to them.
Okay, thank you for that contribution. We're gonna have to get into the final question that I have to give to you guys. You guys have like just 30 seconds. You have to keep it very short with your response. And the question is, what should the policymakers consider to improve working conditions for gig workers? So within 30 seconds, I think we'll start with Francesca, and then Brian, and then Daniel, and then we'll end it with Chantal. So 30 seconds. I'll repeat the question again. What should the policymakers consider to improve working conditions for gig workers?
I think I do live in a fortunate country, Malaysia, where the government is quite forward thinking. We don't have employer-employee contract definition, so the workers under GoGet are not employed under GoGet. Yet we do have pension and Social Security. So I would say, real quick, they need to think of what is the new age policy that they need to create and not force new age innovation to follow old age regulation, right? So they've had to reinvent the regulation. And I hope people think about that in the government sector.
My turn?
Yes, Fran, you can proceed.
Yeah, I think I've sort of referenced this question already in the previous answer. So I think it's got to be a whole society effort, both instilling responsibility on the platforms themselves for providing the support necessary to protect the workers on a very basic level, but at the same time allowing the workers to empower themselves, whether it be through unionization or coming together to represent the views of these gig workers. But finally, the government themselves. I think what's happening on a local level in places like Shanghai and Jiangxi is that Shanghai has created an app for gig workers to also access services that will safeguard their rights and interests. They are able to access things like legal aid and services like providing legal representation for arbitration and other related support that can then better represent the needs of these gig workers from a government resource standpoint. So I think if we can all work together to address it in those ways, then hopefully the gig economy will be both vibrant but also one that's safe and fair.
Thank you, Daniel.
Really great question again. Policymakers should really consider what the financial system looks like right now and reimagine it for the reimagined workforce. The current system as it is won't be able to be translated word for word with the new type of work, with gig work and the digital age and everything like that. They really need to reimagine the system and how people interact with the financial system. Consider how you can handle those social safety nets, taxes, and all of that has to be reimagined. So engage with young people, engage with new technologies, and find out what the best tailored solution would be.
Thank you. And last but not least, Chantal, your answer to the question.
So I completely agree with the last speaker. It comes down to reimagining finances, and I also agree with Francesca where it comes to pushing your policies further and opening the policies for the future. And I think a lot of that is going to be possible by speaking to the people who are doing the work. So a lot of the young people that are already in the industry, I think it's important for governments to listen to them in order to figure out what policies are going to help in the future for this sort of gig economy.
All right, thank you very much. And I think, that brings us to the end of the session on, looking at opportunities, emerging opportunities within the gig economy. A big thank you to the organizers. A big thank you to our wonderful speakers. Thank you to Mr. Drew, Gardiner, Francesca, Brian, Chantal, and Mr. Daniel. I hope those that have been watching, I hope this has been very informative. I hope you've enjoyed it. I look forward to the other sessions for the Youth Forum. I hope everyone else is able to, I'm assuming everyone has registered. And that's about it from me. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day or evening in whichever part of the country or part of the world you're in. Thank you very much.
Be safe. Take care, everyone.
Professional branding can be a whole lot trickier. Our session is designed to help you assess how you know yourself and answer these questions. Are you ready to hit the job market, or are you prepared for your dream job? This session will be hosted by Miss Jamila Hollingsworth, who is the HR manager at the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. She is a qualified HR practitioner with over 9 years' experience in Jamaica, Barbados, and St. Lucia. We now hand over to Jamila to introduce our next special guest.
Hi, good afternoon. And welcome. My name is Jamila Hollingsworth, and I'm the second Vice President of the Barbados Youth Development Council. I'm also an HR manager. Today I'm super excited because I'm meeting with Anna from CV Labs, and we'll be talking about mastering your personal brand for career growth. I'm so pleased to meet with Anna today. Anna, how are you?
Hi, Jamila. So happy to see you. I'm really well. How are you?
I'm good. The weather here in Barbados is lovely. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I bet it's much better than here in Canada. So,
could you tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, and the persons that you've helped to master their career brand? I went on your Instagram page and I saw that you're all about helping people with the job search and helping persons, really get a feel for what the job market has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. So most people know me as a career advisor and LinkedIn trainer. And what I do every day is I work with professionals at different career levels, different industries, backgrounds, professions. But all of those people have one thing in common. They want to be successful in their careers, and they believe that they deserve more than what they have. Some of them are currently, struggling more than others because of the consequences of the pandemic, because of the market conditions, and a ton of other factors that I'm sure all of us are painfully familiar with. And others maybe already have a job but aren't quite happy with it, and they want something more. So I help them switch from being simply a good candidate. A good candidate is someone who is qualified, someone who is educated, someone who is just good enough, to being a great and the right candidate for the right opportunity. And that's what the most of my work is about. And obviously that involves building and helping them to master their professional brands.
That sounds absolutely amazing. And I'm sure that the participants and the listeners can find value from what you have to present to us today. So Anna, I'm going to give you the floor. Tell us about how we can develop our personal brand to develop our career path, or to catapult us into getting further in our careers.
Yes, thank you. I'm super, super excited. And I want to say hello to everybody who is watching us right now. So when I first heard about the topic, mastering your professional brand, I thought, wow, that is such a big concept that is very tricky and challenging to cover in just, this little time that we have today. And trust me, if building and growing a personal or professional brand was so easy, we'd have a lot fewer people who are unhappy with their jobs or are struggling to land great career opportunities in today's job market. And I think that the first thing that we really need to clarify is what personal branding is. Also, in this context, professional branding and personal branding, I believe, are interchangeable, because personal versus professional branding does not mean that personal means your personal life and professional has to do with your work or your career. In this case, both of those things mean that it is a concept that evolves around your persona. So if you want to really understand what a personal brand or a professional brand is, it's your professional persona. It's your identity, the impression that you project onto other people. And it's not only what you do, it's also who you are, how you do, what sets you apart, and a multitude of other things altogether. You can also, trying to understand this seemingly vague concept, you can also think of it as your own personal suitcase of health. Imagine that you're walking around and every once in a while you need something. Maybe you need an introduction to someone who you want to meet, or you want a job opportunity, or you want an interview. So what you can do is you can open up your suitcase and tap into it for resources, help, and some support. The problem is that most people walk around with that suitcase completely empty. And that's why if your suitcase is empty, you're completely on your own. You're faced with uncertainty, doubt, fears, and all those other things that, a lot of people are facing today and are truly struggling with in terms of finding great career opportunities. But if you actually take care of that suitcase, if you carefully curate what you put into it, what goes into that suitcase, then when you gather all those things together, it can actually be everything, literally everything you need in the time when you are struggling or when there's a certain career challenge that you're facing in front of you. So that's actually, I think the best way how we can understand or define personal or professional brand. Because if you try to Google search it, you'll find so many vague definitions, but Personally, I find that they are too general and too easy to understand what it actually means in practice. So when I was preparing for our chat today, I was thinking, oh my God, there are so many different things that I would like to cover, but I only have this much time. So what are the main things that I want to make sure that we cover? And I landed on 3 very important principles that I truly believe can be career changing. And trust me, I'm a career advisor. That's the job that I do every single day. And I do not take the words career changing lightly. So the first important principle that I would like you to take away from today is know your competitive advantage. A lot of the times I hear from people, especially from young people, well, I'm only starting out. How am I supposed to know what I'm great at? I don't really know. I haven't tried much. Maybe I'm looking for my first job, or maybe I'm only starting out in certain industry. And here you are asking me to define my competitive advantage. Isn't it something that I'm supposed to learn over time? And the answer is both yes and no. Let me tell you a story of a client that I had a conversation with just yesterday, which was very great timing, to be honest. So he reached out to me for some assistance with his resume and job search. And he told me a really painful story of how he's been looking for work for over a year. He submitted applications to more than 1,500 job opportunities. Think about it, 1,500. So the man was applying for jobs every single day. That was his full-time job for a year. He's landed some interviews and he has had some great conversations, but in terms of job offers, 0. Either nothing that truly is a match for what he has to offer, or when he wanted something, he was always the bridesmaid, but never the bride. So he was never the top candidate. And I asked him a very simple question. I asked him, what are you great at? And keep in mind that I'm talking to a person who has more than 15 years of experience and a very targeted, seemingly targeted niche where he's been working his entire life. And he starts telling me, oh, I'm great at many things. That's what's so good about me. I'm great at project management, product management, enterprise softwares, design thinking, leadership. And the list keeps going on and on and on. And I keep asking him, what are you great at? He keeps giving me this full list of everything that he believes employers want to hear. But that is exactly the problem. He doesn't know what he's truly great at, because my question wasn't, what are you good at? You can be good at many things, and that makes you an unbelievable professional, a truly qualified person, and a skillful person. But what are you great at? And that is a big difference. So this is a good example that shows us that even when you have many years of experience behind you and seemingly you're supposed to understand a lot more than you did when you were just starting out, you still may not be able to define what your competitive advantage is. Again, if you Google the concept of personal branding, or if you Google how can I master my personal brand, you will find everywhere this idea that if you have a personal brand, that's your competitive advantage. So personal brand comes first and your competitive advantage comes second. I believe that it's the other way around, because how can you build a brand when you don't even know what you're great at? Today, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, we live in a very noisy digital world. There is so much information, so much content, so many resources. With all of that, if you do not know who you're talking to and what are the things that you're great at, then you're blending in with all of that noise. So before you start thinking about how can I build my personal brand? How can I fill up that suitcase with helpful and useful resources that can truly boost my career and boost my future? Think about what your competitive advantage is. And I know that that's not a very easy question, but it is a very important question that is definitely worth your time and worth your effort. And the main idea here is, no matter how difficult or easy it is for you to define what you're great at, don't go for everything. If you're great at everything, it's pretty much the same thing as you're great at nothing. And it may seem counterintuitive, because you might think, well, the more skills I have on my resume, the better, right? The more employers will be attracted to what I have to offer. It's actually the other way around. When you're hiring somebody and you're looking for that right candidate, for that right opportunity, If you see that the person is good at everything, that tells you nothing more than potentially that that person is a little bit of everything, but not truly exceptional at any of those things. And maybe that's not true, who knows? But the problem is nobody has the time to find out. That is why even if you go narrow, but you understand what it is that makes you great, what it is that makes you exceptional, that is a truly stable and truly sustainable foundation for your personal brand. So know your competitive advantage. The second principle that I wanted to share with you today is actually a piece of advice that someone gave me when I was just starting out. Because I started my business only a few years ago. It was back in end of 2016, beginning of 2017. So trust me, I was in a very uncertain place. I had no idea what I was doing. And so I asked someone who I trusted and respected, and I asked them for a piece of advice. And they told me this seemingly cliche phrase: you need to become a shark. And I thought, well, okay, so being a shark, conventionally, that means that you have to be aggressive, you have to be a predator, you have to go and chase after the things that you want, and you have to follow the laws of the animal world, which are essentially, if you're too weak, you're not going to survive in the market, you're not going to survive the competition. That's what I thought that piece of advice meant. And that sounded so not me, because I'm not like that. I'm not that kind of a shark. I like my competitors. I want to work with them. I don't want to work against them. I don't want to be successful by bringing other people down. So I was so surprised, and I asked, what do you mean? I'm not a shark. I will never become a shark. But here's a fun fact about sharks. And here we are, we thought about that. We're going to be talking about careers, but we're going to spend a couple minutes talking about sharks, but bear with me. So, fun fact about sharks. They are the only type of fish who do not have an air or a swim bladder. So that's an organ that is constantly filled with air, specifically oxygen, that helps all the other fish, not lose their balance in the depth of the water without having to float, so without having to go up or down. So it just basically holds them stable in the water so that they don't have to move and they're not going to drown. Guess what? Sharks don't have it, which means that when they stop moving, they sink. And another fun fact, the faster the sharks move, the more water moves through their body, like through their drills, the more oxygen they get. So if they stop moving, they stop breathing. So essentially, if you're a shark, you have to keep moving, because when you stop, you die. That's what that person truly wanted me to understand, that in the world that we're entering today and that we're already in, if you stop moving, you're out of the game. What does that mean in practice? It means that you have to get into the driver's seat of your career and understand that you're not a victim of events. You're not a victim of changes and challenges and unresponsiveness and lack of options. You're not a victim. You are the person who has the skills and the talents to change your path, to take another step, to try something different, to move from one job to another, from one company to another, until you find that place and that organization and that profession where you know that you're leveraging that competitive advantage that we've talked about. So if you want to, face uncertainty like a boss and not like a victim, you need to keep moving. You need to become a shark. And that means constant learning, never stopping, trying out different things. And trust me, there is no shame in trying. I had to try a lot of different things until I found what I truly wanted to do. And now I couldn't be happier because of that. I realized that if I hadn't tried all of those things, I wouldn't know exactly what makes me who I am today. That's why you need to keep moving no matter what happens. When you get into the driver's seat of your career, what happens is your mindset changes. It shifts from being that person who is relying on others, on the judgment of hiring managers, interviewers, recruiters, companies, to start relying on yourself and the resources that you have within you, the resources that are available to you. Even if you don't have them already, at least you know you have the option to build up on them. That means that you start thinking like an entrepreneur. And that is a truly interesting idea, because to me, it was the most obvious thing ever. I grew up in a family of entrepreneurs, and my parents run their business to this day, and they're very good at it. So my entire childhood, I've watched them do what they do. I've watched them not sleep at night. I've watched them think. I've watched them, talk about how they can make things better. So I was constantly immersed into this mindset of someone who is in charge, who is constantly looking, digging, trying, even if failing, standing back up and trying again. So I was very surprised when I started meeting other people who didn't seem to think of their careers that way. They would always rely on, well, this is what this company told me, so it means that I'm not good at this. Or I received this feedback from my boss, so now I'm going to give up and just quit because what's the point? I don't want to work for a boss who only notices my disadvantages. So all of those things show me that this person is not in charge of their career. They are acting like a victim. And I get it. It's hard. It's hard to make that transition. But that's the reality of today's world. You have to be your own entrepreneur, and you are your best project. If you don't care of that project, unfortunately, no one else is going to. So think of yourself, no matter which career path, no matter which industry you choose, think of yourself as the business of one. And guess what? Any business does. Absolutely any business, with no exception, does marketing. So that's the third principle that I wanted to share with you today. Market yourself proactively. As a generation, young people today, all of us really, not only young people, but all of us are truly lucky. Why are we lucky? Because we have something at our disposal every single day, every minute of every single day that neither our parents, nor our grandparents, nor the people who lived before them had. And it's something that combines three things in one. It's, first of all, a sound speaker that helps us to amplify our voices and make them a lot louder than they truly are. It's also a textbook or a whole platform for us to learn and do research. And finally, it's a magnet for us to attract like-minded people. Do you know what that is? Absolutely. Social media. A lot of us take it for granted, and we, especially the people who are not big fans of social media, they truly label it as a waste of your time, and they think that that's all there is, a way to waste your time and entertain yourself when you're bored. Social media is so much more than that. And I really, truly want you to make it your best friend in building and mastering your personal or professional brand, because it's the one thing that can help you shrink the distances between where you are today and where you want to be in a year, 2, 3, 5, or even 10. It shrinks the distance between you and the employer that you dream to work for one day. It shrinks the distance between you and the person who's been through what you are going right now and can teach you how to save a lot of time and effort and make the most out of that journey. It shrinks the distance between you and the main thought leader or the expert in the industry. Because to have access to all that 20 or 50 years ago would be practically impossible. You'd have to actually hop on some transportation and spend a ton of time to get there. Now it's literally in your home every minute of every day. Use it to your advantage. And in this case, I'm not only talking the talk and being all motivational and trying to inspire you to truly leverage social media, but I've walked the walk. I've built my business solely based on one social media platform. Well, I've used more than one, but that one has been really the game changer. And the surprising answer, many of you might be thinking, oh, that must be Instagram or that must be YouTube, actually was LinkedIn. The least social of all the social platforms. But it has been my go-to for so many different things. I grew my business from the ground up using LinkedIn and made a living with that. I used it as a platform for my professional and personal development, for learning, for finding the main resources that I needed to continue this journey. I used it to learn about the industry that I joined only a few years ago and find so many like-minded people who helped me along the way and made me who I am today. I use LinkedIn to build an amazing community of followers, which now include more than 63,000 people. All of them want to switch from being a good candidate to being the right candidate for the right opportunity. They want more for their careers, and they need my input, even if it's just one post that they saw from me at some point in time. I used LinkedIn to build my personal brand. I learned the concept of personal branding on LinkedIn, actually. And then, I learned about it, and I switched all the way to helping senior executives and highly experienced people to keep up with those social trends and gain visibility in their industries. And also, I use LinkedIn to land paying clients, to land speaking opportunities, to land features in a lot of different media. And I'm not saying all of that to brag. I'm just saying all of that came from a platform that used to be a boring job search board. So if you're someone who still is not a big believer in social media, or you use it only for entertainment, trust me, there is a platform just like that who can change your life and maybe change your career. But you need to A, find it, and B, use it to that extent, use it to your advantage. Because all of those opportunities, like I said, they are there at your fingertips. And it's such an amazing opportunity to network with people, because you know how it is in today's world. It's not only who you know, but also who knows you. So you never know who might be watching, reading, or listening. A lot of the times I posted some things on LinkedIn that I was passionate about, and only that thing that I said, turns out somebody from Forbes was reading it and wanted to feature me in their next article. So it could be as simple as that. At the end of the day, what I want you to take away from today is that you have the power and the tools to define where you want to be. And I know that at this point, it's overwhelming. I'm overwhelmed by it every single day, just like you are. And most of the time, I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. But I know that I know my competitive advantage. I'm moving constantly and trying to be a shark. And I'm using social media to amplify my voice, to build my business, and to accomplish everything that I have set for myself in terms of goals, dreams, and aspirations. At the end of the day, the future isn't just a place you'll go to. It's a place you'll invent. And I want you to walk away today thinking that you have everything that it takes to do that. Everything that you can shape in terms of your future and your career success comes from one main ability: your ability to communicate. Whether we're talking your ability to communicate your personal brand, or whether we're talking about your ability to communicate what you want for yourself, where you want to be in 5 years, or whether we're talking about your ability of being able to describe what you can do for others on a resume, or describe what you've studied and what you've learned and how you can use that to add value to a real life business. All of those things are communication. So spend as much time as you have and as much effort as you can give it on improving your communication skills, on building that personal brand, and truly shaping the future that you want with the help of your professional persona. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was a lot of food for thought. And I'm sure I have a lot of questions for you, but I just wanted to do a summary for the listeners that join later. You mentioned about these 3 guiding principles that you use when you talk to job seekers. And the first principle being knowing your competitive advantage, knowing the value that you bring to a company or organization. The second one, being a shark. Keep swimming, keep moving along, because that's what sharks do. And number 3, thinking of yourself as a business of one, thinking of yourself as an entrepreneur and operating to suit in your space, right? And I thought that was those 3 points were the most meaningful to me. I see that we have a lot of questions in the chat box. So I'm going to start asking you the questions in the chat box, and then I'll get back to my questions on script. But that was a really thought-provoking, it was short, but it was concise, and it was meaningful tips that we can take away. So the first question, Anna, and the first question and comment, it was a very thought-provoking session. How can someone who just started with limited experience create a powerful first impression? How can someone who just started create a powerful first impression?
Great question. I think the main thing that a person with limited experience who is only starting out can do is care. What I mean by that is, if you don't care about the impression that you're making, how can you expect it to accomplish the result that you truly want? So start with simple things. Start with your LinkedIn profile, because again, no matter which industry you're in, you want to have professional presence that can be scouted by recruiters, employers, companies, hiring managers, and you want to be part of an industry community that hopefully hangs out on LinkedIn. There are certain professions where maybe LinkedIn would not be the go-to platform. So if you're a graphic designer, for example, maybe Instagram or Pinterest might be your platform of choice. So whatever that platform of choice, and to get started, just choose one and take care of your impression there. Curate samples of your work if you have some visuals. If it's only about, describing what you've done up until today, then try to do the best job you possibly can describing where you've been, what you've done, and how all of that translates to added value for prospective employers and companies who might be looking for someone like you. Read some free resources that talk about keyword optimization and ways how you can make sure that your profile, again, whichever platform you choose, it pops up in searches when people search for someone with your skill set and potentially your background. That's a very simple but time-consuming first step. But trust me, when you care, you can definitely do a lot of things to improve your first impression. The next one could be your resume. Again, depending on which industry you're in, it might have a little bit more or less importance, but I assume that for most of you, it's highly relevant. So look at your resume in terms of how does this describe you as a good investment? Because when investors evaluate opportunities where they're going to put their money, they care about what? They care about the return on that investment. What are they going to get out of investing money into this? What's the return? So think of yourself as an investment, and that's what your resume needs to tell us. It needs to tell us the return from people, putting their money, trust, and everything else into you. What are some things, even if you don't have enough experience, it doesn't mean that you cannot add value. It doesn't mean that you cannot produce a higher return than someone else that, is also applying for that job. So think of yourself as an investment and include some tangible facts, tangible outcomes about you. Even if all you've done up until today is just finished your studies, but you've done that successfully, amazing. Include some tangible things about that experience. What kind of projects you were part of? Did you volunteer? If you did, in what capacity? Did you lead some teams to accomplish certain things? Because a lot of the times that's what you do as part of your studies. If you've done a couple of internships, maybe you took charge of certain tasks or you took initiative to do something extra. So all of those things, they are result-based facts or result-based statements. And those are the ones that are going to position you so much better than simply listing tasks or things that you've done, as in functionally, I did this, I was in charge of that, I was responsible for this. Think measurable results that can give you a return on investment.
So we have a few more questions. Another question here. What is the best platform for young people to use? What's the best platform for young people that are starting their careers to market themselves? So what is the best platform for young people to use when starting their careers to market themselves?
I would say that depends on the industry that you're targeting, because if you're in point A and you want to get to point B, you need to know what that point B is in order for you to craft a strategy of getting to that point B. So that question, which platform is best, that's part of the strategy. If you want to get in the tech industry, for example, then absolutely LinkedIn. If you want to, again, be a graphic designer, then you might want to be present both on LinkedIn and on Instagram. If it's another creative profession in a creative world, maybe you need to be also somehow present and visible on YouTube. So it really depends on your goals. But the first step is knowing which point B you're going to. That would influence your platform of choice. Most of the time, I would say LinkedIn would be the go-to, because recently in the past few years, it has grown so much, and it has done and changed so much in how social it has become. So a lot of people now spend more time on LinkedIn instead of other platforms, making all the other platforms really jealous. So if you want to connect with those people who have the capacity, the power to maybe hire you one day or help you with a job lead or just notice you and, you want to stay on their radar. LinkedIn would be definitely the #1 place. But like I said, keep the industry in mind, because it doesn't matter which platform you choose unless you know exactly what community or what industry, little world within one industry you want to join. If that world hangs out on LinkedIn and spends their time there, you have to be there as well.
Awesome. Great advice. So another question here from Nicole. How do you know, so that question just went. How would you encourage people to develop their communication skills, whether it be online via written communication or face-to-face communication? How would you encourage persons to develop their communication skills?
Great question. I think the most helpful exercise that I found over the years that a lot of my clients have used is record themselves on video and then watch it. So that's something that I do a lot when I help people prepare for interviews or when we work on how they present themselves when they meet new people. They need to talk about themselves, that dreadful question, tell us about yourself, that so many people are not good at. So the best part is, instead of me telling them all the things that they might be doing wrong and ways how they can do better, I can record it and show it back to them. And they, just from that little step, they themselves derive 5 to 10 things that they can start working on right away. And that helps not only with your, the way you talk, right? So the things that you say, it helps with your body language, it helps with your confidence. And I know that it's a bit weird to watch yourself on video. Some of us really don't like it. And I used to be one of those people. Trust me, you can get over it. Just the hardest part is to get started. Like, imagine when you're going on a diet, the first few days are the hardest, but then you kind of get into it. You catch up with the process. Same here. So it might feel weird a couple times, but the more often you do it, the more you watch yourself, the more you listen to yourself. Just record yourself talk and listen to yourself. And obviously, the best thing you can do is record yourself in the context of talking about your professional persona. So let's say, imagine that someone asks you to talk about your biggest accomplishment so far. Talk about that for 1 minute, record yourself and watch. Trust me, you'll derive so much from just that you may never really need to look for any other help elsewhere.
So Anna, we have some questions on direct messages. Are direct messages a good way to start marketing yourself and your brand to like-minded people on social media? Would you encourage direct messaging? And if so, what's the most effective way to communicate in the DMs?
That's a good question. I would say that DMs need to be part of your strategy, of course, but you cannot rely only on that. So I think the perfect balance is between having inbound traffic, meaning people are reaching out to you, as well as you doing some outbound. So you're reaching out to people. So basically the outreach would be the DM portion. But, oftentimes we face this very common challenge that I face just as often as you and everybody else does. You message the person and you're thinking, first of all, okay, this is a total stranger. What do I write them, right? And how do I make it sound not needy or not desperate and all of those other things? And number two is, well, they didn't respond. So I spent all this time crafting this perfect message and they didn't get back to me. So people are puzzled by that. And obviously, when you have this little results from your DMs, you get discouraged pretty quickly and then you don't want to do it all together. So my point is, before you DM, look for ways to connect with that person on another level. For example, if we're talking about LinkedIn, what you can do is you can go onto the person's profile, scroll down to their activity, and you will see everything that person has engaged with. Every post that they've liked, shared, commented on, or published themselves, which means that this is your guideline to their area of interest. So instead of DMing them right away and saying, hey, I'm a total stranger, let's chat, what if you build some foundation first by interacting, let's say, in those comments? If you see that they interacted with another piece of content, join the conversation, join the party, ask them a follow-up question, and then use that to take it to the one-on-one in the DMs. I think that's the best trick that you can do to increase the effectiveness of your DMs. And luckily, you can do something similar on any platform. Even if you cannot follow the activity of that person, every single step they took, you can at least go onto their profile, check out a few links to additional resources they're sharing. You can find out something about them that will help you connect with them on an emotional level and increase the chances of them actually wanting to continue that interaction.
So I think that's a really good recommendation for building organic relationships, not just jumping into people's DMs without having or forming a relationship with them. So that's really great advice, Anna. I have a question here from Nicole. She's asking, how do we differentiate what we're good at, and what we're great at? Because you mentioned in your first principle that we must find our competitive advantage. So how do we differentiate what we're good at versus what we're great at?
That's a great question, Nicole. So what I want you to do is I want you to imagine that you are looking for a person to hire. Let's say that you're a manager and you have a gap in your team and you're looking for a person to hire. Choose whatever profession you want. Hire a graphic designer, hire a journalist, whoever you'd like. So once you imagine yourself hiring and being in charge of that decision, think, okay, if I had 100 resumes and based on some criteria of I want them to know this software or that software, I want them to have this many years of experience and blah, blah, blah. Let's say you narrowed it down to 30 resumes, which is a lot of work already, but let's say you did all that. Now you're about to have 30 conversations, one per person with 30 people. Mm-hmm. What do you want one of those 30 people to tell you for you to say, yes, that's what I want? Because that's what, hiring people, that's what hiring people is about. You're having conversations, 90% of which look exactly the same because people come in, they come prepared, they've Googled some things, they've read some things, so they did their research, they come in and they start going with the standard list. Attention to detail. I pay attention to every detail. They even give you some examples. I'm a hard worker. I always take my work seriously, and they give you some examples. So they go through the standard list. Imagine 30 people telling you I'm good at the exact same things. Would you be able to choose one of those 30? I bet you wouldn't. So what separates being great at something from being good at something is exactly that. You can be good at many things, some of which 100 other people can be good at. But you're great at something that not everybody you're competing with is great at. And I know that it's not always easy to understand by yourself. That's why sometimes you might need some external feedback. Like one thing you could do is you can come up with a little questionnaire asking people, what do you think is my biggest strength? Or if you had a problem, what kind of problem would you go to me with? And just send it out to 20 people that you trust and you've met and you've worked with and see what they get back to you with. So it's okay to ask for external input if you're, having trouble understanding what you're great at. But the point is that being great at something is more than being good at something. It's being better at it than an average person you're competing against. That's why you need to also know your competition. If you're competing with some people that you've studied with, think, what are those people good at? Chances are you're good at a lot of the same things because you've finished the same degree, you've, gone through the same projects, you've delivered the same tasks and things like that. But what sets you apart? What is something that out of those 30 people you could say that could give the hiring manager or the interviewer an idea that this sets you apart, this makes you different, this cuts through the noise of the standard I'm good at ABC responses. Might take some time to figure it out, but usually what I find with clients is that usually it's a combination between what you've studied, what you've worked on, and your personality. So usually it involves more than one of those things. So usually you cannot just say, I studied in this university and everybody else studied here. That's what makes me different. Well, you could have not studied at all and still be different. So it's not about where you studied or even where you worked, but it's at the intersection of what you studied, what you've worked on, what you learned, and what you bring from your personality, from your innate qualities, or certain things that you might have been born with or you've developed over the years. At the intersection of those things, usually something that you're great at. And I know that it might sound confusing and you might think, oh my God, now I have to come up with something absolutely groundbreaking. Doesn't need to be groundbreaking. For example, in my field, one of the examples that I found is that I just looked at all of my competitors, or the competitors that I truly, follow and respect, and I know them, so I can really, they have a very strong personal brand. I looked at them and then I looked at myself. I tried to do that as objectively as possible. So that already gave me some initial thoughts or ideas that I could roll with in terms of defining what I'm great at. So I would start somewhere there and see if that sparks any ideas, as well as external input from people who know you fairly well.
Thank you, Anna. That was valuable advice. So to wrap it all up and close it off today, can you give us the top 3 things that we could take with us in our branding suitcase?
Sure. So one thing that you can take with you in your branding suitcase is having a well-curated online presence. So pick that one go-to platform to get started with, because you don't want to stretch yourself too thin. You don't want to be a little bit of all platforms. Go deep on one that fits the context of what you want to accomplish, the industry, the jobs, the people. Find where they hang out with them, and curate your presence. That's 1. 2, think like an entrepreneur. So don't just sit back and think there are no job postings that I like, or nobody's getting back to me. That stuff may not change unless you change the way you think. Start looking for opportunities. Start digging what you might not be communicating well enough. What are other ways how you can, instead of lining up in the same traffic jam as everybody else, how can you go around? What are other ways to accomplish what you want? And 3, I would say, don't forget to work on your mindset and your mental health, because at the end of the day, we've talked a lot about some tools, some instruments, some strategies, but none of that matters if you feel awful about what you're doing. And I know that that's challenging at times because, well, like we learned in the recent past and present still, things can change in a snap like that. And there's sometimes nothing we can do about it. That's why taking care of your mindset and truly working on what you're, that self-chatter, what are you telling yourself behind the scenes? What are other people telling you? Just curate all that and take care of yourself, because that energy will portray on everything else will project onto everything else that you post, share, publish, or communicate about yourself.
Thank you, Anna, for this truly insightful session. I'm sure that everybody participating learned today. I certainly learned a lot. You can follow Anna on LinkedIn or on her Instagram at Anna_CV_Labs. Thank you for tuning in, and see you later.
Thank you so much for having me.
Much worse than we've allowed ourselves to think. I've watched an entire beach sink back into the sea in the same time as it took me to finish university. How differently me and Mother Earth commemorate graduating a degree. Where I'm from, it didn't take a pandemic for us to realize how little people really care about the front lines. We have been plagued by this plight long enough to know that the phrase "we live where you vacation" has always been more plea than pitch. Been beseeching the rich to switch tact and acknowledge the impact of their actions and inactions. Remember that what's their tourist attraction is our permanent residence. But Magneto says, in chess, the pawns always go first. So it seems our worth at worst is reduced to being canaries cursed to burst breast in the coal mines at best, to being frogs left to test the waters until when the pot gets too hot and we should all hop out. See, the thing about developing states is that we seem to have been tasked with bearing the brunt of the weight of climate change on our backs, drafted into a war we can't fight on our own, where we adapt as a survival tactic, run entire countries on solar power and ban single-use plastics, try desperately to curb the path to panic in our politics, but climate justice be anticlimactic. When to declare the existence of global warming gets us labeled as heretics, never mind that in the tropics, heat has become a familiar enough face to wave at us when he catches us in the streets. How every year we meet more hurricanes ready to know us on a first-name basis while erasing our neighbors. How our eco-friendly plan before ours and not three. Reduce, reuse, recycle, and rebuild after every environmental tragedy, I guess. When fossil fuel emissions fetch fat commissions and line pockets with the power to pay away their problems, ignorance becomes a quick fix meal. When you fill up on a false sense of security, it becomes easy to keep yourself out the kitchen, easy to conveniently forget there's something cooking, hard to hear when the pot be boiling over. The entire Caribbean is constantly bubbling beneath the surface, but the first world feast table so long that they got a whole lot of choices. So what's the harm if one melting pot makes a meal burnt to a crisp? Makes a meal burnt beyond their capacity to consume it? It seems that either way we slice it, developing states are most susceptible to coming under fire. We sit in the hot seat of a hothouse earth, a majority population responsible for the least destruction, begging and pleading for someone to listen before it's too late, while the 1% keep the climate debate at a stalemate, because the truth is that the truth is only inconvenient to the people most affected by it, only hurts the ones who can't afford to ignore it. And I wonder, what will become of the pawns? If they let us become martyrs, will they remember us when we are gone? 2 degrees of separation don't ever seem like much until the two sides of the spectrum are life and death. When our fears fall on deaf ears, are we just wasting our breaths? Will it take the ocean becoming a mausoleum of people and nations sacrificed to extinction before the rest of the world acknowledges the problem? Or will ignorance continue to be bliss to the catalysts of the human apocalypse?
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues, and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. UNCTAD, Barbados welcomes you.
My name is Megan Thibbles, and I am the CARICOM Youth Ambassador to Barbados and Miss Universe Barbados 2018. This plenary session, we will be addressing youth and inclusive value chains, unlocking untapped potential. Young people are undeniably the key to developing a robust, innovative, and sustainable economy. Yet many do not benefit from economic opportunities. While no one denies the innovative capabilities of young people, more needs to be done to meaningfully integrate young people into existing global value chains. Arguably, not enough is done to tackle youth-specific barriers which prevent young people's integration. Notably, what youth-specific barriers continue to limit youth participation? In light of the economic fallout of COVID-19, what can institutions and governments do to enable and empower young people? Overall, how do we create more inclusive and sustainable global value chains that meaningfully incorporate young people? This plenary session, we will address these challenges and more. Welcome to UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum. I'm Megan Thibbles, Miss Universe Barbados 2018 and Barbados' CARICOM Youth Ambassador. I have the pleasure of moderating this plenary session on youth and inclusive value chains, unlocking untapped potential. With me, I have a Mr. Ken Shawa, who is excited to share his thoughts and experiences. So before we begin, I'm just going to give a little breakdown of what we're going to do. I'm going to introduce Mr. Shawa, and then we are going to allow him to give some remarks. And then afterwards, we are just going to have a few conversations between ourselves. And then we're going to open up the conversation to the floor so that you, our listeners, have an opportunity to participate. So now that we have that understood, let's get started. Let me introduce, as I mentioned before, our first panelist, Mr. Ken Shawa. Mr. Shawa is the senior economist at the ILO's Regional Office for Africa in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, and a member of the ILO's research department. He supports the development and implementation of policy framework, leads the work on future of work, and coordinates regional research for the African region. His research interests include the economics of labor markets, saving and investment, industry and trade, debt, the growth environment nexus, and agricultural policy. His current research is on health shocks and labor market outcomes. Mr. Shawa, welcome. At this point, Mr. Shawa, it's you and I. And I'm going to... How are you doing today?
I'm great. I'm doing well. And how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm so happy that you were able to join us here in sunny Barbados. At this point, I'm just going to allow you to give your opening remarks, if you don't mind. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. This is a very important time, important issues to be discussed here. I just want to say that it is important that if we are going to incorporate, our youth, then we have to deal with some important issues that are important to be able to, to succeed. I'm thinking here about skills development issues that are important for our youth, skills that will equip them to be able to, manage the digital space. I'm talking here about, proposals that are important to expand the digital connectivity, even to the rural areas. I'm talking here quite in mind that 63% of our youth lack internet connectivity. I'm talking here knowing that lack of digital connectivity is an important barrier to obtaining technological skills. I also know that it does exacerbate inequality, particularly during this COVID pandemic, we have seen it. I'm also talking to the fact that policies that we need to develop should be inclusive. I'm talking about the youth themselves being able to participate in these policies. So we must incorporate them at every step of our work. I also think that value chain analysis are important, but we must look at where is the niche for our youth to be able to participate. Is it at the marketing level? Should we be able then to have, marketing digital platforms? I'm talking about the promotion of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because that knowledge supports innovation. It supports technology adoption. It also supports people to get wage jobs that are actually better paying than others. I'm talking about entrepreneurship, making sure that governments are able to support giving investable capital to our youth so that they can innovate. Without capital, it will be difficult for them to innovate. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shala, for your words. I definitely agree that we do need to incorporate policies, and certainly value chain analysis is extremely important. From your perspective and your experience, what policies or initiatives should be prioritized in order to ensure and promote the involvement of young people in innovation and digitalization of value chains?
Great. So as I've said already, we must have policies that aim to extend the digital connectivity. We have seen here, for example, in Africa, where because of COVID and people had to learn from home, it just exacerbated the inequality. We had cases where those who had were able to go online learning, but those who did not have could not learn. So we're talking about developing the right infrastructure for us to support innovation and digitalization. Policies that aim to even involve the rural areas, places that are hard to reach, will be important in this year for the digitalization and innovation. I also think that we must develop youth employment policies which target the youth and which prioritize what they want. Let the youth tell us what they want, practical things that they like, and what is it that can help actually boost their incomes. I'm talking about macroeconomic policies that support their involvement. I know of countries, for example, where the firms or industries are encouraged to employ the youth who have no experience, but in turn they get a tax break because they're employing somebody who is not yet, has the experience. And all these are policies that encourage their participation in the value chains. I also want to say that for countries like Africa and of course in the Caribbean, where agriculture becomes important, then let us ensure that there are policies that do support mechanization of this. Because once we mechanize, once we involve technology in these things, we are saying we are attracting the youth. Over to you.
Is the importance of technology. But I guess from your perspective, how difficult has it been for countries and private sector to implement these policies, especially as it relates to technology? What exactly would you say limits these countries' ability to actually implement the policies that you speak of?
So that's a very interesting question. So the first thing that we need to understand is that at the highest level, we must have the political will to do it. At the highest level, we must have proper plans to be able to, institute some of these policies. But we also need to have evidence-based policy-making processes that support and therefore help you to be able to actually illuminate the areas which are really needed for you to support and the how to support it. So for me, the political will is very important. At the same time, I believe that important and deliberate linkages between the private sector and the public sector, which sometimes doesn't work very well sometimes, those should be encouraged for us to be able to achieve this. It's not a private sector thing. It's not a public sector thing. It's all of us together being, focused to be able to support our youth. But we also know that, these policies which support digitalization, technology adoption, and so on, need to be backed by an important education base. And therefore, what I would call prerequisite policies of supporting education are important. In countries where illiteracy rates are high, then it becomes difficult for us to promote, our technology. So that is something that we need to work on as well. Over to you.
Thank you so much for that. One more question that I actually had for you is, what exactly can young people do now to be more incorporated into value chains? Because from my perspective, where I stand as a young person, especially as a young woman, it seems that at this point we've done all we can. We've attended all the events and forums, we've agitated and we've pled our case, but there seems to be a bit of reluctance to fully incorporate. So is there anything else that young people can do, in your opinion, to let it be known the importance of incorporating young people meaningfully into the value chains? Or can you say that we've done it all and it's time for other actors, other stakeholders to step up to the plate?
Well, that's a very interesting question. You have tried, you have done it all, but you see what? It's not enough to attend meetings. It's not enough to attend trainings. It's not enough to do that. So what you need to do is to take up the step, that important step. If you want to be an entrepreneur, start it. Try to get the courage, to start that. So we have seen, for example, in Africa here, where some young people have been able to start very thriving kind of entrepreneurial innovations. And I think as the youth, we are challenged that apart from the training that we get, we must start, and we can start small. But once we start, we are going to be supported, and things are going to work. So we must take that initiative. We must take that initiative given what we have been given. So it's not about really just somebody else will incorporate me. Yes, we are encouraged to make sure that we incorporate the youth, but we also want to throw this ball into their court and say, look, try to innovate, try to get into entrepreneurship, try to do it, and then you get the support.
Thank you for that. At this point, I'm just going to have one more question, if that's okay. I wanted to ask you, I said that we should just start. We should just innovate and basically jump in head first and go for it, which I really do agree that that measure of gumption is necessary. But in your opinion, based on your position at the ILO, which sectors do you think young people have are basically emerging sectors that young people can try and venture into, something different?
Well, so that's very interesting. So I'll start by saying that, I have seen a number of youths in the region getting back into what initially or traditionally we thought was not very attractive. But I've seen them getting into agriculture, for example. Young people engaging themselves into the agricultural value chains, and some of them are doing so well. And what we have done with our colleagues, our other UN entities, is that we are trying to build what we call business hubs, which then give them the important knowledge, which support them to be able to actually get into these value chains. But we've also seen the youth that have been going into the service sector, getting into platforms that support delivery of goods, that support delivery of food, platforms, that support, issues like that. And this is also a growing sector. So, yeah, it is possible to get into there and be able to actually achieve what you want.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shawa. I know that we've been joined by Amy, so I'm going to give this opportunity to Amy to just introduce herself as well as her role and share some thoughts on value chain analysis or any area of value chains that you think is pertinent for us to know. Amy, over to you.
Thank you and greetings, everyone. Thanks for joining our session today. We're very excited to be here. I'm from UNCTAD and I actually wear two hats at UNCTAD. I'm a creative economy specialist and also I work in the communications division at UNCTAD. So literally in the creative economy. And I spent a lot of time thinking about the creative economy value chain and the importance of this from the moment of creation all the way through the production cycle, from to distribution and ultimately to consumption. And I think one of the big things about COVID and the whole thing that's happened in the last 18 months is that we've really realized the power of creativity and we've upped our consumption of it. And how does that actually impact the creators, many of whom are young people that are leveraging digital channels and digital platforms? and how can we make the value chain actually work from them so that they're not only simply content creators, but are actually able to benefit from that value chain. So I'm very interested in delving a little bit deeper into the creative industries and the value chain of the creative economy. And I really, Mr. Shawa, it was very interesting to hear you speak about the enabling policies that we need in this space. Very good. And then also the sector level policies, because as you were saying, things like having connectivity are enabling policies, but also down to the granular level, we need sector level policies that can help value chains actually serve creators in the process. And I'm thinking very much with my hat on music producers, photographers, filmmakers, fashion designers, people that are at the real points of creation. You also mentioned, Mr. Shawa, rural producers, people that produce everything from pottery to embroidery to clothing. These are the source and the origin of initial value creation. And then it moves through the chain. And how can we work along a value chain to implement important, well thought out, clear policies that actually help producers and ultimately in the end help the consumers that consume these. So that's just an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. I really do appreciate your perspective from the creative economy, because oftentimes when we think of value chains, we think of products, we think of commodities, but you're absolutely right in terms of including creatives, creativity, and the arts when we discuss value chains. Right now, I'd like to welcome Mara Mikello, our other panelist. I'm just going to give a warm welcome to Mara. Mara is a social entrepreneur, business development and project management professional with 15 years professional experience. She is the founder and CEO of Jacaranda Hub, an organization that aims at developing young people through the provision of collective services, infrastructure, and specialized tools and equipment for common use among the young and aspiring SMEs with growing potential. Mara, welcome, and I would give this opportunity to allow you to make a few remarks. The floor is yours, Mara.
Thank you so much. I'm quite excited to be here. I'm sorry that I was a couple of minutes late. We are running one of our virtual incubators, the Next Gen, and we had such an exciting topic. It went an hour and a half over time because the startups, the youth were quite engaged and they were bringing out quite meaningful feedback and conversations. And I think this is what's leading me to say what I'm saying now. As enablers, I think the motivation for the work that we do is basically a society where we understand that the skills aren't quite adequate for the type of jobs that we need or we ought to be creating. The skills aren't quite, placed to be able to meet the demand of works that we currently have. And this is what's basically providing the motivation for the programs that we're running and the programs that Africa needs to be running, especially when we talk about upskilling for youth to be able to meet the new jobs that are being established from the evolving world, in terms of manufacturing, the evolving world in terms of technology, especially, but also creating a pipeline for future jobs. We need to be able to create the skills that could then transition into the future jobs that we're planning on creating with some of the ventures that are being created. And I think that's what also motivates policy in terms of, okay, so there's a shift in the way young people are thinking. There's a shift in the way the youth are thinking and the demands that they're making towards what kind of jobs they would like to see being developed. And I think we have to find a system that does a fit for perfect and vice versa, where it's not just dependent on policy, but that the environment now starts to dictate what policy should start focusing on. Because we've had policy development, like I'll give an example of my country. We sit on policy instruments, legislative instruments that are not really adding any value, that don't have proper framework for implementation. There's no investment. So there's a document, the policy, well written. Some people, a group of people actually flew, to a different country to go and do a baseline survey and understand how to implement that policy. But it cannot be implemented in country because there was no view on the kind of people it's going to be addressing and what the real needs of the people are. So I think for me, it's really now shifting how we are challenging government, how we're challenging policymakers to be able to look at what's available and what is the mindset at this particular moment, and what should we then start speaking towards when we come to mindset transformation, but also policy transformation that starts to respond to the actual needs of the people. And just with speaking to our participants in the Next Gen program, and yesterday we did a three-day social enterprise training, and the feedback is quite clear. We thought the youth had issues around jobs, and the youth had issues around, at some point we had a politician calling our youth disgruntled youth. We thought that was the issue, that they're not inspired, they're not motivated. The issue is that we are not speaking, policy is not speaking to the actual needs of the youth, and therefore there's continuous mismatch and misalignment of resources, misplacement of resources, and misalignment of programs. And so for me, the challenge is to us, program creators or program developers, to start using real data to make some of these programs, because one of the biggest challenges Zambia has is that we don't have real data, we don't have sufficient data to make some of the decisions. And so we borrow ideas and implement them in country and realize only a fraction of people can actually utilize that. So we need to create systems that use, real-time information and data, that use, information that can help us make better decisions and create a better environment for growth and development, especially for youth and startups in my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara, for that welcome. And also, you touched on some points that actually I resonated with me, because I feel that similar issues are felt here in the Caribbean, especially in the English-speaking Caribbean, where the issue of lack of data, the issue of a mismatch between policies and what the young people actually want, and how do we come together to ensure that everything aligns to better serve young people. So I definitely was nodding my head. You couldn't see me, but I was nodding my head in agreement with you with regards to the frustrations and the disgruntlement that you mentioned, and how it's actually that policies are not really in alignment with what young people want or need. So I know that Jacaranda Hub is a nonprofit organization. And I also found a quote that has been associated with you saying value chain strengthening can be an effective instrument for fighting inequality, favoring higher incomes for producers and a more balanced appropriation of value addition. Touching a bit on Jacaranda Hub, what role do NGOs play in strengthening value chains and creating an enabling environment for young people?
So what I'm going to do now is basically we've stopped associating ourselves with an NGO, and I'll explain why. Because the term NGO in my country is associated to people that are looking for grants only, people that are not driving, socioeconomic activities. They are basically waiting for an intergovernmental organization to pump money into the organization for them to deliver empowerment activities, which are not in turn revolving any form of revenue. And we felt that because we are an enabler that is helping startups to create business models, to create revenue streams within their entities, we should then, move away from calling ourselves an NGO, but instead call ourselves a social enterprise, which is exactly what we are. We actually generate revenue through most of our activities now, and in turn, we don't make profit, we don't declare profit or share, profit with with shareholders, we divert those funds back into the organization to increase capacity for us to be able to cater to more youth. So I just wanted to make that point of correction. So I think the contribution to value chain, I think what has worked for us is understanding what the key drivers are to economic development. What are the gaps, and what capacity do the youth have to be able to penetrate certain value chains and create value in those spaces? I'll give an example of agriculture, right? And right now, agriculture, a lot of youth have interest to go into agriculture. The challenge is all the youth are going into traditional forms of agriculture, which is plant a crop, take it to ShopRite. Hopefully ShopRite will get it. ShopRite is one of the hardest, stores to get your products into because they go with big contract clients. Or grow your vegetables, and hopefully some women from the markets will come and pick them up, and I'll make a bit of money there. That is not sustainable. So what we've gone into now is to create opportunity, pipelines where young people can start to see themselves in branding, finished products, in packaging and doing delivery. Because when everyone thinks of a value chain, they're only thinking of one, segment of the value chain. There's transportation, there's refrigeration, there's branding, there's marketing, so all these value chains that a lot of the skills the youth actually have immediate skills with, don't require a lot of capital. They're avoiding them because they don't feel that those value chains are important. But they all make a very, very clear ecosystem and a very systematic way of being able to sustain and satisfy a complete value chain if you actually place opportunities in all these points. So that's one of the things that we've done quite deliberately. And the other thing is also looking at where is government's focus in terms of investment. I'll give very practical example. Soya, aquaculture now. Aquaculture has gotten a lot of investment from the government. So it's asked questions like, what are your priority areas? Are you only looking at, growing fish in the aquaculture space? Are you looking at people that can actually build the cages for cage fish, doing your cage fishing technique? Are you looking at people that can be trained in building fish tanks or building your fish liners, right? So it's looking at who is supplying some of these products that actually come and support the development of this sector, and can we do that in country? And so it's also looking at the things that just don't look sexy enough for young people and giving them a very clear, vision of how much money is in that space, should they even consider tapping into that space. And what the response has been is that once we place the numbers in front of the youth and they understand the economic value, they actually are starting to take a huge interest in tapping into some of these value chains. I think what has been the biggest challenge is we don't market enough of the value chains to build interest in those value chains. We basically go with the traditional way of marketing and also the traditional way of repeating what everyone else has said and coming and saying it and say, let's go and cultivate the land and grow maize. We are not doing enough research. We're not doing enough, looking at other countries and how they're performing in those value chains. We're not looking at the markets and what they're demanding, and therefore we keep repeating the same things, hoping for different results. And I think we just need to challenge ourselves as enablers to help in terms of providing more research, more evidence-based research, actually, that helps people understand where the money is. And at the end of the day, if we're talking about poverty reduction, job creation, the first thing we need to put on the table is the attraction of how much money you're going to make as an individual. And then how are you going to transform your community and create more jobs? But the first thing is that this is how much money you're going to make. This is how rich you're going to be. You'll be dancing to the bank. If this is an attractive way of thinking, then let's go and do the work.
Mara, I think I get a firm understanding of the importance of basically reimagining what the agriculture sector could be like, and in turn other value chains. Mr. Shaw, I actually wanted to bring you in on this point because I know you've done some research on agricultural policy. So I wanted to know if you had any thoughts on what Mara said with regards to how we're better able to make something along the lines of agriculture or other value chains more attractive to young people. What do you think are some ways that we could go about doing things like that? Or if you have anything else you would like to touch on, because I know Mara was quite in depth with her response, so I'm sure you have some bit that you would like to speak on.
Thank you so much, Megan. First of all, I want to say, thanks to Mara, because she has really gone deep into these things and unpacked, a number of things. But let me say this, that a number of times when we talk about skills for young people, we always look at the supply side. So we are the ones giving them the skills. We need to teach them how to do this. We need to ensure that they can do 1, 2, 3. And we forget the demand side. The demand side are the enterprises that will have to employ these people. Now, because of that, there's normally a mismatch. And to avoid this mismatch, I'm saying that as we look, whether it is the agricultural value chain, whether it is in whatever value chain, let us ensure that we also look at the demand side and involve enterprises, that they are aware of the important skills that may actually uplift their businesses, skills that they may actually need. And therefore, we don't have a case where we have, developed skills, we have a number of youth who are skilled and they cannot use those skills because simply there is no job. So what we're saying is that we must create an important equilibrium of skill set that people are able to actually be trained and be able to use those skills. Otherwise, we then lead into frustration. So what we're saying then is that we must also have policies that stimulate the demand, and that is important. Now, another way of looking at it is this way. You see, our youth are there, they want to engage, but sometimes this disconnect is there because we have not put deliberate policies or deliberate strategies to link them to industry. So what we're saying then is that industrial linkages with the youth, whether they are at a vocational training, whether they are at a university, whether they are at a diploma institution, that they are linked to the industry, and therefore they are exposed at a good time, at an early stage of the requirements of the industry. And in that sense, we are saying, okay, look, we are creating these skills, but we are also ensuring that these skills can have an uptake. People will be able to actually look for this. They will demand for this. And therefore, it's not just the theory that they learn, it is the practice as well. So industrial linkages are important. And in this case, then, I'm seeing issues that deal with, internships. Very important. In Dialogue, we do that a lot. We involve, the youth, to go to our headquarters in Geneva. They come in the field offices here in, for example, in Cote d'Ivoire, because they have got to see what is going on for them to really appreciate that what they are learning is going to be useful. Apprenticeship, these are important issues. But I think what I want to talk a little bit more about is that when we are talking about linking these youth to jobs and providing them with these skills, of course, that will enable them to actually get these jobs, we are not talking about just jobs. No, we are talking about decent jobs. We're talking about decent work. So we are saying then that we have a duty. We have a duty as stakeholders to ensure that along the value chains, these our children are getting jobs that pay well, jobs that give them some security, job security, jobs that ensure that they have the rights to organize, the rights, to do things in the way that respect the human rights, fundamental rights at work. So we're talking about that these are also socially protected. They are working in an environment that supports their development, an environment that promotes their dignity. So that's what we're talking about here. So for me, Mara has put it very well, Cheryl, that indeed our policies are important to be able to ensure that the youth are able to work at the different value chains, and also that the youth know which part of the value chain is important for them, which one is useful, at what point can they enter into the value chain and be beneficial. And this is what I was talking about, for example, that agriculture doesn't mean that they should, of course, plant, as Michelle has said, they should do the production. They can get into the marketing. They can get into the marketing. They can get into, by using the, what we call the, marketing, digital platforms. So they can do that. We have in Dialogue a serious project now on digital platforms, which, is looking at, how different entrepreneurs are able to use the platforms for their own, entrepreneurial, activities, delivery of, food and all these things. And so the youth can participate there. They can. And it's not something that it's not something that is difficult. They just need to know at what point can we enter into that. So, to emphasize, it must be a demand-supply equilibrium for us to be able to have the youth participate in the value chains. We must have industrial linkages with them so that they're able to understand what we're talking about. And internship, apprenticeship, decent jobs are all the more important.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shawa. I'm going to take a slight change of angle, and I'm actually going to ask a bit about how COVID has impacted your basically young people and value chains. I feel it would be remiss of me not to mention COVID, since COVID has been with us for nearly 2 years at this point. So I will pose this question first to Ms. Michello, if you don't mind. Basically, what lessons have you learned regarding COVID, young people, and value chains? And then over to you, Mr. Shawa.
All right, thank you. I think from an organization point of view, COVID, I think it actually just exposed us to better way of implementing our programs. And because we are a tech and innovation organization as well, for a very long time, we did try and push the concept of innovation and using technology, but we did not use technology to the extent that we are using technology now. Running incubation in a country where connectivity is not great, access to data, this is mobile data, is not the best, it's not the cheapest, and also just infrastructure is not widely spread. So a lot of people struggle to jump onto, virtual spaces. But for us to have successfully completed during the COVID 4 cohorts in different programs, a digital citizen passport program, an incubation program, our campus incubation, we did it 100% virtually. And now we've done our national incubation program, which I just came from facilitating one of the sessions today on a virtual platform. I see a lot of opportunities and innovation. I think COVID has, in a way, I think provoked young people to think differently. And that's the kind of thinking that we really needed. My only disappointment has been the education space for us in a country like Zambia, where our government did not respond to the COVID, the impact of the COVID on the school closures. So for the last 2 years, we've had school closing whenever the numbers skyrocketed, and kids that are in government schools were basically cut out from school, and you have a decision being made in the midst of a pandemic that we're going to cancel STEM classes because we feel that the children are going to be, affected. They won't be able to write their exams. Like, the STEM classes should actually motivate for kids to come up with better ways of continuing to learn. So it's been, mixed feelings. And when we talk about value chains, that was an opportunity. The education sector, that would have been an opportunity where the government should have run a hackathon and asked for innovations from entrepreneurs and startups on how they could accelerate virtual learning and not have to close schools entirely. So we see that there's a priority issue, but also an innovation and creative issue, especially. And I constantly speak about government because we operate in a system where governments govern, right? And policy is being implemented by governments, and investment is coming from governments. So our contribution is a fraction compared to what the government is capable of doing. So we want to work in an environment where we complement the deliberate agendas of development so that then it becomes more successful and sustainable, and not the other way around where government is depending entirely on private sector or organizations like ourselves to come up with innovations to cater for an entire country. And when you talk about education, you need to understand that this is the foundation and the basis for value chain understanding. For you to understand what the value chain opportunities, you need to have a certain level of education. So if we don't have children or young people being educated, universities closing because there's no plan for continuity because of COVID, then we beg to ask the question, what are we doing as a country? Why do we have a government in place? Luckily, we have a new government, so we're hoping to see changes, right? Transformative changes. But also then speaking to the impact of COVID, especially on value chains, borders closed, okay? It meant that productivity came to a halt, right? Zambia imports a lot of raw materials. It meant that our entrepreneurs had to pivot. They had to find means of sustaining their livelihood, sustaining their businesses. A number of businesses actually shut down. People lost jobs. So on an overall perspective, I think we have opportunities here to improve the value chain proposition, especially on in-country production or productivity of raw materials, so that we can then start to depend on our own production and creating manufacturing industries that can, produce more raw materials for there to be sustainable productivity in the country. That, I think, if there's any lesson we learned, that should have been a lesson, because then what it does, if we actually now deliberately invest in these infrastructural or industry sectors, it means that we're creating more jobs now, and we're creating more opportunities for training and skills, and we're creating more opportunities for a lot of our businesses actually to tap into the different value chains. And then Zambia can actually become more productive in country than depend on a lot of importation and also exportation that, takes away the raw materials from the country. So great lessons there, positives, a lot of negatives, and we lost a lot of people. And this time around, it really hit close to home. We lost quite a number of people that actually have names, people that we know. So we're hoping that with the next wave coming, we can see better response, especially from government, so that we can remain productive as an industry, and also as people in the SME and the MSME space.
Thank you so much, Ms. Michello. Mr. Shawa, I just wanted to allow you to have a moment to just let us know what were some lessons learned from COVID over the last, what will be 2 years. Lessons learned from young people, regarding young people, value chains, and COVID in general.
Thanks, Mega. You see, the first lesson that we got from this COVID pandemic is that we must put together a level of infrastructure that does not promote inequality when such things happen. We saw very high inequalities when schools were closed, when online learning was introduced. It was only those who had that were able to go to school. Those who were in the rural areas, Africa is about 60 to 80% rural, didn't play. And so we're saying then, and I said at first, that digital connectivity is important, that technological connectivity across board, widely, is important for us to be able to benefit well, for us to do well in such a problem. Inequality has heightened in Africa because of the infrastructural deficit that need to support, for example, online learning. And we have seen the best lesson there is, let us invest widely even into the rural economy. So that's lesson number one. The other thing that has happened, Mega, is that the COVID affected young people badly. In fact, the young people and women in Africa were the most affected of COVID. So what did it do? It pushed the few that were working out of work and pushed those who were potential workers not even able to get a job. Now, Africa is a continent where 90% of these jobs are informal. So when you close and say, no, you cannot actually go to work, you're simply saying you have no livelihoods. So we're learning here then that as we look at jobs, let us ensure that we try to formalize these jobs, because the formal economy was not as affected as the informal economy. Let us transition.
Yes.
Let us put policies to...
We have 3 minutes left, and I wanted to get one last question in from Slido. So one of our viewers asked, how can governments and the private sector ensure that all youth equally benefit from the existing global value chains? And I'm going to give this one to you, Mr. Shawa, because I believe you touched on it early. We do have only a couple minutes, so if you don't mind keeping your response brief. I know you have a lot to say on this, but for our sake, go ahead.
Sorry, Meg, I didn't get the first part.
No
please,
problem.
Just repeat very quickly.
For sure. How can governments and the private sector ensure that all youth equally benefit from the existing global value chains?
Oh, great. Now, this is great. You see, governments and the private sector should work closely together. These days, there are even important forms of, what we call public-private partnerships that can ensure that you get projects that are able to support, young people, but together, government and, private sector. But the government has a role to play in terms of ensuring that there is a facilitative, environment that private sector can thrive. And therefore, you put into policies that ensure that the private sector is able to participate fully into the value chains. And therefore, you do not, what we call in economics, crowd out, investment. You crowd it in so that you make sure that the private sector is able and facilitated, whether it is through tax law, whether it is through, subsidies, or whether it's through some important major incentives to be sure that they are able to come, FDI incentives and all that. The government has to facilitate this, but the private sector has to be ready to invest and support government efforts.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shawa. Mr. Shawa, Ms. Michalo, I want to thank you both so much for being here with us this evening. And you both offered tremendous insight and value to the discussion on value chains. And I can't thank you enough. You've given us a lot to think over. And at this point, I'm just going to wrap it up. And thank you, our listeners, and everyone for participating in UNCTAD 15, the Youth Forum. This discussion on value chains is one that I certainly will not forget. And I'm grateful that I've had this opportunity to be discussing these things with people who know what they're talking about and want to see and make a real change in this world. So to everyone listening, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. And thank you for joining me. I'm Megan Thibbles, and have a good evening, everyone.
Funding for development simply means that countries of the world must recognize that small and developing states, because of their complexity and peculiarity, must ensure that they have enough capacity to be able to carry out their social, economic, and environmental developmental trajectory. And it means, therefore, that there must be a coordinated approach to ensure that there is enough financial assistance and technical cooperation from all agencies and corporations and governments across the world so as to ensure that we put small and developing states on the proper developmental trajectory. Reparatory justice for small and developing states is of paramount importance. We've had this conversation over and over and over again. We've created commissions, we've created reports, and now is the time for action. And why do I say so? Because of the complexity and peculiarity of the Caribbean region and other countries who endure the transatlantic slave trade, we must ensure that there is some sort of compensation. Because let's face it, most of the wealth that was generated as part of these countries were used to finance major infrastructural developments across the world. And therefore, that wealth that was taken away, that could have been used for the developmental goals of these small and developing states, have now been gone. We've created a commission, we've created a 10-point action plan, which creates the perfect gateway to be able to see that need. Let's be real about it. If it is that you're affected by a tort, you have the ability to get compensation. Reparatory justice is the same thing. A wrong was done and it needs to be corrected, and reparatory justice is the way to be able to solve it. Young people have a key role to play as part of advocacy for reparatory justice, not only as mere inheritors of the future, but also as principal architects of that same future. For us, it means that young people must ensure that they take up the relevant spaces to be able to advocate for reparatory justice. We must use multilateralism to be able to advocate for it, but even more so, we must utilize technology. We must use the tools at our disposal to ensure that we sound a very clear call to the international community that reparatory justice is a must. And how exactly do we do so? We must join the organizations which focus on it, and even more than that, ensure that we use all of the necessary platforms to shine that call to the international community. The 10-point CARICOM reparations plan is long. The one that I identify the most, considering all what we've had to be able to deal with COVID, and even prior to COVID, is the debt forgiveness. The truth is that small and developing states don't borrow for the most instance because of proclivity, but instead to be able to chart a developmental future. And therefore for us, the international community must recognize that debt forgiveness with small and developing states, as a result of all of the various areas that they must be able to borrow for at these very high interest rates, should be part of the priority. Even more so, we have an opportunity right now to be able to reimagine what debt is and reimagine the rules of the international community to ensure that we focus on what Prime Minister Motley always speaks about, and that is to be able to factor in vulnerability as part of how we able to access finances. Smaller and developing states at this particular point in time, it's still very difficult to be able to get loans and concessional financing at very low rates. And that is because the rules of the game are fit in a one-size-fits-all, as opposed to inherently focusing or having vulnerability as part of its metric. The reparations plan must be able to speak about this extensively.
It's time for another series of exciting breakout sessions. This time, we explore how other ecosystem players can support young people pursuing the entrepreneurial path to scale up and participate in supply chains. In Startup Your Dream, creating an ecosystem of youth entrepreneurship. You can also join in on what will be a great discussion on investing in youth businesses, forging pathways toward a new age economy as we explore what kind of financial incentives are needed to support youth businesses and to create a mindset shift. Or you can check out our Innovation for the Future as youth delegates share ideas, best practices in innovation, projects, entrepreneurship, and creativity to build back better as we share youth priorities in economic and social development.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues, and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. UNCTAD, Barbados welcomes you.
building back better requires thinking and creative ideas to advance global recovery efforts. Young people need to be engaged in political discussions and share best practices in innovation, projects, entrepreneurship to address collective economic and social development challenges. This will be the focus for today's session under the theme, Innovation for the Future. Good day, and my name is Tevin Shepard. I work as a youth development specialist with the United States Agency for International Development, Eastern and Southern Caribbean Mission, and I have the distinct privilege of being the moderator for today's session. We don't have much time, so I will go right into the discussion, and I will now present what the order of proceedings will be, and then we'll get a brief introduction of who our panelists are for today. So we're going to begin, give each panelist 30 seconds to 1 minute to introduce themselves so we know who we are speaking with and engaging with. Then we'll move into a question and answer section where I will pose questions to the panelists. And then finally, we will now we have audiences, we'll allow audience to pose questions to the panelists, and then we'll give the panelists at least 30 seconds to sum up and provide final remarks. So I will, as I said, I'm going straight into the discussion. I would love to invite Camilla, who will briefly introduce who she is and the work that she does. Camilla, over to you. We're not able to hear you, Camilla.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
That's better. Right on. Go on.
Thank you very much, Tevin. I'm Camila Capassi. I'm coordinator of the Youth Action Hub in the Netherlands. I'm originally from Brazil, so it's a very international group of young people, young leaders making impact in the Netherlands.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Camila. Welcome. And now I'll pass on to Daniel.
Yeah, thanks so much. Do you hear me well, right?
Loud and clear, Daniel. You can go right on.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. So my name is Daniele Guadagnolo. I'm from Italy. I'm also the coordinator of the Youth Action Hub of Italy and also the co-founder of Change for Planet, which is an NGO that we decided to co-found here in Italy in order to have an impact on sustainability and climate change on a local level for young people. And I'm really happy to be here and to share my knowledge and also to listen to all the other speakers here. So very thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daniel, and thank you so much for staying up. I know it's a bit later as it is on this side of the world where you are. I'd like to invite Kirk.
Hi, afternoon, Kirk Anthony Hamilton. I'm an entrepreneur and investor from Kingston, Jamaica. And pretty much I'm in the business of designing platforms to attract innovation or more so connect investment, innovation, capital, and other resources. And I do so, with a primary focus on connecting the Caribbean with the rest of the world. Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Thank you for being here, Kirk. And we'd like to go on to Nancy.
Thank you so much, Tevin. I'm happy to be here. My name is Nancy Amunga. I am in the logistics space from Kenya, and I am looking forward to this great conversation.
Excellent, Nancy. What is the time on your side of the world?
It's 22:27.
Oh, so it's
PM.
10:27.
That's 10:30 p.m., yeah.
Wow, we have the privilege of being 15:24 here. It's only after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we'll go right into the question and answer section. And I would love to start with Camilla. And Camilla, when I read your bio on the website as a speaker, I realized that you work with the Youth Action Hub and you work as a coordinator with that hub. I wanted to understand, where do you see young people have potential to alleviate some of the challenges in their local communities?
Okay, thank you very much for your question, Tevin. Well, I believe young people can do a lot. The more I connect with young leaders and the network of UNCTAD Youth, the more I admire them and I recognize the power of our voice and our impact. As a leader at the Youth Action Hub, I would like to share my own experience and what the Hub have been doing along the journey. So I actually assumed the role of coordinator in the middle of last year and also when everybody was in lockdown. So it was a big challenge because we couldn't meet and we had to recruit new volunteers. We have to define our strategies, build our visions, our vision, mission, engage to young people around the Netherlands. And so we have to adapt. We basically figure out new ways to looking for innovation, digitalization. How can we actually create impact looking at the possibilities that we have right now? So actually, I would like to share with all of you a concept of skills for the future, something called learnability. So it's basically the capacity that we have to learn and to adapt quickly, grow fast, and perhaps take advantage and be able to also be in the market. For instance, I can share this of the Youth Action Hub in Netherlands. What have we done during the last year? We started to create online sessions, so we had to learn how to use new channels, new ways of communication, new ways to reach out different organizations, build partnership, and interact with young people. How can we actually make the impact in our local community with the resources that we have at the moment? So we started to, for instance, I can give you an example of a program that we do in a monthly basis. It's a online interactive session where we give the floor for young people and speakers and experts to share their experiences, their knowledge, and build up discussions, develop knowledge. By doing that, we achieved more than 200 people in the past months, and to create awareness about SDGs, but also practice and develop new skills. How to do what we were actually used to do in person, do it online. So I believe that we have a lot of potential and we can adapt quite fast. And when learnability is really a skill for the future, where we have to look, adapt, and be curious, speak up, because we have a lot of power in our hands. We just have to use it.
Nice. Thank you so much for that response, Camille. And two of the things which really stood out to me is the fact that you mentioned using local resources and what at hand to make maximum use of that. So I think that's outstanding. But also ensuring that young people have the skills and abilities to meaningfully contribute to society. So you're doing amazing work, and thank you so much for sharing. So I'd like to move on to Daniel. And I realize Daniel works with the Youth Action Hub out of Italy. And we also realize that the Hub also uses some creative strategies to raise awareness of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we're interested to find out, or can you tell us, what are some of the innovative ways of teaching the general public about the global challenges and participating in global or political discourses?
Absolutely. So with also the Northern Hub here in Italy, but also with a huge network of NGOs and other entities always based here in Italy, we promoted several events, but also projects that were mainly related to build the general knowledge and also to try to empower everyone who was basically able to talk with us. Like, for example, I can quote a project that we started last year, so in the very middle of the global pandemic, which was going to be part of the change, and basically that was like a series of online roundtables that were very similar to the concept that Camila just explained before, but in this case, our roundtables were about one or two SDGs per session, and also at every session there was at least one or two experts that were able to address that issue from different point of views, but also this kind of online roundtables were very inclusive and were also open to everyone. So everyone with a specific interest in some, I don't know, issue or SDGs were able to join us. And I think that the most important part is about to come, is that they were also able to contribute actually to find a solution to these topics, because at the end of every session, we drafted a report. So it was like a joint report with the insight from the expert and also the insight from the common people, so normal people, so people that have different experiences and also ideas. And at the end of this full circle, we drafted a final report that will be published in a couple of days, but unfortunately that it is only in Italian, but we are also planning to translate that in English. But these final reports will be full of concrete ideas, concrete proposals, and ways to take the 17 SDGs, because we try to focus also on the sustainability part and also on ways on how to engage people in order to let them participate in this kind of dialogue. So yeah, in the end, this project were really able to promote this kind of general knowledge and also to build knowledge among people that were students or also workers, because we did those sessions like on the weekends or after 6 p.m. So after work. So it was like a very, very engaging. But we mainly use like also other projects like we do art installations. So, for example, we invite local artists in order to give new life to old items like broken tables or broken chairs. So we allow them to also to paint on them and to spread messages and also try to find a new way of living for those things. So we like incentivize the use of recycling items, but also using art into this kind of context. But we also use like music. We do festivals and concerts and similar. So in the end, this huge wave of project, it has basically the same concept. So building knowledge, building awareness in order to allow people to understand how to have a more sustainable life and how to properly act toward it.
Excellent work. And I think that's very important work that you're doing. And one of the things that really stood out, Daniel, is sometimes in youth interventions, you know, it focuses so much on building the capacity of young people, but not necessarily placing enough emphasis on providing the avenues and opportunities for these young people to explore these capacities and skills. So I think you're doing an amazing work, Daniel, and please definitely keep it up. So sure. I have another question, and I have a question for a man on a mission to build a new global business ecosystem for the Caribbean. And my question is a mouthful, so I want you to bear with me, Kirk. The global context is ever so evolving. Political, economic, and social texts are all evolving. I am curious to hear your perspective on what should be a new global business ecosystem include in order to catalyze social change. So what should a new global business ecosystem look like in order to catalyze social change? It was a mouthful. Let me know if you want me to repeat.
No problem.
Excellent.
I mean, I don't want to be ideological. However, you know, the term inclusive is what mainly comes to mind, right? The reality of the system that we currently operate in is that it is designed in a way to be a gatekeeper of opportunity and close out doors to many people who don't operate within the quote unquote status quo, which can take on many meanings around the world, right? So I don't know that you'll ever have a singular solution and that you'll ever have every single person in the world operating on a level playing field, but certainly the mission of any organization that is looking to drive this kind of transformation really has to be opening more doors. And I think you just pointed to something pretty interesting from what Daniel had said just now in terms of, you know, there's this thing of us building up young people and adding capacity and helping them to better understand tools and such at their disposal. But the other more critical component to, you know, not just inclusiveness, but then also building these kind of platforms is ultimately creating gateways through which people can have access to opportunity, right? We hear about transformative efforts by, I would call it elites around the world, right? Even maybe people look on at the work I do, for example, and think, wow, if I just had the chance, maybe I could do that, right? And I think a mindset that, we have to adapt is an understanding that there are these barriers that exist that have been put in place by society, whether by us or others, that have created or prevented, upward mobility for many, right? And so when someone is looking for a chance, I believe there is a need when you're creating these platforms to design openings that simply allow people, regardless of background and all of these different social dynamics, simply to have a chance to prove themselves, right? And maybe in many instances, or in some instances, multiple chances, because the reality is not everyone comes from the same space. I hope that is a helpful response, but, like I said earlier, I'm not too focused on ideology in this regard. I know that not everyone will do exactly what is being suggested here, but my call to action would simply be saying to folks, you have to be able to look beyond the book, right? Don't judge a book by its cover is the famous term, and be able to create space for people to do things that may seem to fall out of their depth in an effort to allow people the experience to grow, to be able to achieve their ambitions.
That's right. You could have not said it better than I. You coined it very well, Kirk. You mentioned mobility, and I think that's a powerful word. And you also mentioned opening doors, and that's exactly what I meant by, creating that enabling environment. So once we've built capacity for young people, there are opportunities out there that they can leverage to reach their maximum potential. And without holding any further, I'd like to reach out now to Nancy. Nancy, I know you're on the other side of the world, and it's a bit late your side, so let me answer your question right on. We were on the topic of entrepreneurship, and I wanted to understand you as a digital entrepreneur. How do you see your role in creating a better post-COVID world?
Thank you so much. That's a very good question. First, just allow me to give some context. Since coronavirus struck the world, we have all been facing an unprecedented public health crisis. And as entrepreneurs from all over the world, we have been confronting immense challenges as we try to keep our businesses afloat. As the world is slowly shifting to post-COVID-19 stage, it's important to know that buyers and sellers in the e-commerce space, because that's my area, have continued to build their trust. Trust is an essential ingredient in the thriving of the digital economy. And I am saying this because for a buyer to buy online, they need an assurance that the item they are ordering will be delivered the way they ordered. And the return policy is clear as well. So the digital economy has played and will continue to play an important role in this recovery stage. Example, when COVID hit and everyone was being advised to stay at home, it's the digital economy that kept the world moving by making sure people can shop online, pay cashless, and the item will be delivered at the comfort of their home. So this gave so many people the safety assurance that we all needed during this difficult time. And this can only mean that COVID accelerated the digital transition and immensely widened the window of opportunity offered by the e-commerce. So as a digital entrepreneur myself, what is my role in creating a better post-COVID world? First, my business is based in Africa, in as much as I export to the other parts of the world as well. As an entrepreneur, I know that it is my responsibility to empower people to particularly harness the digital gains, and therefore I have participated in a lot of trainings to show people how they can take advantage of the digital space, how they can easily shop online and also make cashless payments. It has taken us a while to build trust, but we are slowly getting there. There is this story of a person who went to the ATM machine and then withdrew all their money and took it back to the bank teller, saying that their money will be stolen outside. And then there was also this story of a person who said they can't shop online. They can only buy what they have seen. They can't buy what they have not seen. And these are genuine concerns. But during COVID, majority of these people started trusting in the e-commerce system. And therefore, I believe we need more innovative ways to make the digital world user-friendly in order to accommodate as many people as possible. Averagely, the percentage of online shoppers in sub-Saharan Africa is about 7%. So the more people discover the advantages of e-commerce, the better for all of us. And this is why innovation is crucial to bridge the digital divide and as a result, improve lives. Having said all that, I believe in being part of the force that contributes towards socio-economic development in communities, and I believe this world is our community. And just to encourage all the young entrepreneurs out there who, were hit so hard by this pandemic, with a great quote from Jack Ma. He said, "Never give up. Today is hard. Tomorrow will be worse. But the day after tomorrow will be sunshine." Yeah, thank you.
Nice. The day after tomorrow will be sunshine. Thank you so much for that, Nancy. I'd like to follow up just very briefly, very briefly, on one of the points that you have made in your presentation. And you spoke so eloquently about building trust and building that trust. And very briefly, how do you build trust, especially as a digital entrepreneur? And everything is online and the clothing is online and whatever you're doing is online. How do you build that level of trust? Very briefly.
Yeah, it's very simple. If you're selling online and someone orders something, the photos that you post, make sure that's what you deliver. And then over time, people, will continue trusting. And then make sure the return policy as well is very clear, so that if something is delivered to me and it has an issue, I know I can always, return. But I think it's a two-way thing. It's both for the buyer and the seller, because there are sellers who are still afraid because people come online, they buy, but they're not genuine buyers. So they buy and then disappear without paying. So I think it's really, we are getting there slowly, but I think those are some of the ways that we can build trust. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and wishing you all the best, Nancy, in that effort. So now we're on to the second round of questions to our panelists, and I just want to remind the audience that we are approaching the question and answer segment, so feel free to begin pulling together your questions so you can pop them in so we can pose them to the panelists. So the second round of questions, I would like to start with Daniel. And Daniel, the question to you is, how should global education change in order to harness creativity and innovation among young people?
Okay, so thanks so much for your question. I believe that both creativity and innovation are two of the skills that will be very needed into the very next future, because they allow you to think outside of the box, but also to try to find solution to the most important problems of the world. So I totally believe in these two kind of skills. But in order to answer to your question, I believe that there is not a clear path about it, but I can provide you a couple of examples that I found that really interesting. So the first one is about informal education, which is that kind of education which is promoted outside classes. That is mainly about try to find your way out into the world. And I can also provide you an example that personally happened even to me. When I was still a child, I've been really passionate about photography since I was very young, but no one told me to do that, not even classes, not even parents and anything. I just started by my own, because I felt this, this inspiration of trying to taking pictures, but also stopping the time and then trying to find something which is like very inspiring and very motivating about the things that were happening around me. So then I started studying by myself. I bought my first machine, I bought books, I found online course, but that basically started because no one told me to do that, because I felt that perhaps will be one of my side passion, like beside working and then doing all these amazing projects. So yeah, like I truly believe into this informal education, and I truly believe also that every one of us should be free to pursue their own virtues and values and passions, even if is there like anyone which is able to address them, because I mean only you is able to know you yourself. So and that's it. And my second way of trying to harness creativity and innovation is about topic that I use really a lot into my marketing working and stuff, which is called the gamification, which is a very broad topic, and it also can be addressed by many points of views. But if we want to stick with the educational part, we can use. We can say that the gamification is the ability of splitting, so dividing these huge issues, these huge problems, into smaller ones. And everyone else, or better, and every time you are able to solve one of these small tasks, you have some kind of a boost into your mood, so you feel more motivated and you feel like the urge to going on. And in the end, it's mainly about addressing those issues step by step instead of going for the big target, only one. And I found that really inspiring and also really useful, not only for learning stuff and similar, but also in a working context, but also similar context, because it also allows you to address the same issue from different point of views, and more, let's say, importantly, that allows you to create scalable solutions. So there are like solutions that are varied for different working environments, for different countries, for different situations. So I truly believe in informal education and gamification in order to harness creativity and innovation, because otherwise we have to change, or better, we have to radically change the way how we teach to children. But that is like a very long and very complex matter. So yeah, I want to stick with these two topics.
Nice, thank you so much for that. And I like the fact that you mentioned of gamification, because sometimes we need to take very complex issues and make it into, as you say, bit-sized pieces that young people can relate to and can digest very easily. So thank you so much for that contribution, Daniel. And I'd like to now move on to Nancy, a very good segue to the question I'm about to ask Nancy. And Nancy, I'm interested in finding out, we spoke about innovation and we spoke about fostering that ecosystem for young people. But from your perspective, what do you think are some of the tools that these young people need to develop solutions for social change?
Yeah, thanks for that question again. I think it's a cocktail of things that young people need in order to develop solutions and be more innovative to develop the solutions to community challenges. So number one, I think mentorship is very important, and it's very crucial. And from a personal experience, when I started my logistics business, I struggled and made some mistakes that if I had a mentor, I don't think I would have made them. And then the issue of capacity building, technical skills, and incubation that has been mentioned here. Young people are tech savvy and have brilliant ideas, and what they need is support to realize these ideas into something impactful to the society. Because I believe innovation is only useful if it can improve lives. And then youth-centered digital ecosystem, and I'm glad CAC is already doing this. And then this can also be achieved by increased by increasing the level of application of information technology in education so that people can start knowing these things from a young age. And then, of course, policies and interventions that will favor young people and encourage them to be innovators. And we cannot say all this without mentioning the internet infrastructure, increase of internet penetration, especially in the rural areas, so that there's more inclusivity. I believe infrastructure leads to innovation, innovation leads to trade, and all this means more jobs being created and more lives being made better. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Nancy. And you mentioned a very important point here, because I find a lot of the time as a development practitioners or even youth workers, we program so much for young people and our intervention are focused so much on the virtual environment, but we fail to sometimes acknowledge that some of these same people we are trying to reach don't have access to the internet. So I think that was a very important point that you made about ensuring that the internet infrastructure is present. And that's my another segue. I'm going to be a bit selfish here and say that we are running out of time and we have 2 more questions to go plus Q&A. So I'm going over to you, Kirk, with a question, and I'd ask please that you be a bit brief just to allow for question and answer. And my question to you, Kirk, is what should a new global business ecosystem include in order to catalyze social change?
I think that was what you had asked on the first round, if I'm not mistaken. Are you hearing me?
Yep, I can hear you now clearly. Go on.
No, I was saying, I'll try to respond to that, but I'm saying I think that's what was asked on the first round. And there's a second round of questioning. That was the same question that was asked.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for that. I'll get right back to you. Let me just pose a question to Camilla, and I'll get right back to you. So, Camilla, my question to you is, how should we encourage more young people to step up in their role as future leaders and influence decisions that affect them?
Thank you, Kevin. What I would like to say here is when we think about innovation, a lot of things that Nancy shared with us, for instance, it seems that you need to be high skilled, you need to have a lot of technology, and when you think about innovation, it comes to your mind robotization, automation. But I actually would like to bring a broader perspective when we talk about innovation. I would like to say innovation as being creative and actually experiment things, new things. So what I would like to share with all of you, it's actually a concept of effectuation that where you have some principles, but you don't have to use that in a linear way. Actually, you should navigate and learn from it. But basically, I'm sure all the young people would like to become better leaders and influence decision making. So visualize your goal in a long term, but actually try to split in small goals and make it simple for you, make it achievable, and look to the resources that you have at the moment. And don't take more risk than what you like to lose as well, because if fails happen, and actually you should just learn from it. And also don't try to do everything by yourself. Use collaboration and partnership. I think that's a really good way to make impact and actually become innovator in different ways of to improve processes and turn process that we do not digital in digital ways, and actually become better leaders, innovators, and be able to influence decision.
Nice. Thank you so much for that on these tips on becoming better innovators. And Kirk, I do humbly apologize for the mix-up in question. But I do have your question for you. The question was in two parts, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to present the second part of the question, I think, which is a very good segue from what Camilla just presented. And that question is, how can young innovators break through and connect with leading industry minds for bigger impact?
So I think the the response to that is twofold. Firstly, addressing the big industry minds. You know, people have to now accept that the solution creators of today and tomorrow look very different than those of the past, right? And behave very differently as well. So there has to be a mindset shift by those who are in positions of influence already to start hearing the voices of people who they probably typically would not have opened the door to. That being said, for young people, the realities of our new world are that we are met upon or we are meeting upon increasingly complex problems that no one in many instances has real experience trying to solve. And so young innovative minds have a massive opportunity to take advantage of a world that is very uncertain and very unanticipated, right? With the new skill sets that they have managed to gain over the last decade or so, depending on where they are in life. People like problems to be solved. That's a reality at the end of the day. And so I think the best way for young people to connect with industry minds is identifying challenges that those people might face and trying to pose as succinctly as possible through the various mediums that you might try to access conversation through. Try to pose a solution to a problem that you know might be affecting them, whether that be through LinkedIn, Twitter, you know, hopefully in the world again, we'll see in person someday, but whatever medium it is, ensure that your conversation is less so designed around your introduction of who you are to moving towards a stance that says, this is what I can do for you.
Excellent.
As a problem-solving mechanism.
No, Kirk, you framed it there, and I think you should write a book, Kirk, because what you just said there is, you know, a pillar of very good networking in terms of not presenting, this is who I am, I'm Tevin Shepard, but I'm Tevin Shepard, and this is what I can do to change your life. And I think you become more attractive to the person you're trying to network with. So I think that was a very interesting final point. So we have run out of time, but I think perhaps we can give each person at least 20 to 30 seconds, 20 seconds at least, to give some final remarks just before we close. And perhaps we can start with Nancy. Nancy, over to you, 20 seconds. What are you going to say to young people and policymakers on the call?
You know what? First, Kirk, when you're writing that book, I'm willing to be a co-author. So, yeah. And then... so I feel like Camilla mentioned what I wanted to say as my parting shot. I believe we should continue to build more partnerships and collaborations. As they say, collaboration is the new competition. Yeah, that's my parting shot.
Collaboration is the new competition. Daniel, over to you. 20 seconds.
Okay, I will be very, very brief. My advice for everyone is just to believe in yourself, because otherwise no one will do that for you instead. And my second one, if I think I have a bit of time, is to try to find your own group of people where you can really thrive, you can be the best version of yourself, and also use the advice that Kirk and also the other panelists said about the networking part and similar. So yeah,
believe in yourself. Thank you so much. Go to over to Camilla.
Yes, thank you. I think my message for all young people is follow your passion and speak up. I guess we should believe in digitalization and think out of the box as a new way to be inclusive and give power of voice to young people, young leaders, and have power of decision make. And be better leaders and entrepreneurs as well.
Nice. Thank you so much. Be better leaders. And last but not least, we have Kirk.
Yeah, so my closing statement will be a supplement to what I was saying earlier. I think with just the way the world is evolving, young people need to just look at the world as, let me backtrack. Problem solving is the greatest skill set of the future. That's basically my thing in a nutshell. I think no matter what field of trade you are trying to pursue, just realize that everything is becoming increasingly multidisciplinary and multidimensional, and the wider range of approaches that you can take to trying to solve problems in that area is what's going to get you far. We're no longer living in a world of necessarily technical skills as your sole path, but your ability to, as Camilla had put it, your ability to be creative is actually what's going to get you furthest ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. That was a fruitful discussion, a very informative discussion. You all are doing amazing work out there, changing lives of many people. And please keep up the very good work. And to our audiences who join us, thank you so much for joining. Just a very brief recap of today. We looked at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on youth and views on resetting and refocusing and re-engineering a forward-looking approach, how new technologies and entrepreneurship can contribute to youth empowerment, how governments and businesses can create economic opportunities benefiting the youth. And finally, we looked at mastering a professional brand for career growth and how to create a good avatar online. Thank you so much for joining day one of the UNCTAD Youth Forum. I am Tevin Shepard, a youth specialist working with USAID ESC, and see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall, creative and hardworking.